Hello to all my dear followers. Welcome to the complete fanfic of What If Naruto Had a Daughter with INO? I want to ask you a special favor. Please hit that subscribe button like never before. If this video gets over 100 subscribers, I'll bring you more fanfics like this, all in one video. Now then, enjoy!
Chapter 1. Fate. Naruto Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka may have known each other for practically all their lives, but were never really friends to say, more like acquaintances, yeah. Furthermore, they were rarely put on missions together, Raider alone anyway, but today was one of those days. But unlike when they were young, they would be at each other's throats, but both are now 19 and are more mature. Sort of, Naruto, would you please stop that humming? Snapped Ino, glaring at Naruto. But I'm bored and that mission was so boring. Naruto whines. Those Rouge Ninja were all so weak. Even you took them down no problem. Humph, you're just jealous cause I took out more than you. Jealous? Ha! Those ninjas practically ran towards you because, number one, you're a girl, number two, you're assets, and number three, they probably thought you would be easier to take down or as a hostage or something. Well, look where that got them. Ino said, proudly blowing her nails. Naruto sighed heavily, turning his attention to the box in his hands. Hey, Ino. What are we supposed to do with this box we retrieved from those Rouge Ninja again? Asked Naruto. Sai, we're supposed to deliver it to some guy named Shoji Soma at a bank in the next town up ahead. Can I take a peek inside? He said with a big fox grin. No, please, no, come on, no, please, no, please, okay, really? No, please, no, please, I said hey look the town, let's go. Naruto said, running past a highly annoyed Ino. One day, I'll soon kill him, thought Ino as she followed after. In the town, Naruto and Ino walked out the bank later that day, stretching to a mission complete. Okay, now that's over and done with, let's get back to the leaf. Ino said, beaming, only to be held back by Naruto. Come on Ino, let's get something to eat, please? He pleaded. I guess I am kinda hungry. Okay. But no ramen. What? Aw, come on. Have mercy on my poor lonely soul. I always wanted to try foreign ramen, he said with starry eyes. Wah! Sigh, okay. Okay. Fine. But you too. Try this thing I saw at a shop down the street, frozen yogurt. I believe it's called. Ino said, clasping her hands. Deal. Naruto piped with no second thought, grabbing Ino's hands to the nearest ramen stand. After eating their ramen, Ino dragged Naruto to the place she was talking about, a frozen yogurt shop. Outside the yogurt shop, Naruto and Ino sat opposite each other, enjoying the new frozen treat. Naruto with vanilla, Ino with cherry. This is so delicious. How yours, Naruto? It's pretty good actually, he said, talking another taste. But it's not ramen. Hey. I wonder if there's ramen-flavored yogurt? Ino couldn't help but laugh at his density, but cringe at the thought of ramen-flavored yogurt. Yuck! Just then, a lady looking just but a few years older than them with red hair walked by, weakly carrying a few small sacks. And blonde baby. The woman suddenly collapsed on her knees, barely managing to hold up the falling child. Naruto and Ino rushed to the lady's side. Hey lady, you all right? Naruto said, worriedly, helping her up and taking the now awake baby. Why yes, thank you. The woman said weakly. Naruto, Ino, and the woman, whose name was Mina, sat down while Mina ate. Ino bottle fed the baby. Mina smiled brightly in appreciation to Naruto and Ino as she finished her food, looking rather refreshed. Thank you so much for your kindness, Naruto, Ino. No problem. Naruto sipping his drink. You're very welcome. Ino said, feeding the baby. Oh, and awfully sorry for interrupting you date. At that moment, poor Ino almost dropped the milk bottle, and unfortunately Naruto choked on his drink. Before Naruto and Ino could snap out of their shocked daze to protest, Mina continued gleefully. And you look so cute together dash. And no, we're not dat. Naruto never finished as Mina stood. Would be a pity if you were not. By the way, is there any way I could ask you to a favor? She asked politely but turning serious. Naruto and Ino blinked, forgetting the previous conversation, and nodded. Well, I have to personally delivered something near here, and I would rather not bring the baby. So I was wondering if you could watch him for me? Naruto and Ino glanced at each other, nodding in approval. Sure, but shouldn't we come with you? Naruto questioned. Oh, no. It's okay, I want you three to spend some time together. Maybe grasp the concept of parenthood early, yes? Naruto and Ino paled at Mina's sentence, her eyes shining as if say poetry. Anyway, I won't be too long. 10 minutes at the least. See you in a bit, she said, picking up a small bag and walking into the crowd, leaving Naruto and Ino with the baby. Ino finished feeding the burping the baby, now quietly sucking his fisted hand and staring at Ino. How she was good at these things she didn't know. Being confused at Naruto's sudden silence, she looked up at him, his face totally fixed on the baby. Hey Naruto, she said, standing and walling over to him. Mawaye, do you want to hold him? Really? Yeah. You sure? Of course I'm sure. Come on here. Ino lightly placed the baby in his arms, showing him how to hold him. The baby stared up at Naruto blankly before suddenly bursting out in smiles and small giggles, causing a smile to Naruto. Looks like he really likes you, Ino commented, sitting back down but closer to him. Yeah. Wait, what's his name again? Naruto asked. Ino rolled her eyes and glared. Heh, sorry. I was spacing out while you guys were talking. Ino glared once more but sighed. You never listen, do you? Anyway, Mina said she had the baby 3 months ago and before her husband tragically passed away, so traveled home here. So the local priest could choose a name, so for now he's nameless, she said simply. Naruto processed the information and grinned mischievously. Hey, let's give him one. Ino frowned. Naruto, we're not his parents and we're far from priests. We're maybe gonna know him only for the 10 minutes or so. So what? Let's give him a 10-minute name. A what? You're not gonna stop till we do, are you? Naruto gave puppy dog eyes while hold up the baby for more power, and she broke within seconds. Ino never particularly thought Naruto wasn't cute, and would never say it, he just freaking annoys the shit out of her. Fine, she groaned in defeat. Yay. Well, how about light, you know, 'cause he's blonde like us. Underscore. 1, that doesn't make sense. 2, he's not our kid, and 3, no, that name reminds me of serial killers. Well, how's Kaneki? Too scary. Goku? Just no. Ichigo? Cute. But no. Natsu? No. British accent Edward. What? Genryusai Yamamoto? No, and way too long. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. What no? Okay, those names are crazy, where are you getting them? I dunno. They just pop in my head, I guessed, he explained nonchalantly. Right. How about Haru? Naruto cringed, expecting to hear her decline. He then looked up curiously, to see her looking like she was in deep thought. Ino dash. You know, I think I like that one. It's short, sweet, and simple, she explained with a serene smile. A big grin inched on his face, on Naruto's face, as he lowered his to Haru, ever smiling one. Haru. Chapter 2. Back home. So really, Haru? Naruto questioned skeptically. Yes, really Haru? Well, there you go. Cute little Mr. Haru Uzumaki, he cheered. Uzumaki? Naruto, are you crazy? Hehe, okay. But do you prefer Haru Yamanaka? He teased. What no? Fine, do you prefer Uzumaki Yamanaka or Yamanaka Uzumaki? He jeered on mischievously as Ino turned red. Naruto, he's not our kid. And we're not married. Heck, we're not even dating. Thank God for that. Naruto mumbled, but unfortunately didn't go on deaf ears for Ino and was heard. What was that? The squabble went on for a while before the two noticed how long it had been. Naruto, do you think we should go try to find Mina? Yeah. It's been almost an hour already. Come on, let's go. But I don't really know where she went though. Naruto and Ino walked around town for half an hour searching for Mina, but to no avail failed. Naruto, it's getting late, what so we do? Asterisk sign asterisk I dunno no? Suddenly Naruto abruptly stopped in front an alleyway. Naruto, what's wrong? I smell blood. Naruto then ran off in the alleyway. Naruto, Ino said, holding the baby closer to her, running after Naruto. When he came in sight, Naruto was crouched down in front a figure on the floor. Mina's bags dropped behind him. And Naruto, whose gasp, Mina? Mina laid in a pool of her own blood in the alleyway, barely alive. Her eyes slowly cracked open at the sound at Ino's clear cry in the quiet alleyway. Mina, who did this to you? Naruto questioned, head down and hands forming fists. I gasped, the baby. Where dash? He's okay. He's right here. He's okay. Ino cut in through her sobs, kneeling at Mina's side. Mina gave a faint smile, blood seeping out her mouth. My sweet baby boy. Please, you have to promise to keep him safe. I beg of you. Please. We have to what? Naruto asked, his voice calmer but surprised. Promise to take care of my baby. I just know you'll make a beautiful family, she said hopingly. Ino and Naruto looked beyond shocked. Ino started and stuttered, but we can't, we're near even. We promise, Naruto said firmly, giving Ino a determined look. Ino was taken aback and stayed silent for a while, hugging the child in her arms tighter. We promise, she says almost as firmly. Thank you, Mina said breathlessly. You might want to think of a name. Naruto and Ino gave sad smiles at each other, nodding and turning to Mina. Haru, they said in unison. Mina gave a faint laugh at their talking in sync. Haru, beautiful. But Haru what? She said, looking at Naruto expectantly. Uzumaki, Haru Uzumaki. Ino and Naruto saw a flicker of shock in Mina's eyes at the sound of his name. Mina. Mina then snapped out of it, a smile returning to her face again. It's okay. By the sound of your name, this sounds like fate. No one got to ask what she meant, for those were her last words, as her eyes suddenly fluttered close, the smile still on her face. Mina? Ino whispered breathlessly. The night turned painfully silently, except for Ino's faint cry. The next day, Naruto and Ino stood on a hill outside the village, in front of Mina's grave. By that time, Ino couldn't cry anymore and knelt at the grave with a sleeping Haru in her arms. Mina, we promised to take care of Haru, and we're glad you like the name, she said, giving a small smile, the sobbing escaping again. I'm sorry, she said between sobs. She didn't know what she was apologizing for, but kept at it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, gasp. Ino let out a small gasp as she felt warm small arms around her and the baby. It was Naruto, with a single tear sliding down his face. He then pulled back and looked Ino straight in her eyes. Ino, we're gonna have to go back to village very soon, like now even, but listen, everything's gonna be alright. We're gonna handle this together, okay? He said, giving a reassuring smile, which she slowing returned and nodded. The way back to the village was silent, but not an unbearable silent. Both ninjas were traveling, their mind in another world, going in circles, and before they knew it, they were nearing Monoha's gates as they both stopped simultaneously. Why'd you stop? Why'd you stop? Me! Why'd you stop? Me! Why'd you stop? Ino heaved a sigh, shifting the baby in her arms, and ending their little talking in unison game. Sigh, fine, I stopped because I've been thinking, do you think we should tell people right away? Naruto looked at her thoughtfully and slightly frowned. You're right. Maybe we should wait until we're settled in with, well, this kind of life a bit. So yeah, secret for anyway, we can't hide him forever. And when we get there, we should go straight to my apartment, Naruto said, pointing to emphasize his point. Sweat drop. Yeah. About that, no offense, Naruto, but I think we should go to my apartment instead. I just moved out, and it's fairly bigger if it's okay with you. Okay. It's fine. Right, so we get summoned quickly to deliver the mission report to Granny Tsunade and we make a dash to your place. Sound good? Yeah. Wait, the mission report? Oh my god, I forgot to do it. What are we gonna do? Whoa, chill, Ino, don't worry. I did it, see? Naruto said, pulling out a scroll. Why, you did it? Reads, yeah. You were busy holding Haru, so yeah. Wow, this seems really legit. If real, I did it myself dash. And really well written too. Naruto Uzumaki, I just have one thing to say to you. You're a lazy bum. Ino stated plainly and walked off, leaving a highly shocked and confused Naruto behind. Hey, how am I a lazy bum? He asked, catching up. Because you seem to have the ability and intellect to do that, yet you never seem to use your head, matter-of-factly your brain. Ino explained simply while Naruto moped. Chapter 3. Explain. Naruto and Ino were just in front the village entrance, but no saw them yet. Naruto then turned to Ino shyly. Maybe we should make a run for it dash. Hey dope. They suddenly heard as the both froze and paled, knowing who that uninterested, cold voice belonged to. What are you guys just standing around for? I. Asterisk gulp asterisk. I have to go, Ino suddenly said and ran off. Naruto sighed a little in relief. It was better for her to get away first, since she was the one holding their little secret, then remembered he doesn't know where her house is. Oh crap, he mumbled and turned to Sasuke with a nervous chuckle. Hey Sasuke, buddy old pal. Seeing Sasuke's unchanged expression, he panicked and started talking really fast, throwing his mission report to Sasuke, slightly catching him off guard. Could you pretty please give that to Granny Tsunade for me, please? K thanks, I gotta. Now, I gotta go finish my I gotta go wash the I gotta take out the I gotta go. I shouted and ran off to catch up with Ino. Yo Sasuke, what's up with those two? Genma asked walking by. Dunno, was his nonchalant answer. Well, I think something's up. They just rushed off. Naruto not making a big entrance, and Ino ran off like she just found a bag of gold. Sasuke didn't reply but mentally agreed. Looking at the mission report with was stuffed into his hands, he sighed and headed to the Hokage's office. He will pay for this. Later that is he thought nearing the tower. Naruto finally caught up to Ino, who was really fast for a girl holding a baby, trying not to be noticed. Hey Ino, what's with you ditching me like that? He said panting. Sorry I panicked, and I kinda figured you'd be alright maybe. Naruto sighed. Whatever. Where's your apartment anyway? Oh, it's right there. Come on, she said turning around. Once inside the 5-story building on the 3rd floor, Naruto's jaw dropped. Ino wasn't kidding when she said her apartment was bigger and way nicer. After he recollected himself, he noticed Ino had disappeared somewhere into the apartment. Ino? I'm in the bedroom down the hall. He hears her call. When he walked into the room, his vision was blinded by something white. He pulled it down, seeing it was a towel. You can take a shower in there, she said, cradling Haru, who just woke up. Okay. Thanks. Naruto POV. I walked into Ino's bathroom. Wow, Ino of all people. That sentence sounds wrong in my head. Imagine a few days ago we would annoy the crap out of each other, but now. A baby. I can't help but wonder how things would turn out. As I strip and stand in the shower, the cool water rushes down my body, somewhat calming me. But to no avail, no possible thoughts of the future came to mind. Ino POV. Fortunately, Haru only woke as we entered my apartment, and I luckily bought some bottles and milk a ways back. I couldn't help but praise myself for my beneficial decision. But this whole situation we got ourselves into is going to be super awkward, since Naruto and I aren't. Well, you know. Soon I finished feeding Haru, then burped him, and he went back to sleep as Naruto re-entered the room. With different clothes. Guess he had extra from the mission. As much as this pains me, he gonna have to move in to keep the balance, even though it might be weird, but Haru is both of our responsibility. Haru needs this, Haru needs us. And I can't do it alone, and we promised. Normal POV. As Naruto entered the room, he found Haru fast asleep and Ino getting ready to take a shower, but she stopped and looked at him. Naruto, yeah, go home and get some of your stuff and be back here as fast as you can. And unseen, you're moving in with me, she said like it was so obvious. You sure you want me to move in with you? He asked nervously. Yes, it will be weird, but convenient. Well, all right then, be right back, Naruto said, jumping out the window. Hey, what are you doing? Ino whisper shouted. What you said, be quick about it. He grinned and dashed off. Ino signed and made her way to the bathroom, spearing one last glance at Haru's sleeping figure. Naruto returned a few minutes later with a medium box in hand and a backpack. Is that all? Ino said, raising an eyebrow. No, but it's all I need really. So where do I put these? He asked. Follow me, Ino said as they exited her bedroom and entered the room opposite. The room was a bit smaller than Ino's room, with a dresser and shower, but no bed. Wow, so I don't have to sleep on the couch, Naruto said, surprised. Wah, no, but I'm sorry, there's no bed. I'll get a futon ready for you. No problem. I'll bring over my bed some other time. Oh, okay. Great. But for now, we're both pretty tired, so I'll get the futon so you can settle in for tonight and rest. Okay? Sure. Good. Come on, let's find those futons. The blondes then exited Naruto's room. Oh, And we might have to do something about baby clothes dash. Ino suddenly stopped and both she and Naruto froze at the sight of the person standing in her room with their arms folded, staring at Haru's sleeping form, bulkier face ever present. SS Sasuke? They said in disbelief. Naruto's sweat dropped as he stuttered. Sasuke. Buddy. It's not what it dash. Naruto was silenced by Ino's raised hand. Great. Naruto thought, she's either gonna fangirl about the almighty Sasuke is in her house. Or deny. Asterisk I hope it's number 2 asterisk. Ino took a step towards Sasuke who was eyeing her suspiciously. Sasuke Uchiha. She became almost as impatient. You could have at least taken off your dirty shoes before breaking into my apartment. I mean God, these carpets won't cheap, you know? And I can't have Haru growing up dash. Ino stopped herself, noticing what she was about to say. Naruto went through a motion of facepalming to curling up in a corner. The silence went on for a while as Sasuke suddenly bent down, took off his shoes, walking to the window and threw then onto the roof, the clattering sound ring through room for only seconds. Ino and Naruto stared shocked. Sasuke now stood in front of them and pointed at the sleeping baby. Explain, was all he said as he walked casually past them to the living room. Asterisk I guess I'll make us some coffee then, Ino said, pulling the still confused Naruto along. Chapter 4. Did he just laugh? Sorry for the long wait. Where I spent vacation, I felt like a wealthy caveman. I had lots to eat. Thankfully, I didn't get fat. But I had no Wi-Fi anywhere. I was internally dying, so really sorry. Normal POV. The 3 shinobi sat around Ino's kitchen table, waiting for Sasuke's reaction to their very long explanation. There was a long, unbarring silence in the air until Sasuke did something entirely and completely out of character. Sasuke Uchiha, king of the bulkier face, was laughing, well, more like a low band of chuckles, but laughing nonetheless. Ino might have died fangirling if she wasn't so shocked and confused. Number 1 Sasuke Uchiha was laughing. Number 2 what was so funny? Sasuke? Ino said, dumbfounded. Sasuke composed himself, but a mischievous smirk still remained on his face. So moral of the story is, you guys technically are totally a couple now? What? Naruto and Ino turned red and turned away from each other. Sasuke chuckling again. It's weird, but kinda suits you. You're both blonde and unbearably loud. Plus the kid's blonde. If it weren't for the fact that you guys were gone for just a few days, I'd swear the kid was yours, he stated, pacifying himself. Naruto cleared his throat and turned to Sasuke, whose expression was now again impassive. So does that mean you're not going to tell anyone, especially Granny Tsunade? Or Sakura? Naruto pleaded. There's no reason for me to, he said simply, standing up. I'll take my leave now, since you two might be busy. Later dope. Ino, or should I mommy and daddy? The blondes gaped at Sasuke. Did Sasuke Uchiha just make a joke? First laughing, now this. The world must be ending. Sasuke suddenly stopped at the front door and turned around. Hey Ino, he said, bringing her out of a trance. You why yes? It's a boy, right? Yeah, why? Dash. Drop by my house next week, and both of you, he said, walking away. Ino looked wide-eyed and confused at Sasuke. Okay, but W dash. He had already shut the door. The rest of the week went surprisingly smooth. No one really came to visit either of one of them. Naruto's and Ino's contact were mutual and limited, as they just went by routine, waking up, feeding, and trying keep the baby as quiet as possible, not wanting attention, and taking turns going grocery shopping not to arouse suspicion, and Naruto's constant sneaking in the apartment. But what Sasuke told them was still dawning on them. But unfortunately and fortunately for him, he left the day after, so they had to wait until he returned from his mission. Yup, all was smooth and secretive until Naruto made the mistake of answering the door that day. It was a peaceful early morning. Naruto unfortunately fell asleep on the couch, was closer the door, as a knock sounded through the door. Not quite awake yet, he sluggishly got up and headed to the door. Turning the door open, he began to rubbing his eyes and yawning. Hey Ino, I haven't seen you around lately, so I dash. Degree. Naruto's eyes widened instantly at the person in front of him, instantly waking him up. SS Sakura? Naruto? What are you doing here? Sakura asked, her face crunched in confusion. Dash. Are you two dating? she teased with a smirk. Yeah. Sure. Wait, what? Sakura's smirk instantly fell, taking in the word she just heard. He said yes. Squeals, really? Wait, really? Where's INO? I need to talk to her dash. INO, she's not here. So if you excuse me, I got to clean up before she kills me, hee later. He said with a nervous smile. And can we keep this between us, please? Thanks, bye. Sure, but dash. Slam. I'm so screwed. Naruto said, letting out the breath he didn't know he was holding, and sliding down the door. Sakura POV. Slam. He just slammed the door in my face, he's so gonna get it later. But, oh, my God. He said he and INO are dating, and if he wasn't, why was he in her apartment? Shirtless? So it must be true. How? When? Why? Where? On their mission. Pout, I want to tell someone, but he said to keep it between us, and I want details, and the best part is this also means I have Sasuke all to myself. I guess I'll just talk to INO when I see her. Normal POV. Naruto got off the floor heading into the kitchen only to be stopped by a sleepy INO. *K was someone knocking at the door. You didn't answer it, did you? Well, I dash. You didn't? I'm sorry. I was asleep and I answered the door before I knew what happened. Who was it? Naruto looked down, biting his lips, whispering a reply which obviously wasn't heard. Speak louder. Whisper. Naruto. Sakura. It was Sakura. Answering INO quickly, Naruto tightly closed his eyes. What did you say? INO asked her voice oddly calm. Well, she thought we were dating. He said, eyes still close, face contorted in confusion. And what did you say? I accidentally said. Why, yes. He answered fearfully. INO? Naruto said, peeking through one eye, but saw she wasn't there anymore. Walking to INO's room, he saw a sleeping Haru adorably laying in INO's bed. Glancing any more time at Haru and giving a small smile, he made his way over to INO's closet where she just pulled out a suitcase. INO, what are you doing? I'm moving, my life is over. Maybe I can find a nice house in the village hidden in the clouds, or even better yet, somewhere nice and cozy. Fire Haru, like the village hidden in the waterfall, where I can have a nice life away from a certain blonde idiot. And the world's first giant pink billboard. With tiny tits dash. Okay, calm down, it's fine. She said she would say anything. INO dropped with the suitcase, got all up in Naruto's space bubble. But she knows. She knows? That bubblegum bitch knows. She whispered dangerously, poking Naruto in the chest, who was getting very uncomfortable with their close proximities. Slight red painting his face. INO? Realizing their situation, she stepped back, cheeks also stained with red, when she realized he didn't have on a shirt. Slapping herself out of her daze, she pushed aside the furling in her cheeks. Whatever. Put on a shirt already. We'll talk about this later. I promised my mom I'd watch the shop for her a few hours. Do you think you can handle Haru for a few hours? INO said, backing away and gathering clothes to change into. Yes, ma'am. Naruto said, saluting her and giving a goofy grin. Right? INO left a few minutes ago, and Haru was still asleep. Naruto got scared being alone with a helpless baby, and checked his pulse and breathing twice just to make sure. Man, babies sure sleep a lot. Chapter 5. Splitting image, Naruto POV. It's been a few minutes since INO left and I'm really bored, and even if Haru was awake. He's a baby and we can't do much, except maybe peekaboo, which I strangely enjoy. I checked on him one more time so I could take a quick shower. I stepped out of the shower, drying my hair to be welcomed with the surprisingly loud cry of Haru. Shit! I muttered as I almost tripped over a shampoo bottle trying to get to Haru. For such a tiny little guy, he sure has a loud mouth. I did exactly what INO showed me, how to hold, feed and beep him, and unfortunately how to change him. Thankfully, turns out he was only hungry, so I just burped him and laid him down on the bed. But he was awake and bright eyes, his small blue eyes just staring at the pink curtains by the windows, swaying gently from the calm breeze. Remembering I didn't have on a shirt, I put Haru in the center of the bed. He can't really move yet, bet you can never be too careful, and make my way to my room for a shirt. Orange, of course, which INO will probably yelled at me for, in which she would say, and I quote, burning my eyes with poor fashion choices and loud-ass colors. But screw her, maybe if I'm lucky, her eyes will burn so bad, they'll fall out of her sockets. A guy could dream, can't he? Grabbing some instant ramen, which I had to beg the Wicked Witch of the West for. I sat on the bed just watching Haru, who was somehow still highly fascinated with the blowing curtains. Having nothing to do but stuff my face and look at Haru, I notice he looks really familiar. I snapped up as I heard someone knock at the door. Luckily, I was masking my presence, so I tiptoed slowly to the door to see who it was. Peeping through the, well, peephole, I made out the figure on the other side to be, oh crap, Granny Tsunade? But why is she here? She the freaking Hokage, for crying out loud, she doesn't make house. Well, maybe Yomi sometimes, but this is Ino's place. Looking once more at Granny Tsunade, I noticed she didn't look pissed, so maybe she was just here to see Ino, who wasn't here at the moment. So maybe if I just scoot back to the bedroom real quick. Naruto. Open the door. Shit, peeping through the hole again, I jumped back at the sight of the hag's eyeball piercing through the peephole. How did she find me? Why did she find me? What does she want? Opening in the door slowly, I brace for impact, but notice someone's behind her. Ino, inside. Ino and I were both situated on the living room couch, like a pair of kids in the principal's office with our heads down. Granny Tsunade was sitting across the coffee table, expectantly. Look, I don't care if you guys are dating now. I mean, it's a total shock, but it's not a prob. We're not dating. Ino and I protested. You're not. Then explain why you now live together in secret. But that's not why I'm here. Unless either of you are officially summoned, you are hardly seen. And if you are summoned, the one that isn't summoned isn't seen at all. Now look, I'm not saying I suspect something bad, but this isn't like you. Especially you, Naruto, who's always running around town loudly and breaking into my office demanding a new mission. Tsunade said, her voice hold hints of worry. And what's worse that actually got me worry and got me to personally come looking for you is when I went to Ichiraku, he said he hasn't seen you since before you left for your mission with Ino. So I'm asking you two again. And I'm not mad, I'm just worried. Ino started drifting off. You what? We made a promise. I said, a promise to what? We promised to dash. I was interrupted by the wake-up cry of baby Haru. Tsunade's eyes widen, then face scrunched up in confusion. A baby? I'll get him, Ino said softly, getting up and making her way to the bedroom. My gaze down as I found my toes to be suddenly very interesting. P.S. note to self, get a pedicure or manicure or whatever it's called. Thankfully looked like Granny's head was filling up with different scenarios. She remained quiet, until a few moments later Haru's cry died out and Ino walked in, sitting down next to me, feeding him a bottle. Lady Tsunade, please meet baby Haru, Ino said shyly. Normal POV. Tsunade was beyond surprised when she found Ino and Naruro living together. And over the moon, and she heard a baby cry and located it to be inside the apartment. But now Tsunade thought she was now so at lost for words in surprise that her conscious was now taking diving classes from Willy Wonka in the Milky Way out in space. See, the baby was one thing, but actually seeing the baby was a whole other story. He the splitting image if the two. Tsunade whispered, eyes roaming the features of the blind baby in front of her. Chapter 6. Dinner. Normal POV. Lady Tsunade? Utter shock was written all over her face as she stayed frozen in time, her eyes never leaving the child in front her. Granny? Naruto said louder, waving his hand in front her face, which lucky made her regain her composure. Somewhat clearing her, she began to speak. How and when did this happen? And you hid it so well for 9 months? How dash? No? Naruto and Ino interjected. We didn't have baby. We're not even together. Ino finish. So you're just taking care of it? Yes, but why you two? And together no less, where are the parents? I know this is a nice gesture, but you two are ninjas first and foremost, not babysitters, so we need dash. Dead. Naruto suddenly said. Excuse me, they're dead. Both his parents are dead. I see. But both of you are still very young. The best thing would be an adoption agency or dash. No. Naruto said, we made a promise. Haru is our responsibility, whether we or anybody else likes it or not. Tsunade sighed, seeing this was much more than a simple problem. Tell me what happened, and start from the beginning. After a very long, excruciating explanation, after they both pitched in explaining, The blondes waited for Tsunade's reaction. Baby Haru was just innocently sucking on his thumb, looking at the new face in the room, eyes bright and curious. For once, Tsunade piped up, "I don't know what to do." Naruto and Ino sighed, as the room renounced in silence. Tsunade POV, these kids. Look what they've gotten themselves into. What do they know about parenting? They're still babies themselves, especially Naruto. But it's weird. First look at the baby, and you'd swear that was their love child. He looks exactly like them put together. Naruto, always hungry at the most inappropriate times. "Sorry," he said, smiling sheepishly. "I'll warm up some dinner." Ino said, getting up and handing the baby to Naruto awkwardly, and headed to the kitchen, leaving us both in the living room. Turning my attention back to Naruto, I see he isn't looking at me, but at the small child in his arms. Looking at him and the baby, I started to suddenly notice how he's grown. He sat there baby talking and playing with the smiling infant in his hands. Realization struck me again. The baby really is a splitting image of them both. How is that possible? Faith, I sighed, truly not knowing what to do about this situation. They're both still so young. I can see that they're not going to give up this child that easily. And they are very good assets to the Leaf. And Naruto, his dream, to be Hokage, what is he going to do about that? Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Playing with the baby must have put Naruto in very happy and oblivious mood. "I'll get it," he yelled, raising from the chair. "Huh, Granny Tsunade, you mind?" he said, handing the baby. I hesitated a bit but gave and hold the small baby in my hands, marveling at how the bee was a hybrid of Naruto and Ino, but they already said the baby wasn't theirs. Plus I would have noticed months ago. Ino then came in, wiping her hands with a cloth. "Dinner's almost ready. Who's at the door?" she asked timidly, hardly not to make eye contact with me. At that moment Naruto opened the door. "Sasuke, you're back," Naruto shouted for some reason. "You don't have to be so loud, dope." The Uchiha, why is he acting so normal? Why isn't he try to hide the baby? Naruto then motioned for him to come in. As he did so, his eyes drifted to me, then down at the baby in my hand, then vice versa, his face not giving a single emotion away. "Lady Hokage." He nodded to me in respect and recognition. His voice static and bland, face a void of emotion. "Uchiha," I replied, nodding as well, trying hard to hide the confusion. I know he has a very messed up past, like a very messed up past, but either something is really wrong here or something is wrong with him. The Uchiha suddenly turned to Naruto and started smirking. "Sasuke, what's so funny?" Naruto asked. Smirk asterisk. Fucking called it. "What?" Sasuke, no swearing in front of the baby. "And what do you mean by called it?" Ino said. "I kept my promise by not telling anyone. But it's not like I had to. You two screwed it all up on your own." "Wait," I interrupted as he and Naruto began bickering. "He really knew?" Well, yes. He kind of found out first on accident." Ino explained. Few minutes time skip. Plus. Normal POV. After minutes of bickering and explanations, Sasuke was talked into staying for dinner. Haru fell back to sleep and was now in Ino's room. The dinner table was relatively quiet, especially for one that seated the Leaf's famous, loud, knucklehead ninja. Ino POV. "I hope Lady Tsunade doesn't tell me parents, or anyone else for that matter." Tsunade POV. "What am I going to do about this? What about Naruto becoming Hokage?" Gasp asterisk, what do I say to Ino's parents? Naruto POV. "I wonder if Ino can make ramen." Sasuke POV. "I'm sure that idiot's thinking about ramen." Pathetic. Chapter 7. After. Ino POV. After dinner, even though it made no difference if he was there or not, Sasuke left and it was really quiet and awkward. Haru was asleep and it was just me, Lady Hokage, and Naruto, who probably got the memo and was also nervously quiet with his head down, which is what I was doing also. Suddenly Lady Tsunade causing us look up, a little afraid to what she might say or do. "I need to go," she said as both Naruto and I let go a breath. "But," as she said that, we instantly stiffened. We'll talk about this situation in Ino. It's that you're worrying about me telling your more parents, but for now let's say I won't." As she started pushing in her chair to leave, we both rose to follow her. As she neared the door, she turned around. We both remained quiet, feeling as if we were guilty children under her silent yet cold gaze, until she spoke. You both are to be at my office tomorrow at noon to discuss this problem? Further, am I clear? She didn't even wait for us to reply as she continued. And whether or not you choose to bring the child is up to you. At that, she opened the door and left Hao, leaving Naruto and I in a confused silence. A good few seconds went by before the silence was broken by Haru's cry. I'll take care of it, I said, mind and body working again, heading towards the bedroom. Naruto POV. INO head to the bedroom to take care of Haru. So I decided to help clear the table. What Granny Tsunade said kept replaying in my mind, and I couldn't help but feel worried about what was going to happen tomorrow, and whether or not to bring Haru. We can't just walk with him, risking letting more people finding out about him, which is what we're not ready for, but we obviously can't leave him. He can't even crawl yet, and she said both INO and I are supposed to come. What if she tries to take Haru away? By force, or what if she tells INO's parents? I don't know what I'll do without her. That sounded weird, but I don't know. I was the idiot who agreed to this without any thought or idea what I was getting into. Even though it's both of us in this together, INO's really the one doing a better job at taking care of Haru. If she does tell her parents, it INO's parents, and if they are totally against it and she chooses to obey, I can't force her, but I'm not abandoning Haru. I guess we just have to cross our fingers and hope for the best. Why can't everybody be like Sasuke and mind their business? Wait on second, I fought enough people for them to come back to the leaf, so never. I finished the dishes, which I hope I did properly. I don't feel like getting my head ripped off to do it again. I cringed at the thought. I stretched and headed to INO's. As I entered the room, I saw Haru was quietly sleeping in the middle of whereas INO was leaning on the windowsill, looking out, back turned to me. Before I could even call out to her, she spoke without turning around. Naruto, she called, her voice solemn and clearly full of worry. What are we going to do? Not knowing what to do right now and not wanting to lie to her, I answered the only way I could. I don't know. But we'll think of something. Heaving a sigh, turned around. We should get ready for bed, she said, opening her wardrobe. Laying in my bed, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help but pray for us to really think of something tomorrow, or at least for Granny Tsunade to hopefully to understand and hear us out. Turning over on my side, I closed my eyes to fall asleep. I hope we think of something. Chapter 8. Anything. Normal POV. Okay, we need to come up with a plan of action, an escape plan. And we're all gonna have to come up with our own personal script and plan in case we're caught in a situation where we have to talk ourselves out of with well thought out and conquered backstories. Any questions? Naruto said, looking down at little Haru laying on the couch, staring back up with big, blue curious eyes. Come on, little buddy. At least give me a sign you understand what's going down. A wink. A goo-goo gaga or something. Haru stared at Naruto again, then suddenly started giggling, kicking off his sock in the process. Naruto softly sighed and sat down beside Haru, grabbing the discarded white sock and gently placed it back on the blue-eyed baby's foot, at which Haru went silent and beginning quietly staring at him again. Leaning back, Naruto slouched against the couch, releasing another sigh. He truly didn't know what to do. Naruto, I'm ready, INO said, walking out of the bedroom, getting her bag and keys, a not-so-thrilled look on her face. Sighing for the 100th time, Naruto got up and picked up Haru. I guessed we should go now, he said, heading to the door, only be stopped by INO. What's the matter? We have to go, you know. I know. But can't we use the rooftops? It'll be faster and less people will us. I guessed, INO said, clearly nervous and not making eye contact. I guessed we can. That's actually a really good idea. Jumping from roof to roof, the two ninjas kept a steady, mutual speed, not too slow, so as people may notice or recognize them, and not too fast, for they were both nervous as to what awaited them at the Hokage's office. But baby Haru felt none of this, being the innocent he was. He just rested snugly in Naruto's arms, taking in the fresh air and soothing breeze, and gazing curiously with bright eyes at the just as bright blue sky and slowly shifting white clouds. He's still very young, but it's been a while since he's been outside. Both Naruto and INO instinctively stopped on the roof of the building right next to the Hokage's. They stood there a few seconds, until Naruto turned to INO and broke the silence. INO. The serious tone and look on Naruto's face made INO know Naruto meant business and was truly worried. I'm not gonna force you, but I have to know, what are you willing to do for Haru? Ino was slightly taken aback and hurt that Naruto doubted her, but understood. She was scared. She had second-guessed this situated multiple times. She didn't know how to stay positive. Like Naruto, she did love Haru, but she wanted the best him. But Haru was left to her. He was now her responsibility, whether she, society, the Hokage, or her parents liked it or not. Stepping closer to Naruto, a determined look on her face, she took Haru in her arms and smiled at him, her features softening a bit, looking back up at Naruto, the determination back and shining in her eyes. Anything, I'd do anything for Haru. Chapter 9. Lightening up. Ino POV. I'd do anything for Haru, and I meant it. Normal POV. Naruto smiled and nodded, taking some of the things Ino was carrying, since she was now holding Haru. I'd do anything for him too, including ditching the leaf for a while. How about we run away and elope? What do you say? What? Ino almost screamed, tainted in red. Hee, I'm just kidding. You should have seen your face. Naruto laughed. Ino fumed and turned away from Naruto, face still slightly and scrouched up in an angry pout. Idiot, she mumbled, looking over at him again. His face was calm with a small smile. She didn't even know she was staring. Suddenly turning to her, he almost startled her as he spoke. So, are you ready? I am, she answered, understanding why he teased her. No, they were stressed and nervous. He just wanted her to feel better. Naruto. Interrupting her thoughts, Naruto shouted for them to go. One leap and they were outside the window of the Hokage's window. Looking through, he didn't see Tsunade and told Ino to come in. Once they were inside. So the reason you didn't use the door was? A sarcastic Tsunade said from in the doorway said, well, you see dash, hoo-hoo. Tsunade, you weren't kidding. A giddy Jiraiya said, pushing his way past Tsunade. Pervy sage, what are you doing here? Moving closer to the two confused blondes and the baby, Jiraiya himself became confused. He glanced at the two young ninjas in front of him and at the baby, then at them again. Silence fell as he retreated back to Tsunade, who was now at her desk. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and gave a cheeky grin, slightly creeping out both teens. Ino almost jumped as his gaze shifted to her, his smile still less bold but still plastered on his face. So, how'd you do it? Jiraiya said, his question directed towards Ino. I'm sorry, what? She asked, bewildered. I've been in and out of the village, and I've seen you around multiple times going on missions and help out at the hospital, but you've never had a baby bump or anything, and however you hid it, all that work must have been so tiring for you, and the baby, not to mention dangerous dash. What? Sorry. You got this all wrong. We didn't dash. Before Ino could explain, he turned to Naruto. Again, big shit-eating grin returned. And you, I didn't think you had it in you, and at this young age too. I never thought you had interest in the Yamanaka girl. I always thought you liked Sakura, or even end up with that Hyuga girl. What? Hyuga? You're all wrong. Didn't have what in me? We didn't dash. Naruto and Ino. Naruto were a muttering mess. Ino more so than Naruto, actually understanding what Jiraiya was getting at, face burning with embarrassment. And Naruto was just very, very confused. Lady Tsunade, who was just quietly observing the exchange, just took another sip of her sake. She didn't tell Jiraiya everything. She just told him Naruto and Ino Yamanaka are raising a kid. She didn't give any details or add false news, nothing more, nothing. He wasn't even supposed to find out. The man just showed up in his office a while ago, so she just told him. And it was fun to mess with him since he thought the baby was theirs. And it would be better if Jiraiya was here. For this, his timing couldn't be better. It was about to get serious in a minute, and even though she knew Naruto wasn't going to go with anything she said without good argument, the things she was about to say and recommend, some of it he'd have no choice to listen. And if Jiraiya is here, she'd have a better chance him actually listening. Being her thoughts were centered around Naruto, she glanced at the trio where said boy was standing. Ino was still trying to explain, but was a stuttering, red mess. Nothing she said made sense, and Jiraiya wasn't even paying attention to her. He was too busy dramatically staring off into space, with his fingers on his chin, probably wondering how Naruto got in the good graces of a hot blonde and in her pants. Looking at Naruto, who was now out of his confused state, she saw him turn to the baby. his face calm but holding so much love and determination as if the baby was his own. Tsunade inwardly sigh. Even with Jiraiya here, this is going to be harder than I thought. Chapter 10. The deal. Life is hard right now. If you guys could drop a comment here, anything, I'd really appreciate it. Victory hand purple heart. Hi. Okay, sorry. Let's go. Normal POV. Sighing once more, Tsunade put down her glass of sake. Okay, that's enough. Jiraiya. Here. Now. Everyone instantly silenced. Jiraiya shuffled behind Tsunade and her desk, a serious look now plastered on his face. Both Naruto and INO tensed up, feeling the atmosphere. As they centered themselves in front of Tsunade's desk, the silence lingered a while until Tsunade spoke. You both know why you're here. Her gaze fixed of the now sleeping baby in INO's hand. But it would we be unfair if we didn't let you explain yourselves. So what do you plan to do? How were you planning to go about this if I didn't find out? Naruto and INO were speechless. To be honest, they didn't have anything planned. They just went day by day trying to keep Haru a secret. They both avoided the gaze of the elders in the room. You have no idea, do you? Look at this, Tsunade said, pointing at a stack of papers and envelopes on her desk. These are all missions and assignments. You guys are ninjas, but you're very young. You're not ready to handle something like this, and so what do you want us to do then? Naruto hissed, knowing what she was getting. What's best for you and the child? You're not ready for this, either of you. So the best choice is adopt. No! Naruto barked, losing his cool again. Tsunade's frown deepened. You have to listen. We're not abandoning Lady Hokage. INO cut in between Naruto and Tsunade. If I may propose something, and what would that be? Lifting her head, INO was now staring at both Sannin with both nervousness and determination in her eyes. Give us 2 months to prove ourselves as both shinobi of the leaf and proper guardians for Haru. The room fell silent. Tsunade and Jiraiya were slightly shocked at INO's proposition. Even Naruto was taking it all in. They both clearly didn't have a solid argument coming here. And Naruto didn't have a plan C. Plan A was fight and plan B was physical fight. So yeah, he had nothing. Mentally agreeing with INO, he stood up straight and composed himself, waiting for the Hokage's response. Meanwhile, trying to keep her determined facade, INO felt like she was staring at the sun. But it was as if she looked away from the Hokage's piercing gaze, she might totally reject her proposition. Tsunade's gaze shifted between both young shinobi. Shooting a short glance towards Jiraiya, she gave a nod. Aha, giving a short hum. She suddenly grabbed a piece of up paper and started to write, face unreadable. Even though they were confused, both blondes stayed silent. After a few minutes of silence, the only in the room be the on and off sound of Tsunade jutting down of paper, Naruto grew restless. Hey, I'll give you 6 mouths. Tsunade interjected, finishing what she was writing. Are you serious? Exclamation question mark. Yes, but these are my conditions, she said, sliding the paper towards the blonde pair, who were more than such at that easy agreement. In summary, you both are to show me you can be this child's caretaker. Better yet, his parents. Chapter 11. That feeling. Normal POV. I really didn't think you'd let this slide so easily. Plus, they're still really young. I know. Tsunade cut Jiraiya off, unusually calm. But you saw him. He wasn't going to back down, as usual. Standing up, Tsunade stepped behind her chair and looked out at the village. Besides, that little idea may just work in our favor. They're both still young. By agreeing with them, they'll experience firsthand what it takes to raise a child, and realize they're not ready for something like this. And they can't stand each other, so it can go either way. Nodding, Jiraiya turns to the window as well. It's still crazy how the baby looks like them, though. Naruto and INO left the Hokage's office swiftly and silently, trying their best not to draw attention to themselves. Upon arriving back at INO's apartment, little Haru was asleep again and INO laid him down. Silence is what took over the living room as both blondes sat opposite each other. Naruto decided to break the silence. I wouldn't have thought it would go so well, he said with an awkward chuckle. Yeah. The silence fell again until Naruto spoke again. So what do we do now? Well, do what we said we'd do, which was take care of Haru, you idiot, and be his parents. Right, I knew that. And we also have to go about our lives as ninjas. But if we can't handle taking care of Haru and fulfilling our duties to the leaf, we have to give him up. No problem, we can do this. This is not a game. Ino shout, head bowed and shoulders shaking slightly. Ino? Naruto taken back by her sudden outburst. Ino, what's wrong? Ino, talk to me, Naruto said softly, nearing Ino, her head still bowed and face hidden. Ino, Naruto almost whispered, placing his hands on the smaller blonde's shoulders. Finally looking up, Naruto was slightly surprised by the tears threatening to fall. Before Naruto could talk, Ino spoke up. I really do truly care for Haru. But can we really do this? Ino said in a choked voice. She could continue talking, closing her eyes at the sting of the now falling tears. Naruto staring back at her. I mean, what do we know about kids or be parents? How are we? Ino POV. It's warm. So warm. What was I talking about? Haru? Oh right. I'm worried. I'm worried I can't take care of him. But he's now my responsibility. Ino, we can do this. I suddenly opened my eyes and realized where the warmth came from. It was Naruto. He was hugging me. He was so warm. I can't assure you anything. He let it back and looked me straight in the eyes, his beautiful blue eyes filled with emotions I couldn't quite name at the moment. But if you willing, we can do this together. So do you trust me? Even though I've seen it many times, seeing him all serious and sincere is and will probably always be a shock to me for some reason. I'm always speechless when he does. But this time he's looking straight at me and it was a little overwhelming. I obviously lost my train of thought for a minute, but then I snapped myself answer his question. I do. He gave a slightly goofy smile, but you can tell the serious air around was still there. Then let's do it. The very weird feeling I was having just now, a very proud feeling where I thought Naruto grew up smashed into thousands of pieces. Come on, put your hand in, let's break on 3. What do you think, raising a kid is some kind of sport? I stiffened as Naruto ran his thumb across my cheek, wiping away my tears. I was just kidding. Hee, but now since you're not crying anymore and we seem to be on the same page, let's get something to eat. You won't happen to have some ramen now, do you? His last words as he left for the kitchens. I heaved a heavy sigh and plopped down on the sofa. I know I'll have to tell my parents about this whole situation soon, but let's keep that under wraps for now. Also, the deal with the Hokage, we still have missions, of course. I could probably take care of the baby on my own for quite a while, a few days army least, but Naruto may need some work. But let's hope it doesn't come both if us being away at the same time, especially before we tell people. He stand up and head towards the kitchen, thinking maybe I should really make something to eat. The road ahead is going to be an interesting one. Chapter 12, last chapter. Normal POV. Naruto. So, what are we doing? We're having a meeting. So why aren't we starting? We are waiting for someone. But Haru's asleep. Not Haru, you idiot. Knock knock. Oh, he's here. Who's here? Who's he? Ino, wait up. Rushing to the door, Ino open it to reveal Konoha's last Uchiha. Sasuke? What are you doing here? Naruto asked coming up behind Ino. I dunno know. Ask Blondie number 2 over there. She insisted I come. She Sasuke said in a bored tone pointing at Ino. He's here for our meeting? What meeting? Just come in. Let's all sit down and I'll explain. A quote meeting. You want to leave him with a baby? You want to leave me with a baby? Is that so much of a bad idea? Ino asked almost innocently. Do I look I could babysit a kid? I have as much experience as this dimwit over here. The Uchiha almost annoyed points at Naruto. Hey, at least I don't scare kids. Calm down both of you, Ino shouted, fist hitting the table. Good now. Sasuke, you may tell me what your thoughts are, she said calmly. Well, first of all, shouldn't keeping your secret be enough for me in this situation? And why would you even think I'd agree to this? I don't even know how to take care of kids. I see. Is it because you don't know how to take care of a kid? Yes. No, wait, no. Wait. Knock knock in Sana's voice. Comment if you get the reference. Thumbs up. Sasuke leaned back into his chair and gave an annoyed grunt, embarrassed at his stuttering, as Ino got up to answer the door. Who is it? Ino? Hi, it's me, Hinata. Hinata. Ino made a thoughtful pause before turning the handle to open the door. Hinata, hey, what's up? Well, I haven't seen you around for a while and neither has anyone else, and I was wondering if you were all right. I didn't know if you were sick, but I brought a fruit basket. Hinata said, holding up the basket. Thanks, Hinata, but I'm perfectly fine. I've just been doing stuff at home. Hinata smiled warmly, knowing INO was okay. Hinata was still shy, but not as much as she used to be, and has definitely become stronger, physically and mentally. After a few seconds of smiling, INO grew curious. Hinata, you've been helping out with kids in the hospital and even kindergartens these days, right? So I assume you're good with kids. Well, I guess you could say that I don't know exactly how the children feel about me, but I do enjoy taking care of them, the Hyuga said with shy smile. I see. INO nodded, still contemplating on her thoughts. Why do you ask though? Well, you. Hinata watched INO stumble over her words for a while, before she grew a bit worried. INO, are you Elera? Before she could finish, Hinata was pulled into the apartment, the door already closed behind her. INO, Hinata, I need to tell you something, and I'm only telling you because we may need your help, INO said, looking a bit nervous. What is it? And we? Hey INO, why are you? Oh hey Hinata. What brings you here? Naruto, both stunned ninjas, silently questioned the situation but looked at INO for answers, in which she gave a deep sigh. I guess we should get to explaining now. Hinata was shocked but didn't really think much on why Naruto was in INO's apartment, and come to think of it, she hadn't really seen Naruto in a while either. But now she was super confused as to why the Uchiha was here. She was brought out of her thoughts as INO sat at the table, Naruto besides her and Sasuke across from them. So, Hinata, I guess I should fill you in. After explaining to Hinata, thank God she doesn't faint anymore, or have feeling for Naruto any either. Well, INO said. The room was silent for a while, her brain processing the information. Before she spoke up, you said you might need my help with something. What is it? Hinata said, surprisingly calm, but eyes staring straight at the table surface. Well, since you're good with kids, you can maybe help out Sasuke. Who said I would or wanted to do this anyway? Sasuke protested, getting a bit more annoyed with the situation. Well, why won't you then? Because what? Because I, as much as it pains me to say this, Naruto piped up, maybe we will need your help. And think about, you can be like an uncle, besides it's not like you have to do it alone. That is if Hinata agrees to help us. Naruto said, his attention turning to Hinata, her eyes just roaming. Well, a /n, is this a valid baby crying noise /text it? Haru, awake. I'll get him, said a little awkwardly. The room fell silent, with Haru's cries died down and INO entering the kitchen with him. Hinata. This is Haru. Hinata, like everyone else, was shocked at how Haru looked so much like them both. She could only stare for a few seconds. We know he looks a lot like us, but he's not ours. Believe me, we would remember that, INO said, leaning over to give her a better look at the baby. Do you want to hold him? Sure. The room was soon quiet again, everyone monitoring Hinata's facial expression and awaiting her answer. Even Sasuke looked eager to know her reaction. I'll do it, she answered suddenly. But the other ninjas in the room were a bit shocked. What? Naruto asked in disbelief. I said I'll do it, I'll help you. But you said I can't tell anyone? This brought INO out of her state of disbelief. Why yes. No, you can't tell anyone, yet at least. We're raising a kid, so it's obvious we can't keep it a secret forever. But just until we get used to it and can handle this well, you understand? Yes. Well, it's all settled. Wait, Sasuke? I'll agree for now. Yes. We should get into details then. Question. Hinata said, cradling Haru. How come you didn't get Sakura in on this? She is closer to you guys than I am. No, both blondes said in unison. Okay. Even I agree with them on that. Even this dumbass is better with kids than she is, Sasuke said in a bored tone, pointing at Naruto. Hey, hello. Chapter 13, Mystery. Normal POV. Sasuke said he'd help me move my stuff in tomorrow. Okay, and maybe I'll buy a few cabinets and stuff to put my stuff in. And maybe I'll dye my hair red and run around the village naked. Yeah. INO, what? You're not listening to me. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking. Okay, it's been a few months and I honestly forgot what I was gonna write. Downcast face, with sweat, downcast face, with sweat, downcast face, with sweat. Thinking about what? Do you have to ask? Naruto gave Ino a weird look inside. Look, I know you're worried, for now, although I don't think it's all that appropriate to think about it like this. But just for now, till we get used to it, let's just pretend like we're playing house or something. Playing house? Yeah, as stupid as that sounds. I guess I get where you're coming from, so I'll go along with it. Ino surrendered and stood up and made her way to the bedroom, which made Naruto beam at making her feel better. That's the spirit. By the way, what time is Hinata coming over again? We agreed to around 5, so she'll be here in a few minutes. It's good I got her help. With her being the heiress of a noble clan and occasionally having to take care of younger clan members, she's obviously good with children. Naruto POV. Yup, she'd make a good mom someday, I said, slipping on my shoes. I decided to clean up my apartment a bit and get my stuff in order before moving my stuff out tomorrow with Sasuke, because I know he'd chew my head off if I took too long. Before heading out the door, I questioned Ino on whether or not we need anything at the store, to which she replied to snacks and chocolate. Everyone, including her, always ridicule me and my undying love for ramen, but she gets to eat all the snacks she wants and strange enough she doesn't get fat. Reaching the store and picking up said snacks and a few ramen packs, I hesitantly made my way towards the diapers that seemed to be staring at me. I know we didn't them right now, but doing this now and getting it over with is better than rushing to get them when we need it. Headed to the cashier and paid for my stuff, I felt like I stole something and everyone was staring at me. Collecting my change and walking, I still felt like a runaway convict. Maybe I should just let Ino do baby shopping. We've been back to the village a while now. Haven't run into too many people we closely know, which is great, cause you know, less explaining and less questions. Hey Naruto, shit, oh Kakashi-sensei. Hey, I choked out trying to force a smile. I heard your last mission was what, weeks? Or even a month ago and I haven't seen you once? Oh yeah. Well, I've just been busy with personal stuff. Yeah, personal stuff. Oh, I see. Hokage stuff. You do look a little pale. Tsunade must be working and testing you, huh? Kakashi chuckled. My sweat dropped. He testing? Yeah, I guessed you could say that. I didn't feel safe standing in the open talking to Kakashi-sensei. It's not like I don't want to talk to him, but I don't feel like explaining my current situation to him right now, and same goes for any bystanders or any of my friends that happen to be passing. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto. Oh god. Kurama, just do me a favor and kill me. Ino POV. It's crazy how Naruto seems so calm. Play house, he said. He's like the last guy I thought I'd be playing house with, I thought as he chuckled to myself, sitting up from the bed. I looked over at Haru, who was currently awake, just quietly and curiously staring at the curtains blowing lightly next to the bed window. Naruto and I can't agree enough how he looks so much like us both. It's crazy. Like we'd know if we both, did something, and we both met his mother, so there's no way. Hinata should be coming over soon. I should take Haru into the living room. We should really get him a grib thought and some proper blankets. A knock erupted throughout the quiet apartment, signaling Hinata was probably here. Coming! I shouted, scooping up Haru in my arms and heading to the door. Shifting Haru in my hands, I sliced open the door with one hand. Hinata, I'm glad. Normal POV. Let's just say it wasn't Hinata. Chapter 14. Dating? Normal POV. Hinata should be coming over soon. I should take Haru into the living room. We should really get him a grib thought and some proper blankets. A knock erupted throughout the quiet apartment, signaling Hinata was probably here. Coming! I shouted, scooping up Haru in my arms and heading to the door. Shifting Haru in my hands, I sliced open the door with one hand. Hinata, I'm glad. Shikamaru? Ino froze, not knowing what to do or say, and Shikamaru immediately noticed the child in her hands. I see you're babysitting. That's new, he said lazily but observantly, staring at the curious baby, breaking the silence between them. Anyway, I just dropped by to see how you were doing. I haven't seen you in a while, and I haven't heard you taking any missions, so what up? Ino was having a mental meltdown. Well, you... personal stuff and be babysitting, yeah. Babysitting, as you can see, the blonde said, nervously laughing and pointing the baby as if to prove her point. I see. Who kids is that anyway? It looks a lot like you mixed with someone else, but I just can't put my finger on it. Ino went pale as Shikamaru observed the child again. It was hard and a little weird having the kid look almost exactly like Ino and Naruto combined as if he were their own. Then going on to explain he wasn't theirs, but then again going to explain he is now kinda theirs. Maybe she should just tell him it couldn't be as bad as, eventually, telling her parents. Shikamaru, hello? Coming out of her thoughts, Ino looked past Shikamaru to see Hinata. Oh, Hinata, hey, here to see Ino? Yes. We sorta have plans, the Hyuga said with a bright smile, then turned Ino. Ino, sorry I'm late. I had things to tidy up first at the compound. It's all right. Well, I leave you two to it then since you seem to be busy, Ino, I'll see you around. The so-called lazy said while turning on his heels. Okay, bye. Hinata slipped inside while Ino closed the door, letting out a long sigh. My God, was that close? The blonde muttered. The Hyuga hummed in agreement, letting the other female has a slight breather. Back with Naruto plus small recap. I didn't feel safe standing in the open talking to Kakashi-sensei. It's not like I don't want to talk to him, but I don't feel like explaining my current situation to him right now, and same goes for any bystanders or any of my friends that happen to be passing. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, oh God. Kurama, just do me a favor and kill me. Hey. Sakura. Naruto felt like he was being cornered, as he unconsciously took tiny steps back from his teammate and sensei, desperately trying to hide the contents in his bag behind his back. Kakashi and Sakura greeted each other, both ninjas totally oblivious to the blonde's inner turmoil. After the pleasantries, Sakura turned to Jumpy Blonde with a knowing smirk. So Naruto, how's Ino doing? The pinkett, /n, is that even a word? Drawled out nonchalantly, her grin growing wider as said Blonde paled. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Why would you ask Naruto? He said, glancing at them both. Naruto felt like he'd strunk under their gazes, as he held the bag behind his back for dear life. She dash. Didn't you hear Kakashi-sensei? Naruto and Ino are dating. The pinkett said with almost shit-eating grin. Naruto and Ino dating? The copy ninja repeated, not believing what he was hearing. When the last time they actually had a mission together, Naruto was still clearly all over his pink-headed female teammate. Really? Well, Naruto was cut off, not knowing if to feel relieved or worried at being stopped from explaining, but chose the latter at hearing Sakura continue. Of course, really, he was at her apartment early in the morning, shirtless and everything. I bet you guys had a busy night. /n while you try waking up at ungodly hours of the night and morning to feed a kid and change diapers, Sakura. She added, throwing Naruto a smirk and a nooged at the last part. The color fortunately returned to Naruto's face, but only to be replaced by a flush of pink at what Sakura was insinuating. No, you dash. Well, Naruto, I would have guessed you to bloom already and before Sasuke. And with Ino no less. I mean, I'm not that kind of sensei, but Ino. Wow, didn't know you were that kind of guy. The copy ninja said, sounding quite surprised and almost impressed. Naruto was frozen, red in the face and brain, not functioning. What was he to do? What was he to say? I just remembered. I have to see Lady Tsunade. If I'm late, she might have my head. See you guys later, Sakura said, waving and jogging away, totally oblivious to the mess she left behind. Naruto's mind was running, contemplating if to just make a run for it or just make up an excuse to leave. He knows he's in deep now. What if Sakura already told other people? What if this was all just a big mistake? Maybe they should just give up. Maybe. I think I'm over-exaggerating this. Naruto, said ninja, was brought out of his brooding, face still red, by Kakashi, whose voice was now laced with concern. The bag he fought so hard to hide was now positioned in front of him like a support blanket. Are you okay? You looked worried? Is it something with Ino? His voice died in his throat, not knowing what to say. If he did just make a run for it, he was certain that Kakashi would find him and make him spill. He normally wouldn't, but now that he's seen his reaction and thinks it's about relationships, and he obviously won't go to Sakura. Or Sasuke. Because it's Sasuke. That just leaves his sensei. So he'd just have to come up with something. Hopefully Kakashi was better at keeping things a secret. I'm looking at you, Sakura. So that it doesn't blow up again in his face. Hey, come on. Let's talk, Kakashi finally said, taking him by the shoulder, leading him to a restaurant and sitting them both at the back of it where they won't be overheard or disturbed. Chapter 15. Should stay in Ika paradise. Hey, come on. Let's talk, Kakashi finally said, taking him by the shoulder, leading him to a restaurant and sitting them both at the back of it where they won't be overheard or disturbed. Naruto POV. My feet just walked in whatever Kakashi-sensei pushed me in, and before I knew it I was seated in the far back of some restaurant. Recomposing myself, I heaved a heavy sigh, never being so thankful in my life that Sakura was gone. /n the beginning of his redemption winking face with tongue. Looking around, I noticed Kakashi was not in front but rather at the front counter probably buying stuff to distract me. He better be paying. I mumbled, relaxing a bit more and trying to figure out a cover story to tell Kakashi. Normal POV. Kakashi stood at the front counter waiting for his small order of burgers. He thought he probably should have taken him to Ichiraku. Because, well, it's Naruto, but this place was the closest. He studied Naruto features. The boy looked like he was deep in thought, which is not always a good sign because, again, it's Naruto. He looked both nervous and worried. Girl problems. Kakashi never thought he'd see the day. He knew it would have to happen someday, but the present results were both amusing, yet worrying, as seeing the worried state the young blonde was in at the moment. INO Yamanaka. He wondered how that happened, just as he was thinking before Sakura left. From all he observed the last time he saw Naruto, the blonde was still head over heels for Sakura. What changed so suddenly? He couldn't even imagine what kind of interaction took place between the two blondes. And what's this he hears about Naruto being at Ino's apartment early in the morning and shirtless? No less. They didn't have dash. Hey, race your order, sir. A young server said from behind the counter, called cutting the copy ninja from his thoughts and accusations. Thanks, paying for food and nodding in thanks. Kakashi cautiously approached the still brooding blonde, who didn't seem to notice him till he set the trays down on the table. He seemed a bit startled but didn't look up from staring at some random spot on THR table. This isn't good, 'cause goddammit Naruto, you're supposed a ninja. Be aware of your surroundings. It's bad enough I practically kidnapped you and brought you into this restaurant. He probably doesn't even know where we are. This is bad. Sitting down slowly, he finally coughed the younger's gaze, who himself looked cautious and slightly nervous. Here, you look hungry, Kakashi uttered warily, pushing a burger towards him. Naruto slowly took the burger, choking out a quite thank you gaze go to the food in his hand and staying there as he began unwrapping and eating it. Kakashi began eating soon afterwards. A heavy silence becoming the two ninja. A few minutes passed, nothing was said, and both men were almost finished with their burgers. Naruto was eating unusually slow and his gaze never once met the older ninjas. By this point, Kakashi came to the conclusion that something was definitely wrong. But how wrong? Was it really something with INO? Or was it something else? He did get all speechless when Sakura brought up him and INO, but on the other hand, he did look a little jumpy, like he'd been caught doing something when Kakashi just said hi to him, before Sakura even showed up. Sighing and deciding to take a gamble with his options, he decided to go with the obvious and easier questions. Girl problems. The boy was obviously new to relationships, so maybe something happened and he just didn't know how to deal with it. Putting down his drink, he decided to just go for it. So, you and INO are dating? The younger froze, a few seconds passing before he finally sighed and dropped his almost finished burger. He looked up, finally meeting his sensei's questioning gaze. I guess you can say that. So it is true. Never thought I'd see Naruto and INO together. I always seen him going either Sakura or even the Hyuga Gurk's way. I guess he has taste. INO is very pleasing to the eye. Well, congrats then, but don't get upset. But you don't seem too sure about things? Don't you? You know, like her? Well, I guess I do. Naruto answered, now fiddling Whitey his fingers, gaze returning downwards but occasionally glancing at Kakashi. You still don't sound too sure? No answered. Maybe they were drunk, the copy ninja thought. It would explain why he's acting like he's been caught red-handed with something. Naruto, do maybe feel like I don't know. Like maybe it was a mistake. Naruto's head snapped up, his eyes widening a good bit. A mistake? Does he know about Haru? But how? That old bat must have told him? The blonde thought frantically. Naruto dash. And no, you got it all wrong. It was all my idea, INO. She just agreed to it. He replied quickly, slumping into his seat. Silence fell again. Both ninjas thinking of the situation. Two different situations, mind you, face with tears of joy. Naruto's idea? I never thought he'd be the one insinuating stuff, especially with his first time and with somebody like INO nonetheless, cause let's face it, the girl is, well, grown to put it lightly. The copy broed. Naruto, however, mind was racing. I can't believe she told him, and, oh my god, does Sakura really know? And I can't believe he was interrupted but Kakashi's hand that was now resting on his shoulder. A concerned and almost determined glint his eyes. Naruto, you know I'm here for, and I can't force you, but it's better if there's anything you want to talk about concerning these sort of things, you can't talk to me. So come on, what was it? Did you guys already have a disagreement? Did she claim you didn't satisfy her enough? Or wait, satisfy her? The blonde questioned as he frowned. Yes, seeing as it's your first time, it's possible that first time. Naruto's nervous expression was replaced with one of utter confusion. Exactly, by the way, were either of you perhaps a bit intoxicated at the TI ? Intoxicate? What does us being drunk have to do with any of this? We were on a mission. Naruto spat out, this conversation not helping at all, and now he's even more confused. You were on a mission? Oh, Naruto, as badass as that sounds, you really shouldn't have little Randavus on mission. It sound like something that would be in Ika paradise and should stay in Ika paradise. You really should to get reckless. Kakashi finish in a very authoric tone. But Naruto just sat there gaping at his sensei. The word confused could not ever describe how he felt and how little he understood at that moment. Trying to compose himself, he cleared his throat and spoke as calmly as he could. Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. Kakashi frowned, thinking that since his pupil did the deed of becoming a man, even though he's somewhat confused by it, that he would have a little understanding than what he's letting on. But no, he's just as denke as ever. Guess he'd just have to plainly spelled it out for him. I'm talking about you and INO having sex now. What? Chapter 16. It's kinda like a filler, please don't kill me. Normal POV. Naruto didn't know if to feel relieved or not. He probably should, since whatever Kakashi was talking about could be cleared up. But if Kakashi thought something like that was the reason he was on edge, if he told him it wasn't true, what was he gonna tell him? I have no choice. Fine, you're right. I did sleep, INO. The blonde managed to choke out. And? The copy ninja urged on. And what? How was it? What happened? 'Cause it's obviously bothering you. Naruto POV. I didn't reply right away. Dragging my hands over my face, I sighed for the umpteenth time. What have I gotten myself into? Look, it wasn't about the sex, and also it didn't happen on our mission, just so we're clear. I managed to choke out quickly. I could feel my face heating up a bit. Someone please save me. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Then is it the relationship itself? I said nothing. I don't where this was going, but I didn't like it. I heard Kakashi as he sat forward. If it's not about being intimate, let's start simple. Just name something you like about INO. The question itself sounded easy and harmless enough, but for some reason I found my face heating up again. Something I like about INO, well, she's of course a strong kunoichi, and she's pretty, I guess. You guess. Look, I'm new to this, okay? Hey, loser. I was cut off by a voice I've been so happy to hear. Oh, Sasuke. It's been a while. How was your mission? Kakashi greeted Sasuke, his attention fortunately leaving me. Sasuke moved closer to the table but didn't sit down, his face almost scanning ours before he spoke. It was fine, I was just to retrieve some scrolls from the land of water. Anyway, Kakashi-sensei, mind if I borrow the dope? We need to talk. He finished, voice almost devoid of emotion. I've never been so thankful in my life, the Uchiha. Kakashi glanced at me, but I pretended I didn't notice. A few seconds passed before I heard a reply. I suppose. Sure. I'll see you around, Naruto. He said, and laying his hand on my shoulder and saying, and hang in there. At that I felt my face heat up a bit as he picked up the remaining scaps on the table and walking past Sasuke with a nod. We both silently watched as Kakashi exited the restaurant. A few seconds after his exit, Sasuke sat down in front of me, his emotionless face being painted with a small smirk. What? That was quite the conversation you two were having. You were listening? I spat out, uncontrollably flustered, glaring at Sasuke's amused smirk. I swear I don't know if I should feel good since he's showing more emotion and acting more, well, brotherly towards me since this whole situation. but at the same time it's almost like he's enjoying my suffering. Not that this whole thing with Haru is punishment. We just need to get used to it and for the moment keep it a secret. How much did you hear? Sasuke's smirk minimized but was still there enough. I sighed, relaxing now that Kakashi was gone with all his questions. Thanks, I guess. Thankfully, he didn't say anything snarky and just hummed in recognition and stared out the window. So, you said you wanted to talk to me, what is then? I lied. Oh, he just wanted to help. A ghost of a smile graced my lips but didn't last long as I was being yanked out of my seat. What are? Since you're here, we might as well go to my house. I nodded dumbly and just followed the Uchiha to his district, which still only he lives. Back with the girlies. Normal POV. The two Kunoichi sat at the kitchen table, making light conversation. Naruto was gone for quite a while, but they hardly noticed as they continued in fun small talk they never really had until now. Hinata was holding baby Haru so he could get familiar with her. So, Hinata. The blonde started nervously to the Hyuga in front of her. This whole thing with me and Naruto has kind of put us in awkward positions, especially looking at how our relationship was before, and I don't want you to feel. INO was cut off but a giggle. INO, I've already told you guys, I don't feel that way about Naruto anymore, so don't worry. The only thing that still kinda embarrasses is how hopelessly obvious I was and that everyone knew, she finished with a slight blush. Everyone except the idiot himself. The blonde said, making a face. Maybe that was an IS for the best. Okay. But INO, a big smirk grew on INO's face. So you have your eyes on anyone else? INO's old gossip's habits were kicking in again. On the other hand, Hinata, whose eye were on the baby, nonchalantly answered no, causing INO's smirk to drop. I see, then is there anything in particular you like about a guy? Hinata's gaze didn't leave Haru, but she answered, well, I've never liked anyone in that way besides Naruto, and he has many different wonderful qualities and he's very handsome. But I can't really think of anything or even how I want my ideal man to look or act like. Chapter 17 Baby Clothes. Naruto POV. We arrived at Sasuke's house a while ago and I just sat outside on stairs waiting for Sasuke, who was inside, to come out. I've been looking around a while. Since Sasuke's family were clan heads, it obvious their house was the biggest and others' houses surrounding it. It was amazing but also kinda sad how even though it's been years, the place still looked like very much habitat, bit unkept and very dusty but lovable no less, but it was just empty, almost a graveyard of memories for the village and especially for Thier remaining Uchiha. I wonder how he could find the heart to stay here all alone. Hey dope, stop daydreaming. I turn around to see Sasuke with a big box in his hands. Before I could ask questions, he sat down on the top step beside me and pushed the box between us and opened it. The box was a really dusty, but it seemed to be sealed really tight, seeing as he used a kunai to open it. Once opened, he reached inside and pulled out. Is that a tiny light blue onesie? He asked, tilting my head. You need clothes for the kid, don't you? He stated more than he questioned. Yeah, we do. It would be suspicious if we went looking or buying clothes ourselves. But are you sure you want to? The blonde trailed off, looking at the Uchiha, who sighed and turned to him. If you're thinking these are family stuff I'm giving, technically you're wrong. As you must know, we were clan heads getting gifts from almost everyone in the clan, so we had extra stuff Mom never used but never got rid of either. Sasuke sighed one more time and stood up. So, shut up and take it. Naruto stayed quiet at this, then turned his attention back to the box. A small smile crept onto his face, suddenly turning into a toothy grin, directing it towards the Uchiha. Thanks, Sasuke. Whatever. I'm back, I shouted, sliding into the apartment, box still in hand, so I shut the door with my feet. INO suddenly came in and stated, shushing me. I just put Haru down. Oh, sorry. I'm back, I whispered with chuckle, to which INO gave me a weird look and diverted her attention to the box in my hand. What's that? Clothes and stuff for Haru, as I said, walking past her to set the box down on the living room couch. What? You bought clothes? I thought we agree not to do things that might be suspicious? INO said in a frantically whisper. Relax, I didn't go shopping. They're from Sasuke. Sasuke? Uchiha. What other Sasuke do we both know? INO just stared at me for a while, then gave a thought-processing the move to sit on the couch at the other side of the box, opening it up. Thankfully, she didn't ask questions and just started looking through the articles of clothes, silently articles of clothing. Relaxing a bit more, I just watched her quietly. Her lips curl up a lot at each different piece of clothing, probably found them all cute in their own right. She would also make this almost thoughtful expression and pressing her fingers to her chin when she was pairing off some of the outfits. Normal POV. INO was still go through the clothing, both blondes in a comfortable silence. Naruto still hasn't come to the conclusion that he was in fact staring. Moving from INO's reactions, he was just studying her face and features in general. They were both blue-eyed blondes, but their shades were no doubt different. Like her eyes, they were like sparkling pools in the moonlight. Her looked really soft. She had it in her usual ponytail, except her whole face was fully visible, only a few small, loose strands of hair framing her face. Her lips, Naruto. The blonde eyes widen in realization of what he was doing. His cheeks burning a bit, he turned to the other with a nervous smile, hoping she didn't notice so she wouldn't have to explain herself. Why yeah, daydreaming I see. Anyway, he asked you which shade of these blue shoes would go well with this? INO a little too excitedly said, motioning to a white one-piece suite and holding up 2 pairs of tiny blue baby shoes. Different shades. Naruto looked between the two, then looked at INO. Before he could even process what to say, he opened his mouth and pointed at the left pair. Theses, they match your eyes, they're cute. I mean. Naruto immediately looked away, catching himself and not knowing what to say. It was silent for a moment and Naruto dared peek up to see INO just staring at the pair he chose. Finally, she looked back up at him, to which he almost flinched before she gave a small smile and a cute giggle. Thanks, she beamed, placing the chosen shoes and suit together, then went back to looking through the box. Naruto sat there, face burning even more for some reason, and he didn't know why. Taking a deep breath to cool himself down, he stood up from the couch. I gonna take a shower, okay? INO hummed in acknowledgement as he turned to leave. Stopping at the door, he glanced at INO one last time and frowned, wondering what was coming over him. Was INO always this pretty? Chapter 18. It's not like INO POV. That numbskull has been acting weird since yesterday. I wonder, was it something I said? Or something Sasuke said? Sai can't really worry about it now, cause the one thing we feared is happening. We've got a mission, and I mean me and Hinata. Naruto should be alright for a few hours, but I might be gone for about 3 or 4 days. I trust him, but was he gonna be alright? And Hinata is coming with me, so she can't help out. Make sure to wash behind his ears and around his neck and test his bottle on your forearm like so before you give his ski, sure it's not too hot. And also, INO. I looked up to see Naruto with a big smile holding a very awake and bright-eyed Haru. We'll be fine. I've been here the whole time watching. I know what to do. Fine. I sighed, taking Haru in for a hug and just starting baby talking to him. A habit I kinda picked up now, since he's so damn adorable. Plus a great conversationist when nobody's around. I'm kidding, he can't talk PFFF. You two behave yourself now. Mommy's gonna be back soon, okay? Okay. I was pleased by the smile that decorated his features and was about to hand him over to Naruto. Haru in his hands, Naruto starting giving me a weird look. Okay, so I should. What's that look for? Nothing. It's just that you called yourself mommy. I did. Yup, you did. Then I guess that makes me daddy. The taller concluded by himself with a goofy grin. Come on, Haru, daddy's gonna be with you all day. Turning to go back to the living room, he called out, have a save mission, INO. At that, I opened the door and headed towards the Hokage office to meet up with the rest of the team. Naruto POV. INO left about an hour ago, and surprisingly Haru was still awake. I wonder if he missed INO already. I was laying on INO's bed staring at Haru's hand-made mobile, which was basically a bunch of strings, brightly colored paper, and tiny colorful INO's creation. But it was keeping Haru seemingly entertained, so it didn't matter what it was made out of. I heard Hinata was to go on the mission with INO, so she couldn't come over just in case, which INO seemed very worried about. Did she think I couldn't handle Haru alone? Well, we'll show her, won't we, Haru? I chuckled, looking over to the baby. INO has got me doing her little baby talk to he. I couldn't help but think back to earlier when she called herself mommy, and being the playfully guy I am, I just went along with it and said, I'm daddy, mommy, and daddy. I gave an almost nervous chuckle as I turned to Haru. It's almost like we're married, ain't it, little buddy? Heh. I felt my face heating up. Married to INO. Yeah, right. We just have a mutual understanding in that Haru takes priority. Yeah. And I mean, I really don't mind INO, she's really nice. Well, when she's not screaming at you. She can cook and always asks me if I'm hungry or if I eaten though. She doesn't let me eat ramen. And she's actually really nice to talk to. The other day, she dissipated in my dumb conversation about the domestic use of kunai knives. She actually admitted she buttered her bread ones with a kunai knife. I couldn't hold in my laughter at that. She's crazy. She didn't hit me about saying something silly like Sakura would, or when talking to somebody like Hinata, with me doing mostly all of the talking. And a plus, she didn't call me a dumb blue-eyed blonde, cause, well, you know why. It's really freshing. I never thought I'd bound with her of all people and this much, but we can't stay like this forever. We both have our own life, our own possible love interests. Well, not love, like maybe, but it's not like I like her or anything. Well, I do, but not in that. Why would I? Just because nice and funny and pretty, like really pretty, or wahahaha. I was startled out of my mental conflict by Haru's cry. Some ninja, I am being startled by a baby. He must be hungry. Damn, I forgot to set a bottle beforehand. Okay, Naruto's got you. I cooed, scooping him up in my arms, and headed to the kitchen. Haru quieted down. I suppose I should still feed him. After making Haru's formula, feeding him, he shortly went on like a light. And now I was left to my own devices. There really wasn't anything to do. The apartment was spotless. Even my room, INO made sure I did, and I already did the dishes. Sighing and plopping down on the couch, my mind began wandering again. To INO. Remembering what I was thinking about earlier, my face immediately started heating up. I felt weird. Maybe I was hot? Yeah. Maybe. Deciding to not dwindle on it anymore, I grabbed a towel from my room and headed towards the shower in INO's room. She gave me permission to use her shower and bed while she's away to be closer to Haru. Getting into the shower, immediately turned on the shower. Feeling the cool water run down my body, I felt really relaxed. But turning to my right to better wet my whole body, I made the mistake of opening my eyes and looking up. There at the top of the shower curtain, my gaze was met with one of INO's signature purple bras. Chapter 19, Resistance, Naruto POV. There at the top of the shower curtain, my gaze was met with one of INO's signature purple bras. My face was practically burning and alarms were going off in my head. Look away. Look away. Look away. Look away. I felt like such a pervert, but I couldn't. I've seen INO wearing normal clothes, clearly not wearing a bra, but it never bothered me. Why am I so embarrassed now? Turning back to my shower, which wasn't really helping me anymore. My mind was racing. INO was definitely bigger than Sakura. Sakura. If I think about Sakura, my beloved Sakura, then whatever this is I'm feeling will stop. I can't face INO like this. Squeezing my eyes tight, I concentrated. Sakura's pretty pink hair, pretty green eyes, smooth fair, long legs, curvy hips, pink plush lips, long silky blonde ha. Damn it. Somewhere along the lines of my daydream, my vision somehow morphed into a vision of INO. Getting out of the shower, I dressed and got some of my ninja weapons, deciding to clean and polish them, to get whatever I was thinking off my mind. What was wrong with me? With INO? INO POV. This was a simple mission. Just to transport, collecting, and distributing scrolls to be exact. We were to visit 4 different villages to acquire, drop off, then return, and it should take about 6 days to complete and return. While I was in the Hokage's office receiving the briefing on the mission, along with Hinata, Kiba, Choji, and 2 other jounin I wasn't too familiar with, I could feel the Hokage's gaze burning into me, probably wanting to know how Naruto and I's situation was going, and how we're handling it. I bet I wasn't even particularly needed for this mission. She probably just wants to test us. Figures. I know this would come sooner or later, but I always thought it would be Naruto getting all the long mission, since that's what he's used to, can never stay still. While for me, I love being a ninja and serving my village, but believe it or not, I wouldn't mind tending to my family's flower shop more than often. We've often talked about letting me take over, expanding, or maybe just opening one myself. A quiet village life didn't sound so bad, especially after the war. Definitely didn't need another one of those. We had been traveling for a few hours now, and Hinata suggested we take QA breath, the rest of us gladly agreeing. Choji, Kiba, and the other 2 we learned names were Yamada and Sato sat down and began to rest in different spots. Sitting down on a boulder a fair distance away from the guys, I pulled out my water and began to drink. I don't think our arrangement banks with both of us out here, Hinata said quietly, taking a seat next to me. taking out her own water. Nope. It definitely doesn't. I sighed. It's alright. I'm sure Naruto will be fine. Yeah, I hope so. I mumbled, sighing once more. I mean, I guess it should be fine. I shouldn't be so worried anyway. It's not like I need to breastfeed Haru or anything. Naruto knows how to properly bottle feed and burp. He seemed perfectly capable of taking care of Haru, at least for a while, even while I wasn't there, so I guess it's fine. Just hope he doesn't do anything stupid, like going outside with Haru. Even though I do think he could use some fresh air, some outside time, a walk. Maybe it's not the time right now, especially since we agreed to keep this whole situation under wraps for a while. And I'm pretty sure Lady Hokage isn't so unreasonable as to send Naruto on a mission also. Would she though? She wouldn't, right? A few silence minutes later, we settled back up and continued on our way. I was a little anxious to get this mission done and over with. Hope the other didn't notice. Normal POV. The blonde ninja was currently deciding what to dress Haru in. He figured Haru could use some fresh air, and personally him as well. Everything reminds him of INO, which couldn't be helped because it was her goddamn apartment. He couldn't go on like this. He wouldn't have to come back, and INO would be back in a few days. But he thought if he could just clear his head a bit, he could get over whatever he was feeling. But obviously, he couldn't just go walking around anywhere in the village. People would surely ask, and he might run into some he knew. The only person who he could be around with Haru was Sasuke, and he definitely was in the village in the Uchiha compound. He's been fixing it up recently, making it more livable, he thought. So that's where he would be heading. The Uchiha to hang out with Sasuke, plus the forests behind and near the district were pretty empty, so he could take a leisurely stroll with Haru through them. Clothing Haru in mini dark blue long sleeve with long white bottoms. Uchiha colors, obviously. And to his dismay, he dressed himself in a black t-shirt and green pants. He concluded if he didn't wear his normal colors, it would help him not stand out. Picking up the wide-awake Haru and wrapping him snugly in a blue blanket, he locked the doors from the inside and exited through the window, 'cause not suspicious at all, right? Okay, hold on, little buddy, he said enthusiastically, jumping down soft, trying guard to jostle Haru too much that he would get scared. It was about midday and the neighborhood was fairly quiet, but he's sure the square and central would be bustling. Heading a slight ways almost between the two, Naruto treaded swiftly but cautiously to district via rooftop. Fortunately, no other ninjas in sight, and the few civilians he passed either paid him no mind or didn't see him at all. Almost there, little buddy. Chapter 20. Conviction. Normal POV. Fortunately, no trouble. No one recognized or stopped him, and he could see the Uchiha district coming in sight. Naruto took a quick glance down at Haru. His sparkling blue orbs were wide open, staring upwards, probably at the bright, also blue sky and passing clouds. Holding Haru a little tighter and closer, Naruto dropped down from the last roof and quickly made his way over to the Uchiha district gates, which held two large steel gates. Slipping through the one gate door that was slightly ajar, he trotted more leisurely-like towards the direction of Sasuke's house. Unwrapping the blanket a bit off of Haru so he could see a bit better, Naruto knocked on Sasuke's door. It swung open a few seconds later. Surprise! Oh, shit, Naruto POV. I would literally make no sense to run. He knows where I live, he knows where INO lives, and it'd be dangerous either way if he went around asking for us anyway. Naruto. And, baby, Kakashi-sensei stared at me from the doorway, his eyes filled with obvious confusion. I can explain. Sensei, who is Sasuke, came to the door, pausing, giving me a once-over, gaze lingering on Haru before he glanced at Kakashi. You idiot, you just had to bring him outside, he said, walking back inside. Shut up, I mumbled, sheepishly pushing past a very confused Kakashi and entering the house. Normal POV. The tree ninjas sat around a table, the blonde avoiding both of the other ninjas' gazes, the Uchiha giving him an almost disappointed look. So, the oldest in the room started off. You're babysitting? He asked almost hopefully. The blonde still could meet eyes as he swollen the lumo in his throat. Sort of. But no, not really, the blonde said meekly. You got someone pregnant. And oh. Heaving a sigh, Naruto finally raised his head to Kakashi. Bring Haru's form a BJT more towards the table and into view. Sighing again, he continued, Kakashi-sensei. This is Haru, he's 4.5 months old and we kind of adopted him. He ended with a nervous smile, trying to read the other's expression. Kakashi's face was blank, eyes blinking more than usual as his mind raced. Momentarily organizing his thought, he's found himself voicing something. "We?" he asked, eyes darting to only other person in the room with an unbelieving scowl. Catching his line of sight of the boys paled in protest and voicing their disgust at the accusation. Clearing his throat, Naruto confirmed he meant INO, not Sasuke, who stood up leaving, walking to the kitchen, as Naruto began spilling everything that happened until now. Kakashi sat there taking in the information. "So Lady Tsunade knows?" "Yes, but I'd appreciate it if you make sure she doesn't find out you know as well. The only people who know about everything besides of course INO and I are Sasuke and Hinata. We'd let to keep this under wraps for a while longer." He finished, hoping he would understand. "I see if that's what you want. But adopting a child I'm sure." The blonde cut in a bit irritated, voice clear and serious. I know what you're gonna say and I appreciate your concern, but INO and I have made up our minds to take on this role. We appreciate if you decided to cooperate or help, but if not, and there's nothing you can say to change our minds and even think about suggesting we give him away or put him up for adoption. I made a promise, and it may have not been the wisest decision at the time, but a promise was made not the less and intend to keep it. Gaze piercing into Kakashi's, the older could see just how serious Naruto was, eyes hard with determination, silently letting Kakashi it wasn't up for debate. The other seemed to get the message. Sighing in defeat, he leaned back in his chair, massaging his temple. Sasuke walked back into the room, not really paying mind to the tense atmosphere. He laid a tray of 3 cups of tea on the table. "Yes, my angsty boy made tea." Sinking in his seat, he grabbed a cup for himself and began wordlessly sipping. The other two unusually quiet, but he knew what happened, heard it all from the kitchen. Naruto was the first to reach for the other cup. Silently standing, he walked over to the couch in the corner, gently laid the still surprisingly awake Haru on the cushions, and sat beside him, properly holding his cup and taking a sip of the warm beverage. The room fell into a tense silence, which for some reason annoyed the Uchiha. Kakashi was carefully watching the blonde, but in return ignored his gaze. Sighing, Sasuke decided to speak up. "So, Naruto, what brings you and Haru to my humble abode?" The blonde dropped the cup from his lips, and face losing its previous solemn look of irrigation. Realization hitting him. "Oh right," he said, placing the cup on the small table near the couch, a bit of excitement and anticipation spreading across his face. "I wanted to take a relaxing walk with Haru, and the woods around the Uchiha district are mostly, well, you know, whispers empty. So I was wondering if I could go there." He ended with nervous. Picking up the cup for another sip, the Uchiha side-eyed the blonde. Momentarily glancing at their sensei-cho, seemed to be lost in thought. "Why are you asking me? Do what you want, idiot." The blonde perked up, not a bit offended at the phrasing of the sentence, knowing that was just the Ravenhead's way of saying, "It's no problem." Picking up Haru in his hands, he peeled off the bag he had around his waist. "Hey Sasuke, mind if I leave this here?" he asked, motioning to the bag that was filled with some of Haru's bottles, diapers, and whatnot. "Boi came prepared." "Whatever," was the Uchiha's replied as he proceeded towards the door. Passing by Kakashi, the blonde paused right behind him. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, mind walking with me?" The blonde didn't really wait for a reply, but the older the take too long as he exited the house right after the blonde. Sasuke sat there calmly drinking the other cup of tea that Kakashi, and might he add rudely, didn't drink. Dramatic idiots. Chapter 21. Okay. Normal POV. The two ninjas strolled quietly under the shade of the tall trees, bits of sunlight slipping through the leaves now and then littering the ground and area with patches of light, as the soft breath gently swayed the branches and leaves. Naruto walked in front, attention mostly on Haru, trying to read the baby's expression if he could, eyes only leaving his features now and then to clarify where he was going. Kakashi walked closing behind, watching the blonde and how he interacted with the child. The older looked on curiously as their walk continued. If he didn't better, he'd think the blonde had forgotten he was there behind him as he began talking and at the baby cooing. A very fond look in the blonde's eye while he did so. He looked like he enjoyed the baby's presence a lot. This went on a few minutes with Naruto occasionally. I'm almost too excitingly showing the younger birds that flew or perched nearby before Naruto settled on an old but firm standing bench under some tree. Kakashi silently taking a seat on the other end of the bench. I'm sorry. Naruto started without a warning. I'm sorry for losing my cool there. I'm just tired of hearing it. I messed up and I dragged INO in with me. I know that. I know what Haru's mother said was a spur of the moment thing. Off course, it was the woman was dying. Naruto's voice slightly rose, pure emotion dripping from his voice. And I know it was stupid of me not to think over a proposition. I just accept not thinking of the long-term goal. For what may seem like a stupid, me raising a child, he murmured, letting out a somber laugh. It's almost unthinkable, but… Naruto paused, clutching the child in his hands a bit tighter as if someone was going to take him, gaze filled with calm determination. But at this point, giving Haru away to anyone else would feel like I'm both abandoning him and disrespecting the last and final wish of a dying mother. And if that so-called promise isn't enough for most people, well, I guess we have disagreement, one that will possibly get violent if not respect. A silence fell between the two as Naruto finished spilling his mind. Kakashi knew that his ex-student could get himself into quite the situations, but this was a lifetime of a situation. And if there's one thing Naruto was, it was stubborn, especially when it came to people and promises. He could maybe get Naruto, and INO, depending on how much she was into this, since they don't even seem to be really dating, to possibly give up on this whole thing and give up. But not anytime soon. They will need time to recognize on their own that they're not ready and they can't do this, resulting in them realizing that giving up would be good for both their future and the child's. The Hokage may have thought of this already. Replaying the earlier conversation in his head, Kakashi mused that not outright taking Haru would cause Naruto and INO to realize the faults of their choice and willingly give up the child. So for now, all Kakashi could do was be his normal supportive self. Okay, was all he uttered out, causing the blonde to look at him in confused disbelief. Okay, yeah, okay, just, okay. What you mean okay? What do you mean, what do I mean okay? I mean that's all. Just okay? Yes, okay. What do you want me to do, talk you out of it? No dash. I mean asterisk sigh asterisk never mind. Thanks. The blonde mumbled after a while, the relief and slight joy clear and recognizable. Kakashi hummed in acknowledgement but felt a bit guilty for playing his student's trust like this. It's not like he was selling him out or sabotaging him, but he wasn't too supportive of the blonde's current choice either. It was good right now for neither his or INO's future. Chapter 22. Normal POV. The two ninjas fell into comfortable silence before Sasuke suddenly walked into the clearing. You guys done being drama queens? Naruto's face turned red with embarrassment, not bothering to answer. The three men silently returned to Sasuke's house where Naruto heated up a bottle for Haru. Naruto, who's gonna take care of Haru when you're gone? Sasuke said, breaking the silence from his seat next to Kakashi. The blonde quirked an eye. What do you mean, where am I going? You know, since INO's gonna kill you for leaving the house with Haru. I like the picture being a buddy and funny with me, but it is not appreciated at my expense. Naruto frowned back at his friend's smirking exterior. I'm very happy you're enjoying yourself and not being angsty, but it's not at appreciate at my big words. Shut up. The two began actively bickering, but not too loud, both wordlessly taking Haru's presences in consideration. Kakashi being all too familiar with this behavior and a little grateful, as since they were fighting instead of literally trying to kill each other, he just nostalgically observed them for a while. That's until he remembered the elephant. Well, baby in the room. His eyes fell to Haru. He innocently sucked on his bottle eyes, anything but sleepy. He still didn't completely support this. How did this happen? How did INO even agree to this? Wait, were they even… Naruto? The bantering immediately ceased, all eyes turning to the copy ninja. Yeah, are you and INO even really together? Naruto's found himself flustered and embarrassed at the simple question. He was suddenly finding it hard to look at him. No, but we… No, he answered meekly. Naruto's growing red face didn't go unnoticed by the other men in the room. Kakashi was the first to speak, his eyebrow risen. Then why's your face red? It's not I, it is. Sasuke chimed in, A/N with a haven't you people. If you're not dating, how would describe your relationship? Kakashi continue. Would you look at the time? I should probably get going. Kakashi didn't question any further but smiled softly under his mask despite his mixed feelings about the situation. One hand, he's still not on board with this whole baby thing and how his and Ino's relationship came to be. But on the other hand, he loves his students, but he's not blind to the sort of love triangle that's been going on between them for years. Though it may not be as bad as when they were younger, to this day Sakura still feelings being infatuated with Sasuke, and Naruto still harboring feeling for the pinkette. At least that's how it was a few months ago. He hasn't seen Sakura and Naruto together in a while, so he couldn't judge from that standpoint. But this was the first time he's seen Naruto so flustered over the mention of another girl. So it's surprising and refreshing. Sensei. Naruto bowed, having packed up Haru's things and scampering to leave. Neither men stopped him in his exit though. Sasuke did leave him with some playful, snarky remarks. Soon the Sharingan student and teacher were left in silence. You don't like it, do you? The Uchiha suddenly said, and Kakashi knew exactly what he meant. No, but I'm not going to do anything. Let's just see how they both handle this first. Sasuke nodded in understanding, downed his drink before Kakashi continued. What part do you play in this? What do you mean? You're obviously helping him. Sasuke scoffed, send an almost too serious look towards his sensei. What makes you think that? Kakashi just gave him a look as if saying, I know you are, making the Uchiha sigh in defeat a few seconds later. They want me to look after the kid in case they both get a side mission simultaneously, but it's not like they need me, they have that Hyuga girl. Hinata Hyuga? He just nodded in confirmation. Kakashi sighed. This was quite situation his students decided to take on. I think I'll head home now. Sasuke just hummed, keeping his seat at the table. Kakashi was almost out the door when he paused and sighed, glanced back, watching his student in the empty room. You sure you want to stay in the district? Or rather house, all by yourself? Sasuke didn't look up but instead glanced around his home, memory-filled home. Some good, some definitely bad. His eyes lingered by a little cushion and basket in the corner, the same one his mother used to sit on diligently knitting and sewing the day away before she would go to the kitchen and prepare whatever meal she felt like making for the family. His gaze stung as he returned it to the table in front of him, answering Kakashi just loud enough to hear. I'll be fine. I'm home. Naruto lucky made it back home around 4 in the afternoon and was again fortunate enough not to get recognized or stopped. He threw off his shoes and other stuff and was now just aimlessly walking around the apartment since Haru looked like he was going to sleep. He was awake longer than usual today, so he was probably exhausted. Naruto got lost in his head backtracking his day to day. Kakashi didn't seem too pleased with his choice, but he would just have to deal with it. He just hope he doesn't talk. This was why he left so suddenly. His face instantly heated him. INO. He wanted to get rid of these weird thoughts, but here he was alone with them again. Oh well, INO's not going to be back again for a day or two, so maybe he has time. Gently putting Haru down, he headed to the shower, first checking for anything that might detract him. Chapter 23. Do better. Normal POV. The days went by quickly and uneventfully, and before he knew it, INO was supposed to be home. Today, Naruto was bored and didn't want to take the chance of going out again. 1, because he probably was just lucky the first time, and 2, because he's already in danger since he left once, and leaving twice might ensure his death, or at least the death of his ears at the hands of INO if she happened to find out. Haru was awake right next to him on the couch, doing the normal baby shtick, staring wide-eyed in curiosity at everything that caught his eye with a tiny fist in his mouth. It was past 12 in the day, so INO should arrive soon. Who knows, she may be in the village already and here any minute. The feeling he had gone. Or at least he thinks so. He didn't feel anything, so that must mean, click, Naruto, I'm back. He didn't make a move yet, but he could tell she was exhausted just by her voice. When she entered the living room, even through her obvious fatigue, she smiled brightly and genuinely at them. She neared them but didn't pick up Haru, only bend them to grate him with baby cooing. Hey there. I'm back. I hope you. She then turned to Naruto with a soft smile. Hope you guys didn't have too much fun without me. He snickered. Yeah, lots of fun. You should take bath, you stink. Whatever. All she did was rolled her eyes and stalk off in the direction of the bathroom. She couldn't really argue when she was covered in dirt, sweat, and maybe just a bit of blood. INO came out the shower a few minutes later, dressed in her normal purple tank top and a short pajama pants. Her hair was down and slightly wet, the top part of her top a darker purple as the water from her hair slightly soaked it. Naruto was still where she left him, on couch next to Haru. Walking over the couch, Ino picked up Haru, taking his place and sitting next to Naruto, cradling the baby in her arms. "Did you miss me?" she cooed, nuzzling her nose to the small child's. Naruto watched silently as she talked with the kid in the tiniest voice. Since the first time they've met Haru, he started seeing different, softer sides to the Yamanaka that he's never really seen even in all their years knowing. He's sure it's not like she was suddenly like this. It's just that he's never around to see it. But he's glad he was now. Ino and Haru both gave him such a warm feeling. "Naruto?" He didn't realize he was staring. A faint smile on his lips before Ino called out to him. Yeah, are you alright? Your face is all red?" "Oh no, asterisk, gasp, asterisk, it got even redder. Do you have a fever or something?" She frowned, putting a hand to his forehead, the distance between them feeling a little too close to the male. Shit. "And no, I'm fine. I'm probably just a little hot in here. Yeah, maybe I'll go for a walk," he said, bolting off the couch. Okay, I guess you must have been a bit bored cooped up in here whole time," Ino said, turning her attention back to Haru. "Take your time." Closing the door behind him, Naruto sighed, leaning against the frame. The feeling wasn't definitely not gone. In fact, it was probably worse since he now had the real deal in front on him. He didn't normally drink, but damn did he need a drink right now. So he decided going out drinking on your own cause you're stressed and confused about your own feelings wasn't his style. Stuffing his face with Ichiraka ramen was more his pace. He hadn't eaten it in a while anyway. He was on his third bowl when a body plopped down right next to him. "Naruto, hey. I haven't seen you in second. What you've been up to?" "Kiba, hey. Good to see ya. I haven't been doing much really. I've just been around a nursery or something." The fanged man chuckled, the statement making the orange ninja stiffened. "Did he know? What do you mean by that?" The blonde chuckled nervously. Kiba laughed as he sniffed the air. "It's just you kinda smell like a baby." "Oh, I've just being around the school stuff lately. You know, Hokage stuff." He was lying through his teeth by whatever. He was just glad he took a bath a while before Ino showed up, or else he would have probably smelt like he was smothered in her scent since it was her apartment. "Oh, shaking hands and kissing babies already, I see?" Kiba jokingly, then ordering his own ramen. Naruto relaxed a while after again talking about nothing in particular with Kiba, until he felt full. It was around 9 o'clock when he left the ramen stand and 9:40 when he decided he's roamed around enough. His food digested and decided to head back to Ino's. He walked slowly, just lazily observing the people around him, but his eye landed on two people in particular. It was a couple. They look around middle-aged, most likely married, hands interlocked in each other while the man's other arms held a small child, proudly 2 years old. "Don't worry, honey. I've already prepared dinner and the place is clean. You just rest up when we get home. I'll put the little one to sleep," he said, smiling, found at his wife, he assumes. "You're too good to me, honey, because I love you and you deserve. You worked super hard today. Thank you." The only reason Naruto realized he'd been standing in the middle street staring was only after almost being run over by two kids. Gathering him and walking on, his pace unconsciously quicker, Naruto couldn't help but think. He kind of felt horrible. Sure, he wasn't married or even dating, but the living arrangement they have now kind of calls for at least the same level of communication and treatment. He can't believe he just left Ino, who was probably dirt tired, to look after Haru. Haru didn't do much, and sure, she looked nothing but happy to see him, even though her exhausted exterior, but he feels Lyle he shouldn't have done that. He should be there to take care Haru while such a strong kunoichi gets the rest she deserves, not running from her because he couldn't get past his little boy with a crush phase. And damn it, he didn't even prepare anything for her to eat. He can't cook, but he could have gotten something from the fancy healthy restaurants cause God knows she wasn't gonna accept instant ramen. Entering the apartment, it was quiet. The living was empty, so he made his way to the bedroom and there she was. Ino was knocked out cold, her hair falling messily around her face as she laid on his side, Haru, who was still awake next, her hands placed gently over his stomach even in sleep. He hesitated, but as he gathered himself he dipped down and brushed the strands of hair of her face. Sji didn't even react, probably that tired. "I'll do better," Naruto whispered to Ino, to himself before picking Haru up and moving the living room. Chapter 24. Breakfast. Ino fluttered her eyes open, then the soft bit of light that entered the room enough for her eyes to handle. Turning to her side, she saw Haru fast asleep, the slight movement triggering a round of soreness in her body. Right. Mission off course. She was used to this almost every day. She was a ninja off course, but sometimes it was just plain annoying and was one of the worst parts of being a ninja. Well, except like actually getting brutally injured or dying, but whatever, it was still annoying. But she can live with it. Sighing, she sat up, brushing her blonde locks behind her and stretching, but paused after hearing her stomach grumble. Right, she hasn't eaten since early yesterday while still out on G mission, then just came home and slept. She reckoned she'd get up to make something to eat, but as if on cue, the smell of bacon filled the air and the sizzling hit her ears as soon as she stepped out the room. The smell was even more pungent as she entered the living, but upon nearing the kitchen, the air then filled with the smell of smoke and the sound of low curses. Fanning her face of the smoke, she peeked into the kitchen, seeing none other than Naruto's back. He lived her now, so she's gotten used to seeing even in a sleepy state in the kitchen on mornings, mostly making tea, coffee, porridge, a sandwich, and occasionally trying to secretly to make ramen, which she'd scold him for. The point was he didn't really changed up his diet, much less cook. She didn't even know if he could cook. Though, right now looking at the smoke filling the room and seemingly charred bacon that's probably stuck to the pan, she'd say he didn't know how to cook. Naruto. The male slightly jumped as he whipped around to see INO in the doorway, his face flustered and conveying multiple emotions at one time. INO hey, good morning, I was just, INO frowned at the smoking pan but didn't seem at upset. If you were hungry, you know there's porridge in pantry, she said, walking over to it and fetching a bag of oats and placing it in front of him. She then wordlessly told Naruto to back up as she took over the stove, removing the charred bacon and placing a new paste in it. And I know you have a stash of ramen somewhere, she chuckled to herself. Naruto said nothing. He simply bit his lip, shame seeming in his stomach, eyes flickering between the bag of oats and the blonde in front of him. INO wasn't mad ABD, she was completely clueless, so he could get away with this one, but actually, he began, gaze drawn to the floor. I wasn't making breakfast for myself, I was making it for you. INO paused, slowly turning to the taller. For me? Why? I just wanted to help out more, you know, you were so tired yesterday, probably hungry, yet you still immediately took care of Haru. I'm useless around her and I just want to do more, he said, still not being able to look at her. So he missed the small smile that played on her lips as she turned back to the pan of sizzling, unburnt bacon. Naruto, I'm a ninja, I can handle a little fatigue and a few skipped meals. And Haru's is my responsible, yes, but I was also genuinely happy to see him and take care of him, it's fine. Still, I want to be more useful, you're so good at being domestic. You cook, you can take care of a house, you're the best with Haru, it's like you don't need me. His lifted his head to look at INO, both hurt and determination lighting his eyes. I just want to take care of you both. INO said nothing for a while, which just made the taller nervous. Did he say something weird? But his racing mind was interrupted, but INO suddenly grabbing the 2 eggs he was going to use and stepping acids, handing him one of the eggs. I was seriously never mad you for not knowing doing simple things because I know how it's been for you. We may not have been close growing up, but I know, and you didn't really need to, but he cracked one of the eggs over a bowl, then motioned Naruto to do the same. But if you really want to do these trivial things, I guess you can start by learning. She smiled. She knew she wasn't a witch or anything, but being with INO, Naruto has been surprised time and time again at how nice and understanding she could be. Naruto. The egg. Oh, right. So after successfully cracking and frying an egg, and Naruto made breakfast that morning, eggs, bacons, French toast, all supervised by INO officer. She didn't want him burning any more of her stuff. She even promised to teach him to cook an array of other different stuff first, starting later at dinner. Naruto sighed, sinking into couch after breakfast and washing up the dishes. INO in the bedroom tending to Haru. He felt accomplished, well on the road to be. These kind of things INO called trivial. Sure, he was powerful, could take on an entire on his own, but these trivial things, he couldn't do it and they were really necessary. So being able to do them made him feel more complete as a person, or more help, he felt good. He wasn't sure if he wanted to start doing these things because he realized it was necessary or because of his feelings for the blonde ninja. Maybe it was both, but he's glad he realized it. Naruto. The blonde was violently pulled out of his head by INO's shrilled voice coming from the bedroom, his blood running cold as he immediately shot up to head to the bedroom. 25. At home. Naruto. The blonde was violently pulled out of his head by Ino's shrilled voice coming from the bedroom, his blood running cold as he immediately shot up to head to the bed. Ino, what's wrong? He didn't know what he was expecting, but he was expecting the worst. He burst through Ino's door, eyes darting around the room, a fighting stance in place. Though all he broke in to see was Ino sitting at the foot of the bed, cutely rubbing a forehead to Haru, who laid on his stomach eyeing Ino curiously. Ino, the blonde girl turned around to face, finally noticing him, her face devoid of worry of anything worrisome. In fact, she looked highly excited. Naruto, look. Haru turned onto his stomach. On his own, Ino said, looking giddy. Naruto calmed his body, deducing that there was absolutely no danger, and walk over to the bed next to Ino. He heard that a baby's first steps, or even crawling, were monumentous and exciting occasion, but he didn't know them simple as them turning over was too. He kneeled down next to Ino, who sure fed a little to give him some more space. Haru simply watched him. He seemed to not be able to lift his head much still, but he tried. He also thought about how him turning over on his own was a first, and that's probably why it was special. A grin stretched across his face as he turned to Ino. Make him do it again. Ino pursed. He's not a toy, Naruto. But I wanna see too. He'll do it some other time. They bickered for a few moments before Ino decided to make the infant a bottle, leaving Naruto to keep an eye on him. Naruto after a while turned Haru over again in hopes he'd see the child turn over. Naruto kept his eyes placed on the young child, convinced that if he looked away a second he might miss it. Come on, little buddy, you can do it. Turn over for Naruto. Come on. Haru just stared at him, making Naruto pout, but he still watched on in curiosity. As Ino waited for the kettle to heat up, she found herself drifting away in thought. She first began to think about her situation now, her life. She honestly wasn't hating her life right now, shockingly. But she also couldn't help but think ahead. Right now she was a 19-year-old virgin with a kid, with another 19-year-old who she's pretty as a virgin also, living together with few-month-old baby. How's life gonna treat them? How's this all gonna fall in place? Their situation right now was basically just a test by the Hokage. Will they even be able to keep Haru? And if by some miracle they do, how is her and Naruto's relationship, or rather non-existent relationship, gonna work out? She supposes they could still date other people. Divorced and single parents do it all the time. Bedside, they're not gonna themselves to get married or even date. Not that she didn't like Naruto, she probably would have said yes if he asked her out, just out of curiosity before all this, and she'd admit she'd definitely say yes if he asked her out now. She'd grown to see another side of Naruto these past few weeks that she's grown quite comfortable with and fond of. Whether that feeling was romantic or not, she didn't know. Probably wasn't, but it didn't matter. She doubts that Naruto would ever ask her out. He likes Sakura, and she doubts her sees like that, like a woman. Ino frowned, feeling a weird, unpleasant feeling grow in her chest, but immediately tried shaking it. Why should she care how Naruto feels about her? As long as he respects her and is there for her and Haru, she has nothing to ask for, right? Hey, Ino. Ino turned, whipped around as if she'd be caught doing something, coming face to face with the man in question, swaying Haru gently in his arms. He became so good and comfortable holding a kid compared to the first time he held Haru, which was tremendous improvement. She felt like she couldn't tear an eye away from them both in fear he might actually drop him. Yeah, she answered innocently. I was thinking, since he's turning over now. He begun, throwing a look down at Haru. We should think about getting him a crib. Don't want him rolling out of bed, you know? He chuckled nervously. Oh yeah, I guess. She agreed, nodding dumbly and watching Naruto grin grow wider on his face as he started cooing to Haru. Hear that, little man? We'll get you your own bed soon. The rest of the day was spent in an uneventful calm. Ino spent most of the day doing laundry, cooking, and other little chores around the house. Naruto helping a bit too, but he mostly just gladly kept an eye on Haru, hoping to still catch the baby turn over, which she didn't mind. Haru had fallen asleep by the time Naruto and Ino found themselves at dinner, the two having light conversation over a plate of spaghetti. Naruto had by now stopped complaining about not eating enough ramen to actually looking forward to what new meals Ino would whip up that day. So this sauce is made from tomatoes? Naruto asked, shoveling another meatball into his mouth. Yeah. Why did you think it would taste like ketchup or something? She teased. Naruto swallowed. Maybe, clearing his throat in embarrassment, and tried changing the subject. Anyway, you still going down to shop to help your mom out? Yeah, I saw her at the store today. I was probably lucky 'cause worst case scenario she could have turned up here to check up on me. I haven't been at the shop in a while either. Naruto nodded in understanding, trying not to imagine the chaos happened if her mom showed up at the apartment or worse, her dad. Are you sure you're gonna be alright tomorrow? I mean, I could wait a while. Naruto pouted. Ino, it's just for a day. Not even a day, just a few hours, not nearly as long as a mission. I'll be fine. Just me, Haru will be fine. I'm not worried about you taking care of Haru. I'm worried about coming back home and the entire village know about Haru. You wound me, Ino. Naruto smirk, feigning hurt. Yeah, just be careful, okay? Try not to answer the door, and if you must not Haru in your hands. People who have got a whiff of us living together already think we're dating and haven't suspected anything further, so I guess that's not as bad. Ino mumbled the last part. Both blondes now unconsciously avoiding the other's gaze. Face warm. Sakura might not have told everybody, but as for people that she did let it slip to and who knew but didn't know about Haru are currently under the impression that Naruto and Ino are dating. Both blondes didn't know how to feel but flustered about the situation. Though neither of them were completely and utterly put off by the idea, but it's not like either of them would ever admit it to the other. Anyway, Ino stood and cleared her throat. I'm gonna wash up and turn in early. Okay, thanks. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Ino. 7 a.m. in the Yamanaka/Uzumaki winky face apartment, and Ino was already awake and almost ready to leave. She had dragged a half-asleep Naruto from his own bed to her to keep an eye on Haru even if the infant was still asleep. Was fallen again since he had been up earlier, but she fed him and he slept again. Ino was now sitting at the edges of her bed, throwing her shoes on as she spoke to Naruto, who still seemed half asleep as he cuddled closer next to Haru. Anyway, my mom will probably drag by TH house after work, which is okay since I want to pick some stuff up anyway, so I'll most likely be home by 7:30 at the latest. Naruto just let out a hum, eyes shooting once more. Hoping he heard her, Ino pushed herself off the bed with a huff and checked herself one last time in the mirror. She was gonna work and in her family shop to boot, so of course it wasn't anything crazy or fancy. Just a simple purple, short sleeve shirt and cream tights. Ready to go, she whispered mostly to herself. She felt more nervous about spending a day with her parents than going on a week's mission with colleagues while sitting on this secret. Turning back to the sleeping accomplices of said secret, she couldn't help but smile. Leaning over the bed, Ino crouched down, laid a light kiss on Haru for head. See you later, little guy, she whispered. Her gaze soon shifted a bit to the octar-sleeping blonde mare inches away from Haru's head, which in proximity to her. Their faces were quite close as a result. Feeling her face burn, Ino pulled away slightly. Straightening herself up and waking to the door, she gave both boys one last look before quietly closing the door, her gaze lingering on the whiskered blonde for just a second. 26. Yes, but actually no. Naruto POV. Morning had been quite slow and a flash of bits and pieces. I remember Ino dragging me from my bed to hers. I laid next to Haru a while, just watching him, his tiny body rise and fall as he breathed, his face twitching every now and then. Ino said there'd still be pasta in the fridge if I was hungry, ramen in the cupboard if I couldn't help myself, along with Haru's formula. Things I already knew, but I suppose she just liked reminding me. She also mentioned she'd be back by 8:30 or something, but by then sleep was calling me again as my head felt limp next to Haru's and my conscience fluted. There was a quiet noises around the room, which I suppose was Ino. A few quiet moments passed, I felt myself falling deeper and deeper back into sleep. Then the bed dipped, then everything was still. Then suddenly something warm caressed my cheek, probably a hand. I almost flinched and got up, but the warmth of the hand was just as soothing, their touch soft and gentle, almost like a mom, or at least what I think the touch of mother would be like. At this point, I'm sure I'm having a weird dream. As the hand moved to my hair, I welcomed it as if softly calmed through the front of my hair, but the touch soon left after that. I couldn't fight the disappointment, but my mind shortly burned out as I continue my sleep dreamless. Ino POV. I'm not sure why I did that. Hell, or worse, I'm not sure why that even crossed my mind. I'm glad I didn't do that, but I still feel like was overstepping my boundaries a bit by running my hands through his hair, which by is surprisingly kinda soft, like oh my god. I didn't think that ramen-loving weirdo knew what conditioner, or maybe he doesn't and he has some weird just sue for it, who knows, either way it felt nice. But what really shocked me is, Ino sweetie? Following the hand that was currently waving in front of my face. Are you okay? You seem to be spacing out a lot since morning. I felt my face flush in embarrassment as I tried to play it off. I'm fine. I was just thinking, sorry. Picking up the pot and taking it to the back, you know what I'm supposed to be doing. But it turns out my mother wasn't finishing questioning me as she followed me to the back. Really? Thinking about what? If something's bothering you, you know you can talk to me about it. I felt myself smile nervously. I love my mom to death, but hell, I'll her what I was thinking. I'm not even sure what I was thinking. How would I even go about telling her? Well, Mom, I kissed my new adopted son goodbye this morning and almost kissed Naruto too. Even though we literally have no relationship whatsoever, especially since we were barely friends, just friends a few months ago, but now I suddenly can't explain the weird things I feel when I'm around him. But don't worry, I just settled for running my fingers through his freakishly soft hair, and he mumbled sigh. Even if I was crazy enough to tell her all that, that conversation will surely follow me having to explain everything, and I mean everything to her, and I can't deal with that right now. It's nothing, Mom. Really? Picking up my checkboard, I sat down outside the storeroom and began to take inventory. My mom still hovering over me suspiciously. So it's nothing serious. Nope. Is it about the hospital? No. A ninja thing? Is working here bothering you? I turned to her with a pout, feeling a little offended. Of course not, Mom. Love working here and spending time with you. Sweetie. She bent down and planted a light kiss on my crown. I smiled and turned back to my work. I meant it. I love spending time with you too, dear. By the way, mind stopping by the house after closing? I want to show some things, plus I'm sure your father will love your visit. Sure. I was planning to anyway. Splendid, she said simply, and by then I thought our conversation was over. She hadn't said anything for quite a while. You then? Is it about a boy then? Damn it. I cursed myself as loud as the echoes of my mind would allow me. I flinch, and I'm 100% sure she saw me. Oh, she said. I could practically hear the smirk on her lips. Yup, she saw me. So it is about a boy. No, not really. She raised an brow. Not really? So it is but also isn't. Mom, it's not. So which boy are we talking? Is it the Uchiha? Honey, I have no ill will towards the boy. I respect him a great bit also, but maybe you'd do some good by pinning your sights on somebody a little more, I don't know, stable. Mom, somebody like Shikamaru or Choji, you're close with them? I felt my gut church and my eyebrow twitch. Yes, Mom. So close with they're basically my brothers, so ew. Okay, how about Lee? He was still into Sakura anyway, and that bowl cut shouldn't be anywhere near me. No, the Hyuga boy? He was kinda scary and unapproachable in a relationship way, kinda like Sasuke, but not as bad. Though I'm pretty sure Tenten has a thing for him. God bless her. No, Mom hummed, seemingly thinking too hard about this. The Psy boy, Psy actually wasn't that bad. I actually wouldn't mind going out with him at all. We've even sorted flirted before. But I'm not gonna tell my mother that she'd have a gift basket in front of his apartment door by tomorrow. No. You're a tough cookie. Well, how about the Uzumaki boy? God, I really hope she didn't see me flinch this time. I felt heat flush to my face at the mention of his name. But at the same time, I couldn't help the turning to my mother in shock. Naruto? Really? You'd have no problem if I went out with him? I raised a brow, failing to hide the surprise in my voice. I don't know if she was serious or not. She basically calling every guy I knew, but I couldn't help but be curious of her opinion on Naruto, especially due to our situation, though it's not like we dating or would ever date. I was just curious. Why would I have a problem with it? And now that I really think about it, he may be one thr best choices. He a war hero, one of the strongest in the village, probably stronger than the Uchiha. But unlike the Uchiha, he has a very warm, kinda and welcoming aura. Plus, she made sure to make eye contact with me for the next part. He's growing into fine, handsome young man, don't cha think? I quickly averted my eyes and turned back around, fearing the sudden heat in my face was visible. I cleared my throat before answering. I felt unusually thick for some reason. I suppose. So you'll ask him out? What? No, a chime filled the quiet shop, cutting both me and my mother off. Saved by the bell. Literally. The bell at the front of the shop signaling the entrance of a costume. Oh, a costume, excuse me, honey. Mother said quickly, from gossiping mom mood to professional florist mood as she oafed the room. leaving me to finally breath since it turns out I forgot how to sometime during our conversation. I signed deep, staring at the rows of flower pots, reaching for a lone Gerber daisy in front of me, the bright colored reminding me of both Naruto and Haru as I twirled it between my fingers. Feelings are confusing. Life is confusing. 27. Sitting in. Naruto POV. I don't know how long it's been, but I felt like I was having that dream again. The hand was back again, except it wasn't as gentle. As a matter of fact, it seemed to more poking at my head than lovingly stroking it. I liked the other dream better. Naruto, Kali my name. And it definitely didn't sound like a girl Michigan less my mother. Naruto, why was it being so loud? And why was it poking me? Definitely liked the other dream better. Naruto, my eyes snapped open blinking slowly, adjusting to light in the room soon landing on the face of my masked sensei. Kakashi sensei? The one and only. Great for you to finally join us. He smiled crossing his eyes. US. I looked down see Haru was wide awake, simply staring around the room. He'd probably start getting hungry soon. I should probably get a bottle ready before he starts getting fussy. But before I do that, my gaze turned back to Kakashi. By the way, what are you doing here? I don't think INO is very fond of people using her bedroom window as an entrance, even if it's for a secret visit. Good to know, but I'm not simply here to visit. Tsunade needs you. We got an important meeting taking place. She wants you to observe the meetings, so you'll be standing in as an umbu. I felt genuinely surprised at the Hokage's orders. Wow. Didn't think she'd continue helping me with future Hokage stuff after. You know, I muttered glancing at Haru. Just because you're stubborn about playing house with INO doesn't. We're not playing house. I couldn't hide the irritation in my voice, but my slight anger soon faded as Kakashi continued after heaving a defeated sigh. Right, anyway, it doesn't mean she or any of us that's supporting are just gonna abandon you because we don't agree on somebody. But we're not gonna completely cut you slack either, so get dressed. Wait? Now? But INO isn't here, who's gonna watch Haru? It's like he practically sensed the gears turning in my brain because the second I stood and looked at him, he frowned and backed away. Oh no, don't even think about it, I have to be at the meeting too. And besides, there's no way I would anyway. I sighed, unconsciously started to pace around the room. Wait, I got it. Sensei, can you give me 10 minutes? 5 minutes tops. He stared at me skeptically for a second before nodding. I dashed out INO's room, only returning a second later with proper pants and shoes. Kakashi raised a hand to question me, but I didn't give him a chance as I jumped out the window. Normal POV. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Wait right there. The blonde shouted, already down in the streets and disappearing around a corner. That brat. The copy ninja muttered from the window. He turned almost comically back into the staring awkwardly at the unbothered baby laying on the bed. Heaving a sigh, he stood in the middle of the room hoping the child made no fuss. He still agreed something like this wasn't good for Naruto right now, and neither her nor INO were ready, but he wasn't a completely heartless jerk to leave the kid alone. But he silently prayed he stayed quiet for such a competent and strong ninja. He wasn't exactly knowledgeable or comfortable in the feel of babies, but it seems faith was testing him. I don't get paid enough for this, he mumbled, stepping closer to the bed. Who knew one of the weaknesses of the great copy ninja? Kakashi would be a crying baby. Naruto smirked, sending a glance his sensei way. The two ninjas had arrived at the Hokage's tower and was now in the bathrooms changing into some extra umbu uniforms. I know every embarrassingly stupid thing you've done since you were 12. Do you really want to start poking the bull? Kakashi retorted, Naruto letting out a nervous squeak as he played back every embarrassing thing he probably didn't want to remember, much less have people know. Fine. Fine. He mumbled before he piped up again. But you have to admit it was funny. You were holding Haru so awkwardly, like he was on fire. The blonde laughed at the recent memory. After Naruto had left, Haru shortly starting fussing after glancing out the window a dozen times and finally accept wasn't going to magically reappear back into the room. 5 minutes never felt so long. The copy ninja had no choice but to try and console the crying infant. Naruto soon returned shortly, staying true to his 5 minutes with a worried Hinata in tow. And yes, back through the window, cause who needs doors, right? Both hers and Naruto faces morphing into one of incredulous amazement as witnessed Kakashi looking absolutely stressed and lost trying to quiet down the crying baby, who only seemed to cry louder as Kakashi rocked him back and forth holding him as if he were a ticking time bomb. Kakashi glowered, trying to ignore the blonde's giggling. Whatever. Anyway, did you have to rush tell Hinata, or did she already know? 'Cause I'm surprised you told her. Blonde ceased his laughing, both males, done and heading to the door as he answered Techar Older's question, dismissing the fact that it was obviously an attempt at changing the subject. Actually, we told her before, for situations such as this. Glad we were prepared. How come you decided to tell Hinata specifically? You could have always topped Sakura, would have gotten her off your back for thinking you and INO and dating, I guess. But Hinata just happy to be there, and INO said she was incredible with kids. Mulling over the blonde's words, he nodding in understanding, then had a mini flashback to the instances in which Sakura interacted with children. Okay, maybe they made the right decision. Walking through the halls of the tower, Naruto and Kakashi paused in front of two giant double doors. Many important elders and council members waiting on the other. Naruto, Kakashi, Tsunade greeted them simply as she nears the door as well. Both men nodded back before pulling their umbu masks down and setting themselves behind Tsunade before the older blonde pushed it open to enter. And the meeting begun. INO managed to get herself back into the swing of things as the day progressed. Her thoughts and conversations with her from this morning almost completely forgotten. The matter seemed done, or so she thought. INO was at Techar's front desk going through the loft as Mrs. Yamanaka was a few feet away spritzing some roses before she suddenly turned to INO. Darling, I was just thinking, if you did go out with Uzumaki, you could potentially be first lady. Her mother giggled lightly as if she was simply discussing the weather. INO was glad she wasn't drinking or eating anything else. It would have ended up as a spit take on the nearby walls. Knowing her mother was just being a normal gossipy and joking self, to match her obvious fumble and stained cheeks, she went with what was obviously wrong with that statement. I'm not a gold digger. She cried, but her mother just giggled. I was joking, dear. Anyway, if you don't decided to date any of those boys, there's this amazing young man that works with your father. He would. As her mother starting blabbering about setting her up on a date with a friend of her father's son, INO could bring herself to listen as her mind started wandering again. She knew her mother suspected nothing and was just joking around with her as usual. Like they've had this conversation before, right? And she's never gotten flustered about it. What was different now? Naruto practically ripped off the umbu mask and flopped down on a couch inside the Hokage's office like he owned the place. He didn't do much at the meeting. Hell, all he did was stand and not say anything. But listening to those unnegotiable geezers made him feel like he aged 10 years. By the time I'm Hokage, I hope at least half of those bastards are out of office by then. I can't stand them. You're all such ignorant, hard-headed, obnoxious fascist, old-timing assholes. Tsunade finished immediately pulling out a bottle of sake, from God knows where she probably has a secret stash, as she sat down at her desk. Yes. It's not even about them being disagreeable. A lot of their choices can't be great for the village. You're 100% right on that, which is why I could never have a peaceful meeting with them, instead debate or like I'm on trial just to make few simple decisions for the sake of the village. She mumbled angrily, pouring herself a glass, motioning the bottle to both Kakashi and Naruto, but they silently turned it down. More for me. Naruto stared at her a minute before speaking again, a tired smirk on his face. Should I threaten to, and I quote, tie them up by the snotty old white beards till they agree with me? Tsunade look almost thought as if she was literally considering Naruto threatened the village elders. Nah, you probably shouldn't. At least not right away anyway, right? Right? The two blondes fell into a mulling silence, thinking over the happenings of the meeting before Kakashi cleared his throat, their attention shifting to him. Lady Tsunade, didn't you have something to talk to Naruto? Tsunade stared at Kakashi, then at Naruto with a thoughtful frown, as if the blonde would give her the answer, but she quickly regained herself. ABD clicked her tongue in remembrance. Oh, right. She put down her sake glass as her demeanor turning serious. Naruto, we need to talk about the child. Naruto stiffened in annoyance. He can't believe they were trying to push him again. Haru, he growled out. Tsunade sensed his sudden hostility but seemed unfazed. Yes, Haru. Anyway, whatever you're going to say, I refuse. I already told you, INO, and I aren't giving him up, and you even made a deal with us. Time's not up, you're basically going back on your word. For God's sake, brat, calm down. I'm not going back on my word. Tsunade interrupted loudly but held not venom. Naruto blinked. Oh, just hear us out, Naruto, Kakashi said from behind him. Naruto wanted to curl into himself, forgetting to heat it up, but he still felt like something was amiss, so he straightened himself up, meeting Tsunade's eyes. What did you want to talk about? Tsunade sighed before turning to Kakashi. It's best we explain everything at once. Kakashi let her in. The copy ninja nid once before heading out the door, returning a few seconds later with a small raven-headed woman, dressed in a nurse's uniform. Naruto, this is Dr. Shinobu Yasuke, Tsunade began. She's gonna help us find the child, Haru's roots. 28. My little girl/strangers. Naruto, this is Dr. Shinobu Yasuke, Tsunade began. She's gonna help us find the child Haru's roots. Find his roots? Why? I already told you both his parents are dead, and his mother had no family no family that you know of. Besides the point, he's my responsibility now. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. Why do you want to get rid of him so bad? Naruto, calm down. This isn't what you think. This is just for a precaution. Precaution for what? He's baby, he's not dangerous Tsunade felt a vein twitch on her forehead, her patience waiting. She'd commend the other blonde for being so protection and dedicated to the safety and care of the child, if he wasn't being freakishly loud and aggressive, though she couldn't be completely mad because they both knew that she had another motive. For God's sake, brat, calm the hell down and listen to me. Naruto zipped his mouth and sat back down, but his defying glare didn't waver. As soon as Tsunade gauged he was going to be at least quiet for now, she sat back down and spoke. Good. As I was saying, this is a precaution. For you, INO, and the baby. Naruto's glare slightly softened but remained, his eyebrows raising slightly as if asking her to explain, which she did. Has it never crossed your mind how weird it is that Haru resembles both you and INO so much when he isn't even yours? Well, or has the mysterious death of his mother who even killed her? The fire in Naruto dimmed a bit as he considered the question that of course he's thought about many times but always brushes them off as there wasn't much he could do about it, plus Haru was theirs now. He was entrusted to them, so he figured it didn't matter. He tried to say, but his voice died in his throat. He had a bad feeling about all of this. Tsunade didn't bother letting him finish as she called forth the doctor. The women offered a small smile, but he just nodded solemnly. So, what do you want to do? He asked, having no choice but to give in. For now, all you can gather is his DNA, and I doubt and hope you're not going to go snooping around a dead woman's corpse. Of course not. Tsunade huffed, waving her hand towards the doctor, signaling her to explain instead. The leave has many different DNA records from multiple people, specifically clans. So you want to track down his clan? Yes, as well as other things. We'd also like for you and INO to tell us what happened and about your interaction with his mother, and this time in great detail. Naruto remained silent for a moment, frown on his face. And if you don't find anything, then what? The three older ninjas in the room shared a look before Tsunade broke the silence. We still will have some precautions. Precautions? Precautions? You keep talking about precautions like Haru is dangerous lime, he's some kind of foreign spy. So what? Do you think he's a clone or a robot or something? The doctor laughed almost robotically. No, of course not. If he was either of those, we'd already have noticed. He's a baby you've been cleaning, feeding, and washing him, correct? You would have noticed. Also, babies have a certain character signature. It would be hard to mask or mimic that if he was a clone or... She explained matter-of-factly, ignoring the mocking tone of his question. Anyway, Tsunade continued after being interrupted. Precautions will be put in place based on what we don't or do find, but I guess we'll just continue as normal if not much is found. The younger blonde was quiet for a moment. When do you want to do this? Tsunade answered immediately. As soon as possible. We were hoping first thing tomorrow. We can come to you. I see. Naruto then stood up and dusted nothing in particular off him. Then I'll see you tomorrow. His voice was unreadable, and before anyone could say another word he was out the door. The remaining adults in the room momentarily silent before Kakashi breathed a sigh he felt like he was unconsciously holding in. The went better than expected, I guess. Are you sure you don't want to stay, gore dinner, sweetie? Mrs. Yamanaka asked yet again, the question being more of a pleading request, but INO just politely declined. Sorry, Mom, but have some stuff to at home, and I wanted to pick soak stuff up here. Maybe next time. Ino's mother just watched fondly at Ino nodding in somber understanding. Ino moved out quite a while ago, but it never really felt like she did. Her apartment was kinda empty, and most of her stuff was still here, including her. Still coming home for dinners and sleeping in her old room. But they weren't complaining at all. They loved having their little girl around. But it's really began to sink in that their little bird wasn't in the nest anymore. Maybe Ino got more accustomed to her apartment more, who knows. Ino just suddenly seemed more busy, more mature, more private. Not that there was anything wrong with that, they were proud of her either way, and as long as she was happy, they were happy. Though it did sting a bit as Mrs. Yamanaka watched her daughter gather more of her stuff from her room. Even the TV she hardly ever touches and places into a box to carry to her apartment, making her childhood look barer. Mr. Yamanaka soon appeared at the door and peeked into the room. "You need any help carrying that to your parent?" He feared, but Ino said it was fine, still throwing stuff into the box. Soon Ino was out the door, a gigantic box in hand, but she didn't seem to struggle at all with it. Her parents seeing her off with a smile. This was okay. She was their little girl wherever she lived. Mrs. Yamanaka smiled. At least she's an independent woman with her own place and not moving in with some boy, Mr. Yamanaka thought, still waving to his daughter. Considering her hands were full, Ino gave her parents a big smile with an exchange of "I love yous." As she got further away from her parents' house, her mind still a bit, just enjoying the cool evening air and breeze. Her eyes fell into the big right in her hand, the box unable to close as she stuffed maybe too much things in it. The weight was no problem. She was strong as F. She just hopes the box itself survives till she gets home. Scanning over the object, she thought she might have gone overboard. Sji originally just wanted to pick up some books, a few accessories and the TV, but she might have took a bit more than necessarily. She giggled to herself, then she turned to thing object right on top of the pile. She didn't stay for dinner, but her mother insisted she take some food along, and of course she given Ino more than she herself was comfortable eating by herself and would usually have leftovers. But this time it was okay, she at least had someone to share it with. A dark figure navigated itself through the trees before landing at the mouth of a cave. Upon entering the cave, the figure walked for quite a while before coming to a large stone door. Pushing the door open, he entered an oval room completely lit by fire at the wall of the room. The dark figure then stopped at the center of the room and removed his hood, getting down on one knee in a reverential bow to the other figure in front of him. "Well?" His deep voice echoed through the room as he sat atop a stone throne-like seat. "What have you to report?" The knelt man spoke without raising his head. "The wife of the man we eliminated, we successfully got rid of her as well, but it seems she had a child, and we believe it's still alive." The figure hummed, "I see. This whole plane lies on getting rid of that entire clan, so we can't have that, can we?" "No, sir." "Then since this is your loose end, you work on tracking down that child." "Yes, sir. Apologies, sir." As the figure left the room, the man on the throne turned to the side of him, another figure lurking in the shadows. "Kunami, sir. Since Tanizaki will be busy, I want you to continue searches for other survivors of that clan and, well, you know what to do." "As you wish, my lord." 29. Fate and a joke. When Ino arrived home, the atmosphere wasn't as calming as she thought it be. Naruto was sitting stiffly on the couch, seemingly deep in thought, though his face did seem to soften a bit as she walked in. "Hey!" he called softly. "Hey!" I answered back, setting the box on a chair. "I take it Haru's asleep? How was your day?" "Yeah, he's asleep. But..." He paused, scratching the nape of his neck, struggling to answer the second part of the question. I had a small mission today." "Oh, how?" "It was fine, just a simple observing mission, and don't worry, I got Hinata to watch Haru." "That's good. But you seem worried." Naruto's pressed his lips into thin line. "I think you should sit down. After Naruto's explanation last night, I've been feeling really on edge, and even more as I sat in the Hokage's office, Haru resting peacefully in her arms." She nor Naruto didn't have time to ask any questions as the Hokage entered, introduced Yashikage and urged them to begin. Her voice booming, but even, "All right, first we'll like you two to tell us everything about what happened that day." Described everything, don't leave a single thing out. So they did. And while they did, Dr. Yashikage had already taken a blood sample from all of three of them. Haru's small cries from the shot long quieted down. The two ninjas finishing up their explanation, waiting for Tsunade to say something. but there wasn't much to say. Dr. Yashikage told them since they were running the child's blood by not only theirs but many different bloodline of clans, as much as the Leaf Village registry it could take a while, a whole day maybe. So they had no choice but to leave, Tsunade insisting she'd share her theories about what they told her when they had the results. So they left. Tsunade sent for them early the next day. Haru snuggled into Naruto today as they sat down. Both blondes quiet but sending each other reassuring glances ever so often before Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shizune and Dr. Yashikage all settled in the room that it felt almost Luca court hearing. A defending silence filling the room. "Would you like some tea?" Tsunade began but was cut off by a not angry but nervous-looking Naruto that looked like he'd rather be fighting Madara than here. "Please just cut to the chase. You found something, didn't you? You look like you have it bad. Calm down, boy." Tsunade barked with no bite when she decided to pour the tea for herself, sending Shizune a glancing who was returning the look that said, "You better drink the tea and not pull out a bottle of sake. It's 7 in the morning, for God's sake, woman." Rolling her eyes at their almost telepathic conversation, she sipped the tea and sighed. "It's nothing bad. Just shocking is all, though I did have a theory." "You mean my theory?" Kakashi pipped up from the back of the room looking a little too laid back. But Tsunade just pretended to ignore him. "Anyway, we had a theory and it just happened to be right." "Which is?" Naruto pressed. "Well, he isn't yours." The Hokage started only to give a long pause, as if giving them to convey the information as if they didn't know that already. Both blondes gave an unimpressed look. INO speaking up, partly forgetting she was in an office with 3 of the most powerful and authoritative shinobi in the Leaf. "We already said and knew that. How is that news?" Naruto nodded, looking about ready to say his own piece. Ignoring the 2 blondes' shifting moods, she beckoned Dr. Yashikage forward. She pulled out 2 files, one marked Yamanaka and one marked Uzumaki. They leaned over looking curiously at the list, most of the names on one of the Yamanaka list familiar to INO, her own name and mother and father's there as well. Naruto, on the other hand, only recognizing 3 names. His own, his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and Mito Uzumaki, who he only knew because he learned she was the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. INO was first to look away. "And this means?" "It means," Tsunade continued, "he isn't yours, but tracing back his DNA, he is certainly Yamanaka and Uzumaki." "So, Mina, she was Uzumaki?" Naruto asked after a while, his skin feeling cold. Tsunade nodded in confirmation. "It's most likely, since you describe her with having red hair. Just like my mother." Naruto finished, dropped his gaze to the baby in his hands, his big eyes shining up at him as he caressed his soft, chubby cheeks. "Uzumaki, we told her our names, so she knew. Why didn't she? I could have helped her." A hand rested on Naruto's shoulder and he turned slightly to see it belonged to Kakashi. "It's not your fault," he said, then turned to INO. "It's not either of your fault, and I don't think there was much you could have done." Tsunade brought their attention back to her. "If she knew who you were, she probably had made up her mind." "So, she planned this?" INO questioned, looking close to tears. Jiraiya was the one to speak now. "There was no way for her to know that you 2 were going to be there that day. Meeting you 2 must have been purely coincidence, or faith even." The older sage's eyes drifted from out the window to the 2 blondes. "It's most likely she knew she was going to die that day, her baby probably along with her, but upon meeting you, she saw the chance and decided to entrust you 2 with her son. Finding out you were not just Uzumaki and Yamanaka family, but strong shinobi, she figured he'd be safe." The room grew quiet, the elders in the room giving the 2 younger shinobi a moment to process the information. Drawing a deep breath, Naruto's shoulders slumped, seemingly forcing himself to accept the information. "So now that that's figured out, what do we do now?" Naruto asked, glancing wearily at the Hokage. He knew what he wanted to do. Go back home and continue doing his best to raise and care for Haru. Even more so after finding out the details, but he didn't forget that Tsunade and Kakashi were not wholly on board with their arrangement. Tsunade stared back knowingly, looking like she wanted to say more, quickly glancing around the room at Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Shizune. Suddenly she sighed, waving them off. "You should go home, get some rest. We'll come to or call you if there's anything else we have to say." Naruto's shoulders slumped again, this time in relief. Ino relaxed a bit too but kept a calculating glance at the Hokage. Tsunade returning it knowingly, but neither women said anything. Naruto and Ino returned home. Naruto commenting as they walked through the door at how they having been caught yet going from the apartment to the Hokage's tower. Don't jinx it. Ino grimaced, throwing off her shoes. Settling down, Ino grabbed a bottle for Haru, knowing the infant would start fussing any minute now, especially after being awake the whole time, and sat on the couch feeding him, Naruto sitting right next to her head staring up at the ceiling. A tired silence befalling them, but not for long. So, Naruto said, and Ino just hummed in acknowledgement. I was right to call him Uzumaki, he said, turning to Ino with a smug grin. Well, yes but no, Ino answered, and Naruto frowned. What do you mean? Well, if Mina what the Uzumaki, that means her husband was the Yamanaka. There for Haru Yamanaka. She smiled. Ah, come on, but I already called him Uzumaki even before he had a name. Also, it doesn't matter if it's the dad's name. I have my mother's name, so he can too. Naruto went on like a child. Ino sent him challenging smirk. Well, that's probably something both parents have to agree on, and I refuse. Ino jeered cheekily, though she was just bluffing. Sure, they didn't exactly make it final yet, but Ino was more than willing to make Haru Uzumaki, even before confirming Haru's true parentage. She want heartless. There was tons of Yamanaka running around, her family that she knew well, but the same couldn't be said for Uzumaki. She didn't even know there was a clan. She'd have asked Naruto about them sometime, what happened to them. But most importantly, it would give Naruto some direct family. He wouldn't be alone anymore. So in her book, Haru Uzumaki was already. But Naruto didn't seem to pick up on that yet, so she'd just have fun with it for now. Naruto was basically pouting at this point. Ah, come on, nope. She turned to Haru, trying to hide her mischievous grin. What if you name him Yamanaka but just put Uzumaki in front? He argued. Nice try. Come on, I'll do anything. I'll make you a deal you can't deny. PPPFFFFTT, what are you gonna do? Marry me. Sure. Ino stopped herself, two pair of eyes widening, but the words had already left their mouths. Ino's face immediately heating up. She was terrified but curious about Naruto's reaction since he was so quiet, willing herself to see his face. He didn't look that well off either. He was staring at her, face visibility flushed, whiskers prominent against his red cheek, mouth opening and closing like a gaping fish. He finally managed, and Ino felt the urge to bury his face in a pillow. She honestly didn't know how she wanted him to react. He was a stuttering mess now. God, what was he gonna say? She couldn't even find her own voice. Sure, I have Haru in my hands, but I can still make a run for it, or I can just, ha 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 ha. Naruto slightly jumped as Ino started laughing loudly and rather robotically. Ha, I'm joking. It was a joke, it was funny, right? Naruto stared before smiling and laughing along awkward. Yeah. Ha, funny. Before long, an even more awkward silence washed over them, either blonde avoiding eye contact. Ino soon excusing herself to make breakfast since they arose so early this morning. Grabbing a skillet, placing it on earthy fire to heat up, Ino let it again the nearby counter inside. Placing a hand to heart wicks she didn't even notice was rapidly beating. Craning her head slightly towards the living room, she caught a glance of Naruto gently patting Haru's back. He soon made an O face, Haru probably finally burping after his bottle, and bringing the Yuger's face to his, nuzzling their noses together as he cooed. He caught her eyes and sent her a carefree smile, doing a good job at masking his embarrassment of just a few moments ago. Quickly returning it and willing down the heat that threatened rise from her ears, she turned, grabbing the eggs from the fridge. It was only just 9 a.m. She had to leave for a bit later to collect something at the hospital. She was still an on-duty shinobi and newser, but she already felt so exhausted for today. 30. Familiar. Ino was just returning from the hospital, fortunately only receiving a few files to look over so she could work from home. Her flustered state gone. All her willpower and work distractions used to push it aside, but now she couldn't stop thinking about something that raised her interested at the Hokage's. And judging by the look Tsunade gave her, she must have been on to something. If Mina was prepared to die even before meeting us, why didn't she give Haru to someone else? Only giving Haru to us because she knew he'd be safe? Because we're ninja and we're family in a way, of course. So why? And who just are these people, and why did they kill Mina and possibly her husband too? Shaking her in frustration, mind only pulling questions instead of answers. She'd have to talk to Naruto. She'd have to get him to give her a crash course on the Uzumakis. A little sooner than she'd anticipated, but it would mostly answered some questions about them if she knew. Speeding up her pace, she walked home. Naruto wasn't doing much at home, so she didn't waste any time asking away. She first explained her theories. Naruto seemed to get the gist before his eyes widened in realization. Someone is or after our clans? They were after Mina and Haru might still be in danger? He muttered. It's what I've been thinking, yes, though. Ino paused, careful watching Naruto's expression as she continued. Though since I've heard nothing of my clan members being hunted and suddenly killed even while on missions, I assume whoever these people are they were after Uzumaki specifically. Naruto's face fell into something unreadable as he just stared at the floor. Ino looking on in curiosity and worry. I see. Can you tell me about it? About what? Your clan. Naruto looked a bit taken aback, his expression a somber of embarrassment. I mean, I guess, but I honestly don't know much. I didn't even know I had a clan or knew anything of my parents till about a few years ago. That's okay. You can start with your parents if you like. Well, in that case, wait here a sec. Getting off the couch, Naruto quickly raced to his room. Ino sat on the chair quietly, pulling her legs in front of her and hearing a few distant noises of things being knocked over. She really hoped he didn't leave them laying around. Before she could mentally started scolding him, he returned with a small piece of paper and settled down beside her, a shy but giddy smile on his face. These are my parents, he chirped. This is Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Ah, your mom's so beautiful and dad's so handsome. Maybe you'll grow into his face someday. Hey! Ino giggled as Naruto poked her in the cheek, before turning her attention back to the picture. There was no mistaking it. These were Naruto's parents. He looked so much like them both, and of course she wouldn't admit it, but Naruto was as beautiful and handsome of them both. Said boy huffed beside her till she turned to him. What's the matter? You know I was joking before, right? The blonde pouted, gently elbowing his side. I know it's not that, it's just I can't believe I didn't connect the dots. Naruto frowned, eyes glued to the picture. What do you mean? I mean how I didn't realize how similar Mina and my mom look. Ino returned her gaze to the picture as well as mentally picture Mina. I mean, there's a little bit of a resemblance, but not much if you take away the red hair. And just because somebody has a certain color hair doesn't mean they're related, so don't worry about it. If you say so. Ino hummed, looking at the picture once more, but this time changing her attention to the male in the picture. Hey, what did you say was your dad's name again? Minato. Minato Namikaze. Naruto offered, getting up and going to the kitchen. Ino frowned in thought. Minato Namikaze. She tried the name out. It sounds familiar. He even looks familiar. Naruto poked his head out from inside the fridge, a half-eaten pack ice lolly hanging from his mouth. Oh yeah, that's probably since he was Hokage, his face on literally on the mountain Hiha. Oh, I see. Ino answered absent-mindedly, letting the information soak in before finally processing what the other blonde said, then snapping her neck so hard in his direction you'd swear she got whiplash. Wait, you're the 4-Teacher's son? Noting that Ino was nowhere in the apartment or building and taking one look at the baby in Naruto's hands and his rushed state, Sasuke turned right around and was about leave, but Naruto stopped him, closing the door and standing in front of his flustered in embarrassment. Sasuke W. No, I haven't even said anything yet, but I know what you're gonna say, and the answer is no. The Raven said, crossing his arms and glaring at Naruto as if the look alone would make him move from the doorway. But unfortunately for Sasuke, no such luck. Come on, you just have to watch him for a little while, like 30, an hour at most, so please. Naruto begged. He would have gotten on his knees if Haru wasn't in his arms. Said baby, just watching the two curiously. I don't do kids. I hate to break it to you, but that's like one of the steps in reviving a clan. Just so you know. I'm leaving. Wait, come on. Please, it's only a little while, and you did promise you'd help us out with him. I was forced. I onpi agree so you Hinata and your wife would get off my ass. Ino's not my wife. Naruto stuttered, trying to push away the heat rays from his neck. And you still promised. Sasuke noticed his friend's sudden flustered state, but decided not to comment, wanting to get out of the situation more at the moment. Didn't you agree Hinata was gonna take care of this stuff? I did, and she'll be here, but she's a bit busy right now and isn't gonna be able to be here till about 12 o'clock, and I need to leave like now or Tsunade's might have my head. Sasuke glared at his friend once more before looking down that baby in his hands. Big unbothered eyes stared up at the Uchiha. Finn. Before he could even get the words put, Haru was in his hands. Naruto had shouted something about pre-made bottles in the fridge, then he was gone. The Uchiha stood immobile for a few seconds, cruising Naruto and himself for putting him in this awkward situation, holding the baby a little away from his body as if Haru was threatening to explode. Sasuke stared, and then Haru in turn stared as well. He was convinced if he and the child went a staring competition, the kid would win. When was the last time he blinked? When the last time I blink? Sighing and heading to the couch, Sasuke set Haru in a sitting position but panicked when he tipped over, so he set him on his back. My bad. I guess you aren't old enough to sit up yet. How old even are you, right? Babies don't talk. The silence in the apartment was almost deafening, but he'd gladly take this silence over crying. Stupid Naruto. I don't even know what to do. I have not shed tears in a very long time, but if you start crying I might lose my shit too. So don't. Okay. Haru simply blinked and waved his arms. I'll take that as a yes. 31. People change. Okay, now kids, Ms. Yamanaka is leaving now. You should thank her for today. Thank you, Miss Yamanaka. Chorused the room of student shinobi, all bright-eyed and full of life. The atmosphere at the academy really bringing back memories for her. I should be thanking you guys. I had such a wonderful day. I'll make sure to come back, okay? Yeah. The room rang. A few of the boys cheers louder than others. She chuckled, boys will be boys. Giving a wave and her last goodbyes, INO exited the classroom. She wouldn't say it out loud, but she was a bit nervous when, but she will admit the love and respect the kids showed her really boosted her confidence. Leaving the principal's office, INO made her way to the front only to stop midway in the courtyard, only now being able to completely take in the sights. LT didn't seem to change much. It felt like just the other day she was in the same yard playing with her friends, playing with Sakura, fawning over Sasuke. She looked over at the swing that seemed to having a thriving lifespan of its own. Ignoring Naruto, she mumbled, finishing her thoughts, heart clenching. She knew she wasn't exactly the nicest or most tolerable as a child, but looking back she cringed internally because she was even worse. She almost felt speechless at the fact that no one put her in her place sooner. She wasn't mean to Naruto. She just went about life like he didn't exist, and she wasn't exactly sure which was worse. Almost all of the student fell into one of the categories, and it made her sick. It made her angry. She was angry. Angry at the adults that let it happen. She was angry at the kids that participated, but she was mostly angry at herself for being part of the crowd. Would things have been different? She often finds herself thinking these days. If she weren't stuck up sheet and got to know Naruto, would the be closer? Would life had been more interesting? Would their relationship be different? Would it be less awkward? No, awkward wasn't the word. They were long past awkward. They were friends at best right now. But there's always the underlying feeling, nagging likes there's something being unsaid, and the feelings grown even louder the longer they live together. Snapping herself out of her thoughts with a sigh, INO left the school for home. She could have at the inner workings of her mind and Naruto after a hot bath and a glass of wine. Hinata giggled with masked empathy as Naruto face planted into the couch looking utterly exhausted. The Hyuga girl sitting across from him with Haru in her lap. Thuff photo accompaniment. The yellow-haired ninja mumbled into the couch before realizing he mostly likely sounded like an incoherent idiot. What was that? And he'd be right. Propping himself up on his arms, her turned to Hinata. I said I'm really thankful you've been able to come over each time. These past few weeks it's been so hectic. Suddenly sitting up, Naruto's face morphed into a frown. As a matter of fact, both INO's and my schedules are suddenly so hectic. I just know that old bag is behind this. She's trying to make us choke. The blonde seethed and the bluette looked on thoughtfully. It's possible, but at least you're not getting much long-term out of village work. 'Cause I'm pretty sure she's pulling the strings on that too. I guess you're right. You're so bright and positive, Hinata. Naruto cried, making Hinata smile brightly and tip her head with a thank you, which is why I feel even horrible about us always having to rely on you. Hinata just laughed. I told you not to worry about I'm happy helping you. As I said, I'm absolutely touched and honored that you two came to me, and besides, she turned Haru's curious form and boop his tiny nose, her voice raising and becoming cutesy. And besides 2 hearts, why would I give up the chance to spend time with the cutest baby in the village? Yes, you are. 2 hearts. Naruto chuckled but pouted shortly after. Still, I feel bad. You're such a big help, but you don't get anything in return. Maybe I should pay. Why? The words immediately died on his tongue when he caught the slight, offended glare Hinata was sending him. It was exactly threatening or scary, but on Hinata's normally soft and warm figures it was. The blonde gulp. Naruto. She began evenly, face neutral, as she smiled down at Haru. By her voice held every authority in the room, which just scared the blonde even more. I do not require payment or compensation for helping out my friends. Are we clear? Why, yes, great, she chirped, going back to her cherry self. Naruto had since gotten used to Hinata being more outspoken and less shy, but times like these where she shows just how firm she can be really gives you a wake-up call. Hinata brought him back earth as she spoke again. Also, in the future, when little Haru here isn't, well, a secret, I do hope you still call me to look after him. Of course we will. I mean, you're the best, and no one can take your place. He's probably so used to you by now. Besides, INO and I, and you're already marked on him, might as well be family. Ray. How does Auntie Hina sound? Hinata laughed, a proud blush dusting her face. You flatter me too much. Thank you. Also, he seems to get along well with Sasuke. She finished thought, but Naruto didn't look convinced. You think so, huh? Well, I can really say he's long been with Haru once, and that was last week. And I wasn't there, and… Naruto then turned to Hinata accusingly. You two still won't tell me what happened. Hinata's blush visibly brightened as she avoided his gaze. He did fine. Fine how, like fine as in a good job? He's ready to be father of the year, or fine, as in it was bad but tolerable? He did well. Naruto paused, narrowing his eyes. You say that, but why won't he tell me anything and you won't give me details? It feels like something big happened and you just don't want to tell me, which just makes me want to know even more. Hinata finally, before looking at him mischievously and make a locked and key gesture over her lips. Sorry, Naruto, I'm sworn to secrecy. Gasping overdramatically, Naruto placing a hand over his heart in fake hurt. I know it, that Uchiha bastard told you not to tell me. I can't believe you both are keeping secrets from me. Out the betrayal, he wailed, throwing himself over the armrest, making his accusee giggled uncontrollably. After talking about nothing particular in a while, Hinata suggests freshen up, and she'll leave. When he does so, Haru wouldn't be left out, since it didn't look like the infant was going to sleep anytime soon. INO arrived shortly after Naruto exited the shower, so both blondes saw the Hyuga heiress off. Naruto found himself in INO's bed watching Haru and talking to INO while she got dressed from her bath in the room over. Talking loud enough so she'd hear him, her mostly listening but occasionally laughing or answering in response. They found themselves in this situation a lot during the last few days, especially after long days of work. It was like their time for both of them to spend time with Haru and each other. Naruto would only leave and return to his own room when Haru fell asleep, and INO in turn was ready to go to sleep. Sighing in relief, INO fell into the soft bed, only now allowing her body to completely relax. Naruto was still on the other side of the bed, staring up at the ceiling. Haru between them, looking nowhere near ready to sleep, so INO decided to tell Naruto about her day, well, joining Naruto in tracing the lines of the ceiling. How is eating dirt a jutsu? Naruto laughed, INO with a wary smile on her lips as she recalled the very odd child in her class today. I honestly don't know. Maybe it could develop into something in the future. But as of right now, I don't think he's doing it right. Or maybe he just wants to eat dirt. Well, yeah, she giggled. Oh, by the way, I saw Irika-sensei today too. He hasn't changed much. Almost nothing in the academy has changed much. Really? Yeah, of course, stuff like the grass, benches and tables, paint jobs are maintained, but it looks basically the same. Most of the old punching stumps are there, even the swings and stuff. What about the swing that's out front? Naruto absent-mindedly playing with Haru's hair. Still there. She answered, wanting to ask why he wanted to know about that swing specially, but then the answer came to her in a flash. Imagine. It was an imagine of a boy clad in bright orange, yet he seemed to fade into the background by the noise of his classmates. Seemingly in 2 different worlds. One world the boy seemingly wasn't welcomed. INO spotted her adolescent form. She was part of a crown, part of the crown. The crown that isolated the boy, her back turned to him, without a care in the world. Turn around! Turn around! She shouted at herself, but when she did, the relief didn't last lost, and her adolescence took one look at Naruto. There was no hate or disgust. But there was no kinship or even sympathy either. There was nothing. As soon as she looked at him, she was turned back around and following the crown the sheep. Feeling the silence grow, Naruto peeked over to right. Haru had fallen asleep and INO looked just about ready to, eyes dropping and dazed. So pushing himself up, he got ready to leave. I guess I should head to bed now. Good night. Hand just grazing the handle, only he paused when he felt soft fingers around his wrist. INO, MSORY. Do you? INO started hastily but paused with a gulp, her eyes downcasted. Do you ever wish things were different? He couldn't see her face well and didn't have the slightest idea what she was speaking about, but he could tell it was eating her up inside. No, I don't. Seemingly surprised by his answer, INO finally looked at him. But, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Well, you didn't give me any context to begin with, he said with cheekily grin, but it soon morphed into a soft but serious smile. But the answer is still no. Sensing INO's confusion, he continued. Sure, there are things I wish didn't have to happen, especially in certain ways. I'm human too. But asking if I'd completely change it? No matter how bad things are, they settle themselves out in the end. That's our present. The past dictates the future somewhat. And if by some chance you're talking about the dead, well, I think it's our duty to respect and honor the sacrifices they've made instead of bothering AMD on their rest. Don't cha think. Placing his hand on INO's, his ears flickered to Haru. Also, messing with the past could take away something I treasure a lot in the present or even future, and I wouldn't want to risk it. Naruto was the only thing she could utter in the moment. She felt she'd been staring into his eyes forever. Her eyes suddenly felt glasses. But the other blonde wasn't finished eyes now felt like it was boring into her soul. If there's anything to change, it's people around you. Sasuke's change. Like multiple times Sakura's changed, I like to think I've changed, and he now placed his hand in her head. You've changed, right? He smiled. That was it. She couldn't keep it in anymore. The tears fell free, startling the taller blonde. Oh, did I say something wrong? I am sorry. Wiping her tears, she laughed even as they kept falling. No, it's fine. You said everything right. As matter of fact, you're right. I did change and I'm glad. I'm glad too. Wait, that sounded mean. What I mean is, it's fine, haha. INO's sudden tears really brought Naruto out of whatever spell he was under. 'Cause only now did he realize how cheesy his whole speech must have been, and how close they were right now, but he made no move to change that as he stood there just enjoying INO's sudden brightness, seemingly laughing at herself, even after her sudden shower of tears. Tears that still remained and stained her now flustered cheek. It was like his hand moved on its own, raising to wipe away the tears. INO didn't move, but her eyes did grow a fraction before relaxing, so he continued the action till her cheek was clean, though he and still remained. I want to, his mouth said, but he's not sure his brain was following. I want to want. INO looked at him in both confusion yet expectance. I want to. Can I want to what? Can I what? Can I key? In that moment, whatever had washed over him was used up and gone, the heat and embarrassment taking its place as he practically ripped his hands away from INO as if she'd burned him. See, can I borrow an extra blanket? It's getting kinda cold lately, ha. Haha. INO stood still a moment, mind only now processing the last few moments before it hit here like a bag of bricks, her own embarrassment leaving her stuttering mess. Yeah, sure. Sprinting to the closet, she grabs a few quilts and practically threw them at Naruto. Taking all the blankets you need. Thanks. Giving his own nervous laughter as his hands drips with cloth. He quickly exited the room, trying his best not to trip over them. As soon as the door clicked shut, both blondes collapsed on each side of it, hearts beating so fast Thu could only hope the other couldn't also hear it. I wanted to kiss her? He wanted to kiss me? 32. Let's not complicate things. Just like normal functioning young adults with not much romantic experience. Both blondes decided to pretend like that night never happened. Even though it was all they could think of, especially when they look at each other's face and turned bright red like a tomato. But they still functioned. Nobody noticed a thing. Nobody except for one Hinata Hyuga, who was practically the only person who'd been around both blondes as much these past few months, and at the same time no less. Well, except for Sasuke, who honestly doesn't care and is still avoiding Naruto for exact reasons only Hinata also only knows. Not wanting to seem like she was crazy, she waited a few days, for to be exact, 2 in which she took care of Haru and 3 in which she met both blondes who were acting weird, they sus, especially around each other. It didn't look like there had a fight, and she really hoped it wasn't, but from what she saw, they didn't seem to want to be in the same room with each other or even talk about each other. She was starting to worry. It was the 4th day and she'd just left their apartment. INO being the only one home right now, but as soon as Hinata brought up Naruto, the blonde looked jumpy. Only told her basics and tried hard to change the subject. It was weird. The Hyuga heiress didn't have much more time to recall her day at the Yamanaka Uzumaki household as she was interrupted by a voice calling her name. Turning around, she spotted the person coming towards her, bright pink, making it easy to spot in the mundane crowd. Hinata! Sakura, hello? She smiled, slowing down for the pink-haired Kunoichi to catch up. I haven't been seeing you around lately. As a matter of fact, I'm hardly seeing anyone around lately. Well, I've just been busy, I'm sure everyone is too. Hinata replied with a smile. I figured, which is why. The pinkette then paused and beamed. I want to gather everyone. Everyone could use the little time off, and it's good opportunity to get the Konoha 12++ Psi back together again. Hinata hummed at the idea. That sounds like a great idea. Would be nice to have everyone back together again. Though, she rose a finger to her lips in thought. You said 12, which I assume you mean Sasuke is included as well. You think he'd be up for that? I haven't even seen him around much. Sakura chuckled nervously but quickly caught herself. He's around, and I'm sure I'll think of something to get him to show, even if it's just for a little while. I see, good luck then. Hinata really did mean it. Because she highly doubts the Uchiha would be into any sort of gathering or party. Even Naruto might have a hard time convincing him he were to ask. If anything, the Uchiha would request a purposely deadly and long mission just to get out of going out with his friends. She grimaced at the thought of him actually do it. May the gods be with you, Sakura. Thanks. Anyway, I was thinking to have it as soon as possible before anything comes up for anyone. So are you free tomorrow night? That's really soon. But yeah, I'm free and I'll make it. Sakura clasped the Hyuga's hands in starry delight. Ugh, thank you, Hinata. I can't wait. See you then. I gotta go tell INO, tell the others. Is that yakiniku Q okay? Bye. Hinata was about to wave goodbye but then realized it might not be a good idea for Sakura to go to her. While their apartment, she found herself calling out to the pink-hair girl. Sakura, wait. Hinata managed to convince Sakura. Well, more like tell Sakura, and left before she got a chance to say no. That she'd tell INO, Naruto, and throwing in her teammates Shino and Kiba so it wouldn't look suspicious about the party. She didn't take long to return to the blonde's home and tell them. The awkward air around them was definitely still there but momentarily forgotten as all 3 young adults thought about the predicament they'd have if they agreed to go, which they had to not wanting to upset Sakura. Who would watch Haru? Naruto and the girls pondered. Hinata was obviously a no. She'd had to be in attendance also. Sasuke was a no. Even if the Uchiha didn't show up, which was most likely, he was currently being a bit elusive, and it certainly didn't seem like he'd want to try his hand at babysitting again anytime soon. Kakashi wasn't in the village at the moment, and he already made it clear he wasn't going to help them out to teach them a life lesson or whatever, but Naruto had a feeling it was partly fact that he might have as much child experience as Sasuke. It would honestly be hilarious to see the great copy ninja Kakashi lose his cool over a baby. It would be hilarious, haha. Uchiha was getting distracted, moving on. Jiraiya was also out of the village, and frankly Naruto felt like he'd have to refuse anyway. He didn't trust Jiraiya to not take the kid to a pick-up ladies of something. So definitely no. Tsunade was also a no. In the same boat as Kakashi and his life lessons, this was all her idea anyway. So, what would they do? INO suddenly brightened up. How about Shizune? There was a moment of thought and silent hums. That could work. Hinata confided. She's the only other person that knows too, right? Yeah, then it's settled. Naruto, you watch Haru tomorrow. I'll go over first thing in the morning and BG Shizune if I have to. The blonde said with conviction. Do you want me to come with you? Yes, please, Hinata. If all else fails, no one can say no to you. Hinata chuckled. Then it's settled. I'll see you in the morning. After Hinata left for the second time, the air in the apartment thickened with delicate tension once again. Dinner was a rather delicately painful affair, filled with quick flustered glances and awkward silence, the only sound being scraping of their utensils and shifting, which honestly just made the silence even more unbearable. But still blondes refused to acknowledge something was off and were stubborn to the tension, even if their thoughts were jumbled and couldn't utter a comprehensible word to the other. INO several times fought herself to say something. Just ask him how his day was or something. She screamed internally, but not a peep make its way from her lips. So dinner continued in silence until the both cleaned their plates. INO was the first to get up, gathering the empty dishes, even Naruto's, but without making eye contact with him whatsoever. INO shuffled quietly to the kitchen, Naruto watching her go with a longing stare. Ever since that night, everything had been tense. He definitely was not mad at her and she wasn't mad at him, or at least he hoped so. They've hardly spoken since that night, and every time he looked at her or attempted to speak to her, blood rushed to his face and his mouth refused to conjure coherent sentences. Not that he could even think of them, his brain too occupied replaying the image and feeling of INO's cool blue eyes looking up at him, her lips being so close to his own, and the urge to connect them. He wasn't the smartest tool in the shed, but he quickly realized what he wanted. He wanted to kiss her. He wanted to kiss INO Yamanaka. It was now more than admitting she was actually really good company. It was now more than thinking the other blonde was cute. It was now more than realizing her hands were freakishly soft and felt really nice from the few times she's touched him. He wanted to kiss her, and he's pretty sure it wouldn't stop there. A crush sounded a little too childish to explain it, but that's most likely what it was. But what would he know? He's had the same crush on Sakura since he was like 12. And holy shit, he didn't even realize it had stopped. So, I like INO. What now? What now indeed? He's been thinking about it for the last few days, but the fact that INO also won't even look at him and seems even jumpier worries him. The longer this went on, the flustered silence felt more like the cold shoulder, which just made him think of the worst-case scenario. She was mad or disgusted. Or both. If she was mad, he's honestly wish she'd just hit him upside the head or punch him. He'd apologize and they'd move on and laugh about it later, and he'd try to get over her. That's what he would so if it were Sakura anyway. But this wasn't Sakura, and that last part was probably a lie anyway. He doesn't simply give up and get over stuff. His own stubborn attitude inconveniences him in these instances. And if by chance she was disgusted and mad, judging by the swift chill that filled his chest, he honestly didn't know if he wanted to know the answer to that. He wanted to think positive, but he didn't want to set himself with false hope. Just because we're co-parenting doesn't mean she has to like me. Just because we live together doesn't mean she has to like me. We've only been able to call ourselves good friends for a few months now, and I'm most definitely not her type. She's like guys like Sasuke and Sai. Tall, dark, handsome, and mysterious guys. Sure, he was as tall as those guys, but he's pretty sure he still doesn't fall into their category. But still, no matter what either of them felt, things couldn't stay this way. There was so much tension, malice-filled or not. It had to stop, for their Salinity's and Haru's sake. She was right there, he had to say something. They couldn't live like this, and he honestly should still apologize to her, whether she's mad or not, cause he did try to kiss her without permission. Maybe Naruto, almost jumping out of skin and out of his chair. He looked up to INO, who stood in front of him, hands in her skirt fidgeting. Her eyes were on him but would dart elsewhere every now and then. He cleared his throat. Why yeah. Raising hair eyes, she looked right me. I willed myself not to get nervous and look away as she turned red. I just want to know. Know what? Clearing my throat did nothing as my voice came out scratchy, but I paid it no mind as he leaned at the edge of his seat. Did I? He kept leaning closer. The closer he got, the softer her tone seemed to get. Did you want to? What was she gonna ask, and how fit he answer? Did I want to what? Did you want to k? Quaduj. Neither of them got another word in as the chair slipped from under Naruto's uneven weight, leaving him so faceplant in the floor right next to INO's feet. Naruto, are you okay? INO said, dropping neck to him as he sat up and rubbed his head. Ugh, I am good. Gonna talk me then, that to hurt me anyway? What were you gonna ask me? Pausing, INO closed her eyes momentarily. When she opened them, she visibly deflated, avoiding eye contact once again. Did you want me to help you pick something out to wear for tomorrow? Cause you know you have horrible fashion sense, haha. She answered, her laugh at the end painfully forced. Oh. Was all Naruto could say, not really knowing what he was expecting but wilting at the trivial question. She's obviously avoiding it. She wants to move on. Pretend like it didn't almost happen. Forget about it. Isn't that what 5 we wanted? Though he did suppose this is better than rejection. Then disgust. Ha, sure. Dress me however you like. Wait, I'll at least have say in the final project. I don't trust your men's fashion that much. He grimaced, thinking if himself dressed like Sai or Sasuke. I'm not gonna dress you up like some emo weirdo. Emo weirdo? It's okay, you can just say Sasuke, and I'm not so sure you won't. The blonde huffed, receiving a beat of laughter from the other. You're so silly, she giggled. A sound he hadn't heard much in a few days, and he didn't realize how much he missed it. The sound warming his chest to the point he hardly paid mind to the chilled stab of admitting moving on was better. She's communicating with him as a friend. She's laughing with him as a friend. She happy as his friends. He shouldn't try to tamper with that over silly feelings he could well be wrong about. Yeah, this was better. No need to complicate things, right? 34. Morning coffee. Anyway, question, why doesn't Naruto just use shadow clones to watch Haru? I didn't forget he could, don't worry, but I've thought about it, and maybe I'm being too literal and dramatic, but like, why would I leave my child with a shadow clone? I know Naruto is strong and can hold a clone like nothing, but I still wouldn't trust to leave a clone that can dispel if something happened. Especially considering what is going to happen. Smiley face, cough, spoiler cough. Sending a clone on missions and to Tsunade wouldn't make sense, and leaving clones with Haru just seems careless to me. So that's just my personal reason. Though he could have used them a few times here, like when Sasuke thinking face visited, but I suppose that's just a lapse in my writing / though process and wanting to push the plot, so my apologies, grinning face with sweat. Engi on with the chapter. Normal POV. A kunai headed right towards the purple-headed rogue ninja, but he easily blocked its path with his own weapon, then coolly turned towards the attacker. He gave the man a once-over before turning back around nonchalantly. Tanizaki, he addressed in a deep, uncaring tone. Didn't Lord Gendo give you a mission to track down that child? Why are you out here playing games? The other purple-haired ninja huffed, coming to stand at the side of the taller man at his spot near the edge of the cliff. I'm not playing around, Kunimi. I got a possible lead of the kid being here. But I should be asking you what you're doing here. Haven't the Uzumakis in this village bit the dust already? They have. But there's one exception we failed to take out before, and it seems he might pose quite a threat if we let him live any longer. Are you talking about the war hero guy? Can't believe we never got wind of him before all that. I hear he's quite strong. Good luck taking him on. He mocked, glad for once he didn't have that particular job. Tanizaki was quiet a while before speaking again. Do you think they're connected, Mr. War Hero and the kid, I mean? Who knows? Either way, they both must die and possibly be of use. Kunimi stated coldly, Tanizaki giving a short, dry laugh before both rogue ninja fell into a calculating quiet, both their minds filled with scenarios and strategies of the mission, as they silently looked over the still buildings, flickering lights and swaying trees of Konoha in the distance. Naruto POV. Don't complicate things, I said. Then why can't I stop feeling like this? Naruto internally screamed, burying his face in a pillow that happens to be Ino's, which just made the situation even worse, the offending item smelling of sweet perfume and flowers just as the owner does. You see, things were going well, back to normal, even if it were just a few hours before going to bed. He was able to push down the butterflies and talk, tease and laugh with her like normal. Everything was normal, but this morning, he was snoozing as he should, when he awakened to a sweet voice. Hey Naruto, wake up. He was then pulled from his bed, a warm hand pulling him to walk a distance before he was pushed back onto a bed, but this time, it smelt like a bed of flowers. Then the warm hands touched his face. It felt so nice. He snuggled into the palm, savoring the touch. I'll be back soon, okay? He mumbled incoherently. The touch lingered a moment before it was suddenly gone. He frowned, missing the source. He tried opening his eyes to find it, but as he did was only met with the brief sight of retreating shiny cream blonde locks before he fell back into the land of sleep. He thought it was a dream, but he doubts, since he was in fact in Ino's bed. Haru still peacefully asleep next to him, and Ino was already gone, probably already at Shizune's. But anyway, dream or not, it stirred something in him, bubbling up all the feelings he worked so hard to cover up. It was like a few hours, most of which it was technically asleep for, but still he worked so hard. Maybe he's just having a moment because this is the first time he's been in constant contact with a girl that's his age that's not Sakura. Maybe it's like, what's it called, stallholder syndrome, he doesn't know. But maybe being stuck with someone just makes you like them? But then again, he doesn't think that's how it works. He's not exactly stuck. As a wise man once said, feeling as such a drag. Maybe he needed advice, but judging by Kakashi and Jiraiya's reaction to him and INO, even though there was no feeling, much less physical interaction, he feels he'd get teased more than anything. And Sasuke wouldn't care, and he doubts he'd be any help either. He's probably more hopeless in these situations than he is. He really needed to clear his brain. Sitting up, Naruto folded his legs, evened his breathing, and closed his eyes. Soon faint sights and sounds of the world around him completely disappeared, and he found himself in front of large iron gates, big red eyes staring back at him in uninterest before closing in annoyance. Hey Kurama dash, no, and go away. I didn't say anything, the blonde pouted. And you can't kick me out of my own mindscape. Kyuubi cracked its eye open and gave Naruto a flat look. Yes, but I know what you're gonna say, and as you've seen, I've been quiet all this while 'cause I'd rather not be a part of your little coming-of-age relationship story or whatever it is. I've seen enough of it in my years. Though it is quite amusing how you skipped the courting and marriage aspect and went straight raising a kid. The demon fox laughed gruffly, mostly to himself, since he went back to ignoring blonde once more. Naruto frowned. Yeah, maybe I skipped a few steps, but maybe I kinda wanna. Naruto stuck directly in front on the giant fox, poking its nose with a sheepish grin. Get back on track. Kurama sighed. Kit, I'm a demon fox. What would I know or have Ti add in a conversation about relationships and human women? I dunno, but considering you've lived inside one dash, it's not like I see, hear, and feel every single thing my containers do. Wait, you don't? The blonde asked quizzically. This was news to him. He thought Kyuubi experienced everything he did. It may seem kinda invasive, but he's honestly used to it and has no shame. I don't. I mean, I can if I wanted to, but that's so troublesome. I'd go mad if I had to. I tune you and the outside world out sometimes. It's like a silence or privacy switch. Of course, there are exceptions that will alert me no matter what, like injuries that need healing and near-death experiences, or if you personally bother, call to me, but other than that, I can tune you out if I wanted. Oh, that's cool. And convenient. Immensely. Even if I do live within a human and know them better than anyone, there are some things I rather not bear witness to at times. Naruto grinned, his mind immediately reeling with though Jiraiya would approve of. Haha, you totally saw the first Hokage and his wife. And oh god, possibly my parents get down and dirty, didn't you? Naruto grinned, his face etched in both teasing amusement and disgust, mostly for the second part of this taunt. Kurama narrowed his eyes unimpressively. Get out before I bite off your head. Naruto chuckled at the obviously empty threat and decided to leave the fox alone. He didn't get to talk about his current predicament, but he honestly felt a little lighter after talking to Kurama. Plus, the fox was probably right. Why would he come to a demon fox with relationship issues anyway? He chuckled at his own stupidity before he opened his eyes once more as his consciousness returned to the real world. The cool colored deck or of Ino's room greeting him. He turned to his side to see Haru awake but quiet. The kid didn't cry nearly as much as he thought, and though that sometimes worried him and Ino at first, he seemed very healthy and just very easily fascinated and curious with anything brightly colored or shy around him, so they didn't bother anymore. Plus him especially, was very grateful to have such a well-behaved kid. Lord knows if Haru was an excessive crier, they would have been caught eons ago. Picking the blue-eyed bundle up, pulled him into his chest and laid a soft kiss on his forehead. Morning, buddy. Let's say me and you make breakfast before Ino. Your mommy gets back. She'll probably be hungry, and I'm sure she didn't eat. I'm so glad Shizen agreed. We didn't even have to bust out the big guns. Ino said, hold back a yawn, after taking a sip of her coffee. I'm glad too, though what exactly were the big guns? The Hyuga asked across from nursing her own hot drink, the two currently in a small coffee shop. Well, it would be between me using my powers of gossip and blackmail or you using those big puppy dog's eyes of yours. No one can say no. Hinata chuckled. Such a foolproof plan. I try. Ino said, taking a sip from her cup. She didn't say anything and it was extreme, but Ino looked exhausted, lost in her own head. Shizen probably saw this too and took pity, thinking the baby was finally taking a toll on her, making the deal easier. But Hinata felt like that wasn't the case. There was always that, Ino, you seem tired, are you okay? Are you having trouble sleeping? Hinata asked, worry in her soft voice. Ino waved a hand. Pa, not really, it was just last night, only because I had a lot on my mind. Is it Haru? No, Haru's an absolute darling. He's no trouble at all, it was only one night. Honestly, it's nothing seriously. Hinata frowned. It's something if you lose sleep over it, she thought. Is it about Naruto? Ino froze. So it was. I noticed you two have been acting weird these past few days. Is everything all right? Did you have a fight? Ino was suddenly awake. No, definitely not fighting, we just… Ino found it hard to look at the Hyuga's worried gaze. She was partly relieved she wasn't really on the ball and thought they had a fight, almost having a heart attack when she brought up the other blonde. 'Cause it was true she couldn't really sleep last night, beating herself over what happened at dinner. She thought she fixed everything, the awkward energy between herself and Naruto. He seemed to be okay with pretending whatever was going to happen that night never happened. They were acting normal again. Everything was going to how it was before. Then why did she feel so unsatisfied? Then there was this morning. At this point, she had no shame in admitting Naruto was cute. The other was hopelessly adorable as she pulled him from his bedroom to hers, him sleepily following behind her mumbling something of ramen and toads and flowers, a weird combination, but it was Naruto, so she didn't question it much and only giggled. Getting him situated in her bed next to Haru, she tried shaking him awake to at least tell him she was going now. She found her hand cupping his cheeks almost naturally. Naruto nuzzling her palm, she felt a pang in her heart, the urge to climb back into bed and lay next to him, warm, bodied and strong. But she immediately discarded the thought as guarded herself to pull away. Naruto just looked so calm and serene laying there, Haru equally as peacefully at his side. She felt like being part of the picture as well. Ino, looking back up at the worried Hyuga, Ino bit her lip. If there was someone she could and should come to with what she felt, it was first and foremost definitely be Hinata, but for now she just wanted to let the subject marinate a little again in herself. She wanted to at least understand 80% of what she was feeling and if it was real. It's nothing really. Naruto and I aren't fighting. Hinata remained quiet for a while, not doubting Ino but still thinking there was something more. And she didn't want to pry too much if she didn't have to, but it wasn't like she'd get a chance anyway, since Ino suddenly got up in a hurry. Sorry Hina, I think I should go now. I'd have breakfast here, but I'm positive Naruto might try to have ramen for breakfast if I leave him to his own devices. See at the get-together later dash. Oh okay dash. Hinata didn't get in another word in before the blonde was out the door, probably not even hearing the bluet's goodbye. Hinata sighed. Now she felt kinda guilty, but she truly did hope Naruto and Ino were okay. If they actually were having problems, it was even more worrying they were being too skittish and quiet about it, since both blondes were quite expressive, bright, loud. The bluet's train of thought was suddenly interrupted when someone suddenly slid into the seat previously occupied by the blonde. Hyuga. Sasuke greeted half-heartedly before Hinata could even comprehend the person in front of her, but she quickly caught herself. Uchiha. She greeted back just as stoically using his last name. Also, I've told him multiple times just Hinata is fine, but if he insists on Hyuga, I'll just have to treat him accordingly. The raven across from her cocked his head in slight amusement at her front, knowing what she was doing, but he didn't point it out. Instead, he turned his head to the door Ino just exited out of. How long do you think it'll take? She cocked an eyebrow in confusion. How long will what take? Naruto and Ino. To what? To confess, he said nonchalantly, taking a sip of his own drink. Confess? Why would they confess dash? Gasp, cutting herself off with her own train of thought and realized Hinata's eyes widened. Picking apart both blondes' behavior, it wasn't 100% the guaranteed truth. Just speculation, but it would make sense. Raising her head back up, the surprise still written on herself, Hinata spoke. How'd you piece that together? She asked in awe, less that he could quite possibly be right, but more in disbelief that it was Sasuke that came to the conclusion. I never pegged you as the all-seeing relationship and romance type. She giggled. I'm not, but I know the dobe and I feel like I realized it even before he had. But anything beyond that I dunno. The raven replied, and she felt like that was just Sasuke speak for, I don't know any more than that, so let's not speak of it again. Or something along the lines, judging by the glance he kept sending her. So she pushed the subject in the back of her mind for later and grabbed her thankfully fully still warm hot chocolate. It was probably a warm tome to have hot chocolate, but she wasn't really a coffee person, hating the bitterness of the beverage, though judging by the cup across from her, the Uchiha didn't seem to share that same sentiment. She was positive the coffee was just plain hard black coffee. She almost gagged thinking about the taste, so she took a big long sip of her sweet hot chocolate to rid the imaginary taste. Unbeknownst to her, Obsidian watched her ever little move with amusement. To outside observing eyes, it would seem rather peculiar to see the heirs to the Hyuga and Uchiha clan alone together in a quaint coffee shop. They'd probably think it was some important big shot official clan business or even something scandalous, and not just them basically gossiping about their friends crushing on each other, but the thought of their interaction being talked about did not pass either teen's mind at the moment. So Sasuke, Hinata began, already forgetting the Uchiha's formal stubbornness. Are you coming to the gathering for the Konoha 12 this evening? No, he said flatly. Huh? Why not? Everyone's gonna be there and Sakura really wants you to come. So, come on. Come. Please. Sasuke stared, a bit taken aback by the girl's sudden childish and cutesy behavior. You want me to come? Hinata was literally surprised at the question but answered without hesitation. Of course I do, you're part of our group. She answered firmly, but the Uchiha didn't really seem pleased with that answer. He looked at her face as if searching for something before looking away and bringing his cup to his mouth, mumbling his reply into the cup. She probably wouldn't have heard him if she wasn't paying attention. Fine, really? You'll come? Yeah, whatever. Yes, Sakura's gonna be so happy. Yeah. Aw, don't look so down, it's gonna be fun, plus look at it this way. Now I don't have to bribe you about Naruto. I already said I come, no need for the blackmail, plus you promised you wouldn't. Sasuke said with fake irritation, amused laced in his voice. Hinata grabbed her cup and giggled challengingly into her cup with a smirk. Try me, Uchiha. 35. Orange jacket. Upon returning home, INO was pleasantly surprised to see Naruto had not only already gotten up but had made breakfast that wasn't ramen. After informing Naruto that their mission was a success, that Shizen was on their side, they ate the also surprisingly good pancakes Naruto had made them in relative silence. Both blondes lost themselves in thought. The atmosphere had shifted awkwardly again, but neither blonde wanted to show or acknowledge to the other that it did, trying to seem as normal and easygoing to the other. So they decided to make small talk to chase the atmosphere away. So Dash, hey Dash, they tried and smiled sheepishly at their simultaneous attempt. Go ahead, Naruto insisted. INO looked hesitant but opened her mouth. Okay. Well, I was thinking you could pick out a few clothing options and I'll help you pick the best, that way the effort is 50-50. She said, and Naruto blinked. Not sure if he was relieved or disappointed by the normalcy of the question, but quickly decided it was more the former. Sure. He smiled. Though isn't it a casual meetup? Yes, but I still don't trust you. Your fashion choices are questionable. Naruto rolled his eyes playfully, not bothering to protest with her usual qualms about his clothing and favorite color. Whatever you say. Naruto stood stiffly, feeling rather exposed and flustered even as he was very much fully clothed, intimidated as well. Intimidated by the 5-foot-something blonde that was currently circling him like a wild cat, just waiting for the moment to pounce and destroy him. Destroy his ego in this, that is. He'd picked out his clothes and was wearing it. He'd call INO in to see if she approves or not, but she had yet to say a single word. Still circling him with a deep contemplative look, he couldn't completely gauge was approval or distaste. With one more round about, the blonde stopped in front of him and gave him another trailing look from head to toe. So? He asked as she trailed back from shoes to face while she spoke. The shoes and socks are okay. The black jeans and belt are cute. Excessively simple but nice. Your gray shirt is okay, not too much at least. Dash. Naruto beamed before she finished. Then you approve then? Dash. He began but was suddenly pulled forward and down by his jacket to meet her gaze. But this Dash. She started with a small glare, motioning momentarily down at the offending piece of fabric with her eyes before looking back up to confused blue. This jacket, this thing, is horrendous and is exactly the reason we're doing this. She then proceeded to rant about how ugly the orange jacket was. If clothes could talk, OT would have probably cried at the insults. Dash was all the owner of the red heart jacket could say, though. He was stunned by the insults. As a matter of fact, he wasn't offended. He couldn't be. He didn't hear a single word INO said, after all, too focused on the lack of space between him and the smaller blonde in that moment. Their faces mere centimeters apart. His face heating up when her breath tickled his chin and lips. Are you even listening to M? Sky Blue watched as Caribbean Blue widened in realization, finally becoming aware of their proximity and letting go of his shirt as if the fabric decided to suddenly boil hot and burn her for her earlier flurry of insults, and stepping back as with a slight stumble and a now red face. They stared at each other a few seconds before both gazes ripped away, eyes going anywhere and everywhere except each other. Naruto's fell to a pile of clothes in the corner that he's surprised INO hasn't shouted at him for yet. The room was engulfed in painful, awkward silence, the ends of it licking at INO until it forced her to suddenly clear her throat to make it go away. Eyes only meeting his gaze momentarily, face dusted with pink. As I was saying, to put it simply, your jacket, the fire in her eyes slightly returning but only slightly, is fucking ugly, she said bluntly. The awkwardness in the room disintegrated slowly, Naruto able to push the beating of his heart at the memory of every detail of Ino's face-up clothes to the back of his mind with a pout. Come on, it's a cool jacket. INO crossed her arms. Naruto. Not only is it hideously bright orange and only orange it's old looking, she explained, and his pout only deepened. 'Cause I like wearing it. We've been through a lot together. The girl shook her head, hiding the small smile that threatened to show at Naruto's cute actions before she turned to the door. Wait here, was all she said before exiting the room. Naruto stood still, pouting but begrudgingly shrugged off the jacket. His cheeks warmed again when he thought back to just a moment ago. INO was so close, his skin crawled but not unpleasantly. He blushed deeper at the realization that he was so enthralled by her just by being close. Had she not had pulled away from him, he grew embarrassed and even confused, even scared by what he would have done, the thought creeping up on him seconds before she pulled away. His thoughts were interrupted again as the reoccurring subject of them walked back into the room, something black in hand. The taller blonde frowned. INO, you promised you wouldn't make me dress emo. The kunoichi rolled her eyes. Chill. You have on enough color as is, and you're blonde for God's sake. Besides, she opened the black jackets, revealing the thick line of orange coming down the front and same down the sleeves. Naruto's eyes lit up, his other jacket but a distant thought. Its figurative tears and wails wailed have probably grew louder as it was now abandoned by its owner for the shiny new jacket as he reached out for it. INO's hands. Wow, this is so cool looking, try it on, she said with a grin almost matching Naruto's, and he did. He turned to the mirror, checking himself out, pretending he didn't see INO's smug, satisfied look behind him. So, is it still too emo for you? Naruto avoided eye contact as he answered, it's fine, I guess. She raised a knowing brow, smile coy, just fine. Naruto didn't take long to break, bursting into a big grin. Okay, it's more than good, it's awesome. Like, it looks so cool. I look so cool. You're really letting me borrow this? It looks so new and expensive. It wasn't that expensive, and it looks new because I've never worn it. I don't know what possessed me to buy it in the first place all those months ago, but here it is. To be honest, you can keep it. I don't think I look good in orange anyway. Really? Well, thanks though. He turned to her with a smile, his signature of genuity. I think you'd look beautiful in orange, or any color for that matter. You're just that pretty. I don't think colors matter. The words left the whiskered boy so easily and mindlessly, mostly because it was in fact somewhat mindless, emptying his mind of every word he was thinking at that moment, not really realizing it, only registering what he said a few seconds later, making himself freeze. Maybe it wasn't a big deal, he thought, hoping she'd take the compliment with offhand confidence as she usually has with people, but when he turned to INO, shocked blue paired with a very visible flushed face, he felt his own face heat up in silent response. Another stare down commenced for what felt forever before INO excused herself from the room. Reasons of, I have to get ready too, leaving her tongue before she exited the room without another word. It wasn't exactly a lie, but they both knew that wasn't the real reason. It was the painful awkwardness. Naruto turned back to mirrors, adjusting the stylish jacket once more. It was gonna be a long night. As one would do, he again mentally retraced what happened. For a moment he felt almost cheeky, almost giddy that he flustered her. She was almost adorable, no, absolutely adorable, beautiful even when her cheeks were ablaze with natural color like that, but his glee quickly melted away at the thought and possibility that she wasn't flustered. Maybe she was just simply embarrassed or shocked or, God forbid, uncomfortable. The thought made his chest burn uncomfortably with many explainable yet unexplainable things. Naruto wasn't a heavy drinker, but for once he was craving a drink. Anything to get him wasted and to stop thinking over time it didn't fit Hun. Something to soothe his confused mind and heart. Shizun had looked like she wanted to say something since arrived, but ultimately decided to keep it herself, only asking basic questions concerning Haru only. Naruto was surprised she didn't bring up this entire ordeal or the Hokage's opinion on the matter either. She just took to holding the blonde baby and observing both him and Ino silently as they got ready to leave. They felt her gaze calculating even as they both took turns to kiss and hug Haru goodnight and goodbye. Naruto gave the small baby a light squeeze before handing her back to the Raven woman. "Don't give Auntie Shizun too much trouble, okay buddy?" he said, and he got a round of gurgles in response. Auntie Shizun?" the older said, flustered, but was ignored as Naruto continued making faces at the curious child. Ino alone chuckling at her reaction, humored by another person besides herself being victim to Naruto's spontaneous decisions to give people names and familial ties to Haru. "Thank you so much for doing this again, Shizun. I know Lady Tsunade wouldn't." She trailed off and the other woman gave her a genuine smile. "You're right, she wouldn't like this. And to be honest, I sort of agree with her. I don't know if you guys are ready or in the type of relationship to be dealing with this." Naruto and Ino's face mirrored her sudden seriousness before her smile made its way back to her face, calculating gaze flickering between them. She'd been watching them interact the minute she got here, and she had some surprising thoughts, MD discoveries on the matter. "But," she began, even if barely, "you're both adults and have at least the right to try and prove yourself here, and unlike the others, I'm not gonna turn you away and put you at a disadvantage." The blondes stared a second before smiling wide. "Thank you," Ino said. "Thank you, Shizun. You don't know how much this means to us." Yes, now get moving," she said, dismissed them gently, showing them out the door. With one last wave at the baby currently sucking at his thumb, the blondes exited the apartment and locked the door behind them. "Bye." Naruto and Ino stepped out into the cool night air, walking to their destination. "Is it okay for us be walking together, or should we dash?" he started, but Ino waved him off, fetching a mirror from her purse, checking her light face of makeup once more. "If anyone asks or sees us, we'll just see we saw each other on the way and came together." Flipping the mirror close with a click, she then glanced back mostly at the apartment, and Naruto didn't miss the somber-like expression she had. He raised an eyebrow. "You okay?" he asked quietly, hoping she heard him over the discreet bustle of the street. "I just..." she started but sighed dismissively. "Never mind, it's stupid." "It's not stupid if it upsets you," Naruto affirmed. "What is it? Do you not want to go? We can turn back right now." "Of course not, I'm thrilled to be going out. And that would be suspicious as hell if we both ditched. I mean, Sasuke might ditch too. Maybe, but that's expected of him." "Okay, but come on, really, what's wrong?" Ino sighed deeply, shoulders slumping a bit before she spoke. "I just miss Haru sometimes, and when we're both gone I hope he doesn't miss us too much." Ino's face was pink from the confession, eyes glued to the road, only looking to Naruto's reaction when she heard him laugh. She turned with frown, ready to mouth off at him, but stopped upon seeing his bright smile, the words that left his mouth after making her freeze further. "That's so adorable of you." He laughed, hands in his pocket. "I miss you both when I'm gone too. But I'm sure he'll be fine. He adores Hinata and is no problem with her when she comes, and Shizun is a medical neen and super nice. She probably has more experience than all three of us. Haru's in good hands." Naruto finished stiffly at the smaller blonde to make sure she didn't take notice of his small slip confession of missing them both, of missing her when she was gone. He didn't know why he said that and definitely didn't mean to say it. With another quick glance at Ino's face, he signed in relieved as it seemed to go over her head. Ino just nodded, seemingly slipping into her own world as she took in Naruto's words, feeling just a tad better. But just a tad. Her initial worry, as it always was missing Haru. A habit she developed only after a while of living with Haru. She didn't exactly feel like a mother or his mother, but she felt something close to it, or at least she thinks she does, because the young child already had a special place in her heart. She doesn't know if she could part with him, ever, and that's where her other irrational fears come from. She trusted Naruto, and she trusted Hinata, so when she left them with the baby, the worry would quickly fade. She also trusted Shizun, even more so than before after her words just now. As Naruto said, Shizun was probably more qualified than all of them combined to care for a child. Haru was more than Omi with her. Then why couldn't she push that unsettling feeling away? 36. "You look beautiful tonight." From his spot at the cliff, Kunimi watched the shining lights of nighttime Konoha, his eyes flickering to certain spots in particular. His gaze was only pulled away by a screeching sound. Looking up, he raised an arm so the arriving falcon had a place to perch. He stared into the bird's eye and the bird back as if soundlessly communicating, the sound silent to the breeze before the purple-haired rogue ninja smirked. "Found you," he muttered briefly, turning back to the unsuspecting village. Turning to the bird, he popped a treat into its beak, scratching its black feathered neck in gratitude. "Go get that idiot Tanizaki. He might want in on this 2-for-1, he said with a smirk before sending the bird off again. As INO inquired, there really was no reason to worry about showing up together. Besides the smirk and knowing look they tried to ignore from Sakura, no one questioned them being together. They fell right into step with their friends. Actually, the shock of the night and brief holding of everyone's attention was Sasuke actually showing up. Sasuke resisted the urge to roll his eyes and walk back out and go home when all eyes fell to him in silent shock. He swears the only reason he didn't was when he caught white eyes on him with a pleased smile from the back of the crowd. "Sasuke!" He felt his eyes twitch, the urge to leave briefly filling him again as pink filled his vision. With Sakura breaking the silence, everyone seemed to fall back into rhythm, continuing in conversion over the moderate music and waiting for their food to cook fully on the grill. He let Sakura drag him towards where she and Naruto sat, but at the sight of an empty seat between Naruto and Hinata, he quickly pulled out of her grasp and took the spot. He saw Hinata smile at him briefly from the corner of his eyes before Naruto slung an arm tightly around his and pulled him close. "Bastard, I can't believe you showed up." The blonde jeered but was being shoved aside, Sasuke pulling from his hold with a scowl. "Whatever, get your hands off me." Besides almost tumbling to the floor, Naruto only smiled brightly. Sakura, who had been frowning besides Naruto at Sasuke, rejecting to sit next to her, watched the two bicker quickly, the frown melting, replaced with a genuine smile filled with nostalgia. "Sasuke?" she called quietly, voice devoid of the quirkiness she normally addressed the Uchiha with, which is probably why he didn't ignore her this time. His gaze actually turned to hers. She glanced at Naruto before smiling again, happy to have all her classmates here, to have her team back together again. "Thank you for coming." He stared at her, then Naruto. For a second, Sasuke almost felt bad. Sakura planned all this just so they all could spend some time together. He didn't come for her, but he guesses he could stay for her. For her and Naruto, that is, for his team. With another glance at Naruto, who even if part of the team seemed more like a spectator of his and Sakura's conversation, he looked at genuine green eyes. "Whatever," he mumbled, but the smile he gave her was a sign that it was genuine and not hostile, and by the way the pink-haired Kunoichi's face lit up, he'd say she understood. With a boisterous laugh, Naruto hit back rather hard and called from a round of sake for the table. As the bottle passed around the table and everyone started doing their own thing, Sasuke had finally managed that night to give the Hyuga on the other side of him his attention, but seeing the mischievous look in her light eyes, he momentarily regretted it. She poured his sake for him with the grace of a practiced noble, such as herself, could before handing him the cup. "I'm glad you came, Sasuke-kun." She smiled and he sipped at his drink, his eyes in his cup. "Yeah, well, I said I would, didn't I? Besides, I didn't have anything better to do," he said, and the Hyuga nodded, cradling her own sake as if it were an expensive cup of tea and not cheap alcohol. "Yes. I'm sure we didn't get Shizune to take care of Haru. You'd be needed again," she said before taking an almost too elegant sip. Sasuke stiffened at the remark, willing every vessel in his body that threatened to make him blush in embarrassment to not dare. "Thin ice Hyuga," he mumbled, and Hinata only smiled. "Is that a threat, Uchiha?" she challenged, and the both fixed each other with a calculating look. Sasuke was first to look away. "Maybe. Try me then." He glanced at her before taking another sip to hide his smirk in his cup. "Be careful what you wish for, Hyuga." "Hey, Shikamaru?" Through a mouth of meat, Choji tapped on his teammate's shoulder, trying to be as discreet as one with a mouth full of meat could. The spiky-haired boy turned to him. "What?" Resisting the urge to point so as not to possibly draw attention, he motioned with his eyes over at Sasuke and Hinata. "Am I seeing things, or those two talking?" Shikamaru glanced over, and his normally unbothered and uninterested demeanor contorted slightly in surprise. "Huh. Looks like it." Both men glanced at each other before looking away. Choji was more interested in food than whatever that, and Shikamaru was Shikamaru. He wasn't getting involved, and the only one on their team who'd be interested in this type of stuff was having her attention being kept by another, By Sai, the two talking about God knows what, but they can probably guess it was 80% Sai complimenting INO, as they could hear her giggle and swoon from time to time. Shikamaru glanced back to the unsuspecting ravens across the table. Maybe it was for the best her attention was elsewhere. No one seemed to be paying them much attention right now, and they probably liked it that way. It really was a sight to see those two in particular interacting. It was weird, but interesting. Curious on what everyone else was doing to not be noticing them, the Nara looked around the room. Of course there was him. Then there was Choji stuffing his face next to him, Sai and INO chatting on his other side. He doesn't know how they got that, but Lee and Kiba were currently diving for apples in a basin. Niji shaking his head looking on in disgust. Shino next to him watching boredly. Sakura was surprisingly not anywhere near Sasuke. She was at the counter with Tenten talking to one of the younger attendants of the restaurant. And Naruto. When Shikamaru's eyes landed on the normally loud and spirited blonde, he frowned. He'd expect the blonde ninja to be participating in the festivities, probably stuffing his head inside the water basin with Lee and Kiba, stupid stuff, or chatting up Sakura or trying to pull Sasuke along with his shenanigans, but he wasn't doing any of that. He wasn't even paying the raven he'd spend most of his teens chasing after any mind. Instead, he sat uncharacteristically quiet, sipping at the bottle of sake that seemed about finish, and he's sure he'd done it all on his own. He looked annoyed, his eyes flickering somewhere in particular when it wasn't directed towards his cup or almost empty bottle. Turning to see what had the possibly drunk blonde upset, Shikamaru frowned deep in confusion, as the only people in that direction was Sai and INO. What did they do to him? Maybe he definitely was drunk. Before the tactician's conscience could force him to go see what was up with the blonde, Sakura walked over. She was seeming to go for Sasuke, but must have noticed his weird behavior and made a beeline for him. Pulling his attention back to himself, Shikamaru sighed and pushed his plate of food further from the wondering hands of Choji. This party wasn't a drag, but at the same time it was such a drag. Naruto. Almost dropping the glass in his hands, Naruto turned to the direction of the voice that just called him back to earth. There was pinks and green and red and oh, Sakura? He slurred and frowned when her face contorted in worry and did the same. Sitting next to him, frown still in place, she looked around the area of the table right in front of him, where it was covered in a number of empty glasses and 2 bottles. A third nearly empty as well. Looking back at the blonde skin dusted in pink and eyes unfocused, she frowned deeper, taking the glass he still had in his hand. Hey, give it back! He tried, but his drunk state gave him a late reaction as he tried to grab it back. Naruto, why are you sitting here looking all glum? And since do you get drunk? The pinkette asked, slightly concerned. Stopping his movements as if he had to stay still to process her words, the blonde blinked, then huffed as he turned away, Chayek in his hands. I'm not drunk. Kurama doesn't let me. He reasoned like a spoiled child, but Sakura only gave him a disbelieving once-over. Well, looks he let you tonight because you look like a wasted mess right now, she said, and she only got an annoyed look in return. What's up with him? Sakura almost jumped out of her skin at Sasuke's voice behind her. She even dropped the class she took from Naruto, but the cheeky bastard used that chance to steal it back, so it fortunately did not hit the floor, but unfortunately back in the blonde's hands, already chugging it down. Sending the blonde a tired look, she turned back to see the reason for her almost heart attack, looking back at her with a raised eyebrow. It took her a second to notice Hinata standing behind him, hand clasped gracefully in the front of her long lilac sundress, looking at Naruto with concern. She gave to the 2 Kekii Genkai a suspicious look, recalling a moment ago and their sudden closeness. With a masked frown from her confusion and newfound jealousy of the Hyuga heiress, she pushed that and the many questions she had aside and turned back to the floundering and grumpy blonde beside her. He's drunk. I'm not drunk. Naruto grumbled into his cup. He's drunk. Sakura said again, bringing her arms to fold over her chest in exasperation. Sasuke still looked on, puzzled and unbelieving of the situation. He seems upset. What did you do to him? The raven asked, and the pinkette had to keep her voice from raising as she frowned at the casual accusation. I didn't do anything to him, I just came over here. If anything, maybe he's mad at you. You finally show up for a get-together, but you ignore him all night. She shouted, and Sasuke rolled his eyes and scowled. I wasn't ignoring him. If he wanted to talk to either of us, he's well accustomed to using that big mouth of his and telling us if he wants something like he always does. Well, there you go, I don't know why you're blaming me. Could have just said it's not you and move on dash. As Sasuke and Sakura seemed to start bickering, Hinata stepped forward, leaving the two, and sat next to Naruto. Pulling a bottle of water from her purse, she offered it to the blonde, but he ignored her for most part. If she was to still have feelings for him, the cold dismissal would have probably hurt her feelings, but now it just made her more worried for her friend as the usually bright and chipper ninja glared miserably ahead while nursing his drink. Was he upset because he was drunk? Is this what a drunk Naruto is like? Grumpy? The complete opposite of how he's supposed to be, or was he drunk because he was upset and what bothered him so much in the short amount of time he was left alone to do so? Following the blonde bitter gaze, she frowned, seeing the only people in that direction were Sai and INO. Sai and INO. Oh! The Hyuga said simply with wide eyes, and her small exclamation of realization caught the attention of the other ninjas as they stopped bickering and looked at her. Sasuke raised a brow. What? White eyes motioned towards the direction of the supposed reason for the blonde's foul mood. Connecting the dots, Sasuke had to make an effort not to smirk. The idiot was so transparent. If he had made a proper bet on the matter with the Hyuga, he would have surely won. The ex-Avenger didn't have time to say a word because it didn't take long for someone else to connect the dots, and with the information she was previously taught to believe, she took it another way. Sakura's eyes landed on INO dancing and talking with Sai, and her face contorted in disbelief and anger. That bitch! She seethed softly, Sasuke turning to her in confusion and Hinata gasping, Sakura, you can't just suddenly say that about your friend. The Hyuga said below the tone of music, not wanting anyone else, especially the people in question, hearing them, but loud enough for Sakura too. The Pinkette turned to the Hyuga with a frown. She is my friend, but so is Naruto, and I can't believe she would do that to him. Do what? Sasuke asked. He had a feeling what was going on in her head, but decided to play along and confirm. The fuming medic Nin looked towards INO and Sai, her blood boiling before her eyes fell to Naruto, the anger boiling away to hurt for her friend and pity. He wasn't even paying attention to them. He didn't even look upset anymore, he just played with the rim of his empty cup and watched longingly in the direction of the other blonde. Moving closer to the Raven, she whispered, cheat on him. The Ravens sent each other a look before the Uchiha dug into the empty hole deeper. They're dating. Sakura glanced at Naruto and raked a hand through her hair frustratingly. I'm not supposed to say anything, but I met Naruto at INO's apartment once. He confessed they were dating, and to keep it a secret for now. Was all Hinata said, giving Sasuke another look. Anyway, I'm gonna give INO a piece of my mind. I can't believe she'd do dash. Sakura began aiming to stomp over to her blonde friend, but Sasuke quickly grabbed her. She pushed down the blush, threatening to paint her cheek, as she looked up at the Uchiha questioningly. Why are you stopping me? Because you'll make a scene and I don't want to deal with that. Plus I have a better idea. The Uchiha said with an uncharacteristic glint in his eyes. Without elaboration, he left the two girls behind and slid into seat next to Naruto. The blonde didn't even give him a glance. Hey, what? The blonde said boredly, tracing his finger aimlessly the rim of his cup. You look pathetic. The Raven commented, and that immediately made an angry tick grow on the blonde's forehead. And you look stupid, the blonde childishly countered. Like that outfit is so stupid. Have you ever heard of colors? And you're dash. Shut up. I don't mean looks though, you always look pathetic, that can't be helped thoughts, you're just lame like that dash. You can just go back to ignoring me, you know dash. What I mean was, you look pathetic right now because you're being a hypocrite. Sasuke said, finally ending their unprompted insult fit. Naruto frowned. How am I being a hypocrite? I'm literally just sitting here? Just minding my business. Exactly. Grabbing the blonde's face, Sasuke roughly turned his face towards INO. Since when you do Isin do that? You always go after what you want and never give up, yet for once and some reason you're denying yourself, you're giving up before you even try. Why? Naruto, even in drunk state, forced his now blushing face away and avoided the Uchiha's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about, it's not like that dash. Bullshit. Sasuke spat and sighed when he saw his friend's dejected and speechless look. I can't believe I of all people have to say this to you, but stop lying to yourself and tell her how you really feel, because it's like really painful to watch you two normally tiptoeing around each other, but now it's just annoying. He finished, rolling his eyes, but this time the blonde didn't take his insult to heart, more caught up in his own currently cloudy drunk mind and confused heart. This mix only made it harder for him to come to conclusion, especially as Sasuke didn't let him finish. Now, go get her. Suddenly pulling him up from his chair and pushing him towards the makeshift dance floor where INO, Sai, and a few more people were gathered. Even as he internally panicked, he couldn't stop himself from unconsciously maneuvering himself through the small crown and towards the other blonde, her features like a beacon to him in the Lake Ogulf Bodis. She was the only one his foggy mind could see. Walking closer and closer, his anxiety spiked. What did he even say? What did he even want to say? Coming to a conclusion to his feeling sober was hard enough, but with alcohol clouding his mind, it was just, oh. Pausing her dancing, INO turned to see who she had bumped into. Her eyes widened slightly as her eyes looked up to see familiar blue staring back at hers through foggy-lidded eyes. Naruto? She squeaked in surprise, and it didn't take very long to realize something was different. She frowned, taking in his dazed looks and flushed face. She reached out, touching his cheek, the surface warm and damp with a thin sheet of sweat. "Are you okay?" she asked in concern. But he didn't hear her words, only the, at least in his opinion, soothing sound of it. Unconsciously closing his eyes to better enjoy it, someone else called out to him, pretty sure it was Sai or maybe it was someone else, but he couldn't care less who they unless they were INO right now. He could only feel INO, only hear INO, only see INO. INO tapped his cheeks lightly, calling him again, and it's only then he opened his eyes. Yet despite the people around them, he still only saw her. "INO," he uttered raspingly. Why was he here again? What did he want to say? What to say? "INO, he tried stepping forward, but that was a mistake as INO's legs tangled with his, making them both stumble a few steps. The only thing that saved them both from falling over was the wall at INO's back. "Naruto," she said, a little irritation in her voice, but then paused, their close proximity giving her a good whiff at his scent. "You smell like a bar. Are you drunk?" "And maybe a little," he admitted, finding it hard to ignore or lie to her right now. "Tisk, we should get you some water." "Wait, I just wanted to tell you something," he reasoned. "Then what is it?" Quickly. What did he want to say? What did he want to say? "INO, He could see her patience weighing thinner, but he kept drawing a blank. What did he want to say? That she looked pretty tonight? He probably should say that he's been thinking it the whole night, but hasn't had the chance to tell her. Though he feels like he should say much more, to tell her how he feels. But how does he feel? How does he feel about her? "INO, He wants her to. "INO, Is he okay?" Someone interrupted, and INO's gaze left him as she turned and said something to the stranger, stealing her attention away from him. "No, that's not right. Look at me. Please look at me, and only me like that, please." He pleaded silently as he watched her mouth work with words he couldn't hear. They weren't directed at him anyway. His chest ached with the jealousy he's finally admitting to himself, and suddenly, just like most of the things that happened after he got his fill of alcohol this evening, his body moved on its own. INO was confused. One minute she's dancing and having a casual conversation with Sai, and the next a drunk Naruto is clumsily locking her in against a wall. If she wasn't worried and little bit flustered herself by their close proximity, she would have kicked him off the minute it happened. She watched him wobble and stumbled, not only over his feet but also his words, as he tried to say something but slurred and paused. She took her attention off him but a second to assure Sai that everything was fine. She'd take care of this, but then there were suddenly soft fingers clutching her chin, turning her confused eyes to meet longing ones. The words she meant to let out swallowed up as her mouth was covered by another, blue eyes slipping shut as her own widened in surprise. Took her a few seconds to realize he was kissing her. Naruto was kissing her. A hand slipping around her waist, bringing her closer, and the hand on her chin going to her cheek, deepening the kiss. A kiss she didn't even realize she began taking part in. Their lips seemingly meshing together as her own eyes fluttered close, and the only thing she could register was the warmth of Naruto's body and the alcohol-drenched taste of his tongue. Everything melted away in that moment, neither blonde even registering the round of gasps and the silence that came over the room. This all happened in a few seconds, but it felt longer, like she'd been taken away to another world and now she'd been back. And she, not that she would admit it, but a little too soon, Naruto pulling away with misty eyes, hers now matching his as she breathed heavier. With a drunk smile, he leaned his forehead to hers. It wasn't so, but she felt like she might be even more dazed and confused than he was right now. She couldn't find her words nor voice as he spoke, took opportunity to speak. "You look really beautiful tonight." He muttered with an almost childish giggle before he swayed a little too hard this time and fell backwards. 37. Taken. With the sudden lingering taste of sake on her tongue, Ino stood frozen against the wall, the cogs in her brain slowing down and nothing really registering to her except for the part of her brain refusing to stop replaying Naruto's words and the sensation of his lips against hers. She felt her face flush, no scratch that her face was on fire, steaming as she stood stock still. She didn't register anything around her nor what Naruto was mumbling after that, but next thing she knew the other blonde was falling backwards. Naruto, her own body computing this too slowly. She wouldn't have caught him if she moved, but thankfully a pair of arms gripped him under the arm, preventing his fall. Sasuke. She sighed in relief, briefly glancing at the Uchiha, who looked rather annoyed before looking back at Naruto's passed out and red face. The relief didn't last long though, as she quickly became aware of all the eyes on her and Naruto. The entire restaurant, as a matter of fact, her whole shinobi class looking at them with mixed emotions, most of them obviously being silent shock. So silent you could hear the light sizzle of the grills and the distant bustle and chatter from outside. Even the words said mostly under his breath were loud enough for her ears. I was ignoring how you're suddenly able to get drunk, but now this is ridiculous. Sasuke huffed, propping Naruto up and slinging him on his shoulder for leverage. As the Uchiha walked away with a barely conscious Naruto over his shoulder, she remained frozen. Brain going a mile a minute on what to do has it simultaneously clouded with the steam of her blush. What did she do? Did she just ignore that happened? Did she go after them? Did she dash? Fortunately, a decision was made for her as Sasuke called for her right before he walked out of the door. Wasting no time and avoiding everyone else's gaze, she was out the door as well. She lingered awkwardly behind Sasuke as they exited the restaurant, the cold breeze hitting her face, helping her compose herself just a bit. Just a bit. Kurama watched lazily as Naruto paced back forth frantically, feet splashing in the shallow water of their shared mindscape, face turning white and red in intervals. What was that? Why did I do that? I fucked up? He practically screamed, head in his hands, before he turned to the demon fox with an accusatory finger. You don't normally let me get drunk? Why'd you even let me do that? He said, turning almost as red as the fox's coat. The memory of Ino's soft lips on his very clear even through the fog and cloudy memories of inebriation. The fox rolled his eyes. Stop acting like you haven't been dreaming about doing that for weeks now. You should be thanking me. Naruto's voice went comically high as he stared at the fox with a horrendous expression. I do not. Fine, it was 1 time, 2 times. Ugh, leave me alone. Kurama laid back down onto his paws. I would if your hormonal mess of a brain didn't leak your virgin thoughts to me every time you dreamt or even thought of that would be made of yours. She's not my mate. Naruto mumbled like a petulant child, but because he could protest anymore, he felt Kurama forcing him out of the mindscape. The faint words of, talk to her and stop being annoying, were the last word he heard before a cool sensation hit his face. Naruto groaned and strutted, his body propped up at a not-so-comfortable angle and his head pounding. Kurama surely working purposely slow to rectify his drunk state. Most likely to spite him. Naruto, he froze, caught between ripping his eyes open or shutting them tighter and ignoring his surroundings. More than not ready to face the owner of that melodic and familiar voice, he remained quiet. Naruto, I know you're awake. Stiffening in his skin at being caught, he sighed before open his eyes, sky blue meeting cloudy electric, looking at him with a strange expression. He couldn't decipher, but was at least glad it wasn't anger of disgust. Ino was so close, strands of her creamy blonde hair blowing softly across her face, some sticking somehow elegant against the sticky remains of whatever gloss she'd had on her pink lips. Remembering he had a chances just to taste them just moments ago, even if the act was rather foggy in his mind, lead him to unconsciously lick his own lips. He almost jumped out of his skin at the slight sweet taste of raspberry he knows wasn't there before. The night air isn't that chilly at all today, but he's still going to blame the sudden heating of his face and flush on the cool air if anyone asked. Almost jumping out of his skin a second time, Naruto flinched when something cold touched his cheek. Only then did he notice he'd been staring. He blinked, focusing on the cold bottle of water be offering to him. Wordlessly he took the bottle, unscrewing it and take a sip before taking a larger gulp because damn he didn't know he was so thirsty. The bottle was nearly empty when Ino suddenly sat next to him on the cool pavement. He choked slightly at Ino's close proximity, growing flustered alone from embarrassment and shame. He should apologize. I'm sorry. A simple phrase. Yet he couldn't get his mouth to move. His mind playing tricks on him, making him feel like he was swallowing cotton despite the many sips of water he took, preventing him from speaking. And INO also didn't say a word, and he was too afraid, too ashamed to look her right now. It also didn't help that deep down, or not that deep at all, he wasn't sorry at all. Yeah, he was sorry that he did it without her permission. He meant to be a drunk creep, and he in no way intended to take advantage of her. But he wasn't sorry for kissing her. Something he'd been dreaming about for a long while now. Her soft lips against his. But not like this. INO Naruto. INO's voice cut through whatever he wanted to say and risked a glance at her. It's fine, she said, looking down at their feet. She didn't look mad. Nor did she sound mad. Face neutral, but Naruto didn't miss the way she occasionally worried her lower lip and tapped her feet. It wasn't fine. You don't have to apologize. She smiled, finally turning to him. How do you feel? Alcohol out of your system enough? Naruto watched the other blonde talk and fuss over him, acting like nothing had happened. Just like the last time. He should be happy about this. They could simply move in and forget this. But he didn't want this end up like last time where they skirted around each other for weeks. Didn't want her to hate him even if. INO got up, causally stretching before turning to him with a big smile. If you're not gonna puke, we shouldn't probably go back inside and dash, even if he must lie to her. A bit panicked, he reached out and grabbed INO's hand as she made to walk further away from him. INO, please listen. I'm sorry. INO paused before speaking. I already said you don't need to apologize. No, I do. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I didn't mean it. I drank too much and dash. INO suddenly pulled her away, startling the other. INO dash, you didn't mean it? INO asked, her previous smile gone, eyes to the floor, blonde bangs covering her expression. I didn't. So please don't be mad. A silence fell and the background noise of Konoha's nighttime streets became more prominent. But not by much, as the sound of his heart sounded much louder in his ears. Okay. INO suddenly said, the smile back on her face, but this time it did not reach her eyes. Okay, you're not mad. I'm not. No, she said and turned on her heels, back facing him. I'm not, you said. Naruto could her take a deep breath, her voice sounding strained on her next words. You said you didn't mean it, so it's fine. Naruto stood up and cautiously approached her. INO's shoulders shook slightly. Why would you want to anyway? It was clearly the alcohol's fault, so dash. INO dash. Before he could touch her, the ground shook and a fiery color of an explosions painted the dark sky. INO! Naruto shouted, unconsciously pulling the shorter blonde to him to shield her from any possible debris or fire. Thankfully, the action was brief. Pulling away from INO, he turned her around to check on her. She was a strong ninja, but his body moved on its own, and he couldn't help but worry about her first and foremost. INO, are you okay dash? INO's eyes were wide, looking around them with tears shining in her eyes. And something TD him, it definitely wasn't because of the explosion. The sight making his chest ache, but before he could dwell on it, a scream garnered both blondes' attention. Without hesitation, they both ran towards it. Towards where it looked like the small explosion was set off. Is anyone hurt? Naruto asked, INO offering her service to anyone injured. But with quick questions, it was a relief to see other than a few fallen bumps and scratches, no one was seriously injured. The other of the Konoha 12, as well as other ninjas, showed up shortly after. Being off duty, when everything had settled, Naruto and the others were about to leave the cleanup to other ninjas. Assuming this was just a freak accidental explosion when someone called out to him. Naruto Uzumaki. A ninja observing the previously burning area called after him. Confused, Naruto walked up to him. He was vaguely aware of INO trailing a ways behind him. Yeah, I think you should see this, the ninja said, handing him an envelope. The paper, despite having been at the center of the charred chaos, unburned, hardly ruffled besides the arrowhead that stuck through it. With a raised brow, he took the envelope, noting how it was labeled with his name. He could hear who he assumed was INO walked up closer behind him as he opened the letter. Sasuke and Sakura in the distance calling his name as he read the letter. eyes trailing over the words. He's unsure he was properly reading, his nails dug into the paper and shoulders shook. He was suddenly being overcome with fear and anger, and the last sound he heard before blood started rushing to his eyes was INO gasping, tearing the letter from his hands to make sure what she read over his shoulder wasn't some sort of cruel joke. No, 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 Haru INO.